Hey there. Right, so this has been rattling around in my head for years. I don't know what to make of it, really, but I still think about it every time I drive alone at night. It was a few years back now, driving home late after a wedding. Took a back road I'd driven 100 times before, but somehow I ended up nowhere. Well, it was somewhere, but it wasn't right. Just empty fields and a road that didn't seem to lead anywhere. No houses, no signs, nothing. It was really weird. That whole thing didn't make sense. But, well, I'll just start at the beginning. I can still remember the way the air felt that night. The damp chill that clung to my skin, the weight of it settling deep in my bones. It wasn't particularly stormy, just overcast. The kind of night where the stars hide behind thick clouds and the dark feels heavier than usual. The wedding had been good crake. One of those proper country weddings where you show up in your best suit, drink your fill of whiskey, and listen to old lads telling the same stories they've been telling for decades. I wasn't drunk, wouldn't have driven if I was, but I was tired. That kind of comfortable tired, the kind that makes you think the drive home will be easy, automatic, a simple stretch of road between you and your warm bed. I left the venue just after 1 in the morning. The main roads would have been quicker, but I knew a shortcut, a series of winding country lanes that shaved 10 minutes off the drive. I'd taken it loads of times before, knew every turn, every landmark. But that night, something was different. At first, I didn't notice anything strange. The road looked the same, narrow, hedge-lined, the occasional farmhouse light flickering in the distance. My headlights cut through the darkness, and the hum of the engine was steady and familiar. I turned up the radio, some late-night talk show droning on in the background, half listening as I drove. Then, after a while, I started to feel off. It wasn't anything obvious at first, just this creeping sensation that I'd been driving for longer than I should have. I should have reached the main road by then, should have passed the old petrol station, but there was nothing, just road. I checked the time on my dashboard, but it wasn't right. I was sure at least 20 minutes had passed since I set off, but the clock said otherwise. I frowned, rubbing my eyes. Maybe I just miscalculated. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. But as I kept driving, the feeling got worse. There were no signs, no houses, no farm gates, no side roads, nothing but endless hedgerows stretching on either side, too tall and too dense to see beyond. And the silence. Oh, the silence. You don't realize how much noise there is in the countryside until it's gone. Normally you'd hear the rustle of leaves, the distant movement of animals, the occasional bark of a dog. But that night, nothing. No wind, no insects, just the low hum of my engine and the crunch of my tires on the tarmac. Even my radio had cut out, nothing but a faint crackle of static. The longer I drove, the heavier the air felt, like something was pressing down on me. A slow, creeping pressure building in my chest, making it harder to breathe. That was the moment the panic really set in. I slowed the car to a crawl, my hands tight on the wheel. My heart was pounding, and every instinct in my body was screaming at me to turn around. But where? I hadn't passed a single turn-off, not for miles. And then, up ahead, I saw a bend in the road, a sharp curve to the left. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I know this bend, I thought. It's just before the old petrol station. I took the turn, expecting to see the rusted-out sign, the crumbling forecourt, the familiar marker that told me I was nearly home. But when I rounded the bend, nothing. No petrol station, no road markings, no change at all. Just more hedgerows, stretching out into the dark. A cold sweat broke out on my neck. I slammed on the brakes, my breath coming in short gasps. My headlights barely cut through the darkness, and for the first time, I had the horrible thought that if I turned them off, there'd be nothing there at all. Just blackness. And then, something moved, not in front of me, in the mirror. A shape, tall and thin, standing right at the edge of my rear-view mirror. Too far back to see clearly, but close enough that I knew it was there. I didn't think. I just floored it. The car lurched forward, tires skidding on the damp road. I didn't care where I was going, I just had to go. My breath was ragged, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel. And then, I was home. Just like that. 1 second, I was tearing down that empty road, and the next, I was pulling into my own street. Houses, street lights, the familiar curve of the road leading to my driveway. I slammed the brakes, my whole body trembling. I checked the clock. It was dear. The exact time I'd left the wedding. I sat there staring at the screen, my breath coming in short, shaky bursts. It didn't make sense. Sure. Here it is again. Hey there. Right, so this has been wrapped up, rattling around in my head for... I checked. I was home. Just like that. 1 second I was tearing down that empty road, and the next I was pulling into my own street. Houses, streetlights, the familiar curve of the road leading to my driveway. I slammed the brakes, my whole body trembling. I checked the clock. It was dear. The exact time I'd left the wedding. I sat there staring at the screen, my breath coming in short, shaky bursts. It didn't make sense. I'd been driving for at least 40 minutes, maybe longer, but according to my phone, no time had passed at all. I barely slept that night. A few days later, I told my granddad, just casually offhand like it was nothing, just me getting lost, making a fool of myself. He went quiet. Then he nodded, slow and thoughtful, and said, "Aye, that happens sometimes." That was it. No disbelief, no questions, just quiet acceptance. Like it was a thing people knew about, like it had happened before. I don't know. I thought about what he said, his brief response. But I'm not sure sometimes. I mean, I think he meant to acknowledge that night, but didn't want me to dwell on it. So that's what I've done. Let it go and hope it never happens again.
Hey, I don't know if this is what you were looking for or not, but here's my weird story. Maybe it'll make more sense to you than it does to me. You know how every town has its legends, right? Ours was the old bridge just outside of town. It wasn't anything special to look at, just a narrow, rusted thing over a dried-up creek, but everyone called it Devil's Bridge. The story went that a long time ago, a man who lived nearby went mad and started hunting people in the woods. He chased them down, dragged them to the bridge, and, well, let's just say the legend claimed the creek ran red. Some said you could still hear his victims screaming if you stood on the bridge at night. Others said he never really left, that his spirit, or something worse, still haunted the place. Every year around Halloween, kids in town would dare each other to go out there after dark. It was kind of a rite of passage, a test of courage or stupidity, depending on how you looked at it. Most people just went to scare themselves, take a few pictures, and then run back home laughing. Nobody ever really believed the stories. At least, that's what we told ourselves. The year I turned 16, my friends and I decided it was our turn. There were 4 of us, me, my best friend, and these 2 guys from school. We weren't exactly the brave type, but we didn't want to look like cowards either. Dion, he was one of my best friends back then, borrowed his dad's old flashlight, and we headed out there just before midnight, the air crisp and heavy with that October chill. The woods leading up to the bridge were eerily quiet. No wind, no crickets, nothing. Just the sound of our footsteps crunching through fallen leaves. Come on, it's just a stupid bridge, I told myself in my head, but we were all nervous and busy listening for something. When we got to the bridge, it looked even creepier than I remembered. The metal railings were bent and rusted, and the wood creaked with every step we took. Tasha joked, "Watch your step, or you'll fall through and become part of the legend," but nobody laughed. We stood in the middle of the bridge for a while, waiting for something to happen. We started telling ghost stories to pass the time, but they felt flat, like we were all trying too hard to distract ourselves. That's when we heard it. A low, guttural growl from underneath the bridge. At first, we thought it was just a raccoon or maybe a stray dog. But then the growl came again, louder this time, and it didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard. It was deep, almost like a roar, but there was something unnatural about it, like it didn't belong in this world. Before any of us could say a word, something reached up and grabbed the edge of the bridge. It was a hand, or maybe a claw, long and thin, with sharp and jagged fingers that scraped against the wood. Then it pulled itself halfway up, and we saw it. The thing was massive, hunched over with long limbs and a face that didn't seem fully formed, like it was stuck halfway between human and animal. Its skin was pale and stretched tight over its bones, and its eyes, I'll never forget those eyes. They glowed faintly in the dark, like embers, and they were locked right on us. Tasha screamed, and that broke whatever whatever spell had been holding us in place. We bolted off the bridge, running as fast as we could back toward the road. I didn't look back, but I could hear something behind us. Heavy footsteps, branches snapping, that growl getting louder. It felt like it was right on our heels, but when we finally reached the edge of the woods, everything went silent. We didn't stop running until we were back at the car. We piled in, locked the doors, and sat there in stunned silence, trying to catch our breath. Finally, someone said, "It was just a costume. Someone's messing with us, right?" None of us answered. Deep down, we all knew that thing wasn't someone in a costume. It was too real, too wrong. The next morning, we heard that some other kids had gone to the bridge after us and claimed they didn't see or hear anything. That only made it worse. Some people in town started saying we made the whole thing up, but others whispered that we'd seen the real Devil's Bridge ghost, the one the old stories warned about. To this day, I don't know what we saw. Maybe it really was some elaborate Halloween prank, or maybe it was the thing that's haunted that bridge for decades. All I know is I felt that we passed the test, if there was one, and thank God for that, because I haven't been back since, and I never will.
I can't believe I'm even talking about this. Never been one for ghost stories, UFOs, or any of that nonsense. But something happened to me a few weeks back, and, well, I guess it's making me question my beliefs. I was out fishing late one night, like I had done 100 times before. There's this lake a few miles from town. Not a big tourist spot or anything, just a quiet place where the locals go to fish, camp, and drink a few beers by the water. I always liked it because, at night, it felt like the whole world shrunk down to just you, the stars, and the sound of water lapping against the shore. Peaceful. That night, I had gone out alone. My usual fishing buddy had bailed last minute, something about his wife wanting him home for dinner, so it was just me, a six-pack, and my old tackle box. I got out there around 10, set up my little folding chair at the edge of the dock, and cast my line. The air was still. Barely any wind. A couple bullfrogs croaked somewhere off in the reeds, and every now and then I'd hear a fish splash in the shallows. Other than that, just silence. The kind of quiet that makes you feel small. After a while, I reeled in and cast again, settling in for what I figured would be a long, uneventful night. That was fine with me. I liked it like that. My mind drifted. I remember leaning back, staring up at the sky. The stars were out in full, clear as could be. Out here, away from the town's lights, you could see everything. Constellations, shooting stars, even satellites crawling slow across the dark. That's when I noticed it. One of the stars moved. At first, I thought I was imagining things, just one of those tricks your eyes play when you stare at something too long. But no, this was real. The light was shifting, drifting just a little, like it was floating down from the sky. I figured it was a plane, but there was no noise. Not even the distant hum of an engine, just this soft white glow, slowly descending until it was low, too low for a plane. And then it stopped. Just hung there, maybe a couple 100 yards above the lake, completely still. No blinking lights like an aircraft should have, no movement, no sound. Just a steady, pulsing glow, faint but noticeable. I sat there, gripping my fishing rod, heart starting to beat a little faster. I don't know why, but something about it put me on edge. Maybe it was the silence. Maybe it was how still the air had gotten. It felt like the whole world had gone on pause. Even the frogs had stopped croaking. I stood up, trying to get a better look, and as soon as I moved, poof. That's the only way I can describe it. 1 second it was there, the next, gone. It didn't drift away. It shot straight off, so fast that if I had blinked, I might have missed it. One instant, that weird pulsing light was hovering over the lake. The next, it was just part of the stars again. I just stood there, feeling my skin prickle, waiting for something, anything, to break the silence. But nothing happened. No wind, no splash, no rustling in the trees. It was like the whole world was holding its breath. I don't remember packing up. I just remember getting in my truck, starting the engine, and driving home way faster than I should have. I didn't tell anyone right away. who would believe me? It's not like I saw little green men or a flying saucer. Just a light. A weird, hovering light that moved like nothing I'd ever seen. But I can't shake the feeling that for those few minutes, something was watching me. I still go out to that lake whenever I can, but I find myself looking up at the sky a lot more when I'm there now than I used to. And since I started looking, paying attention to it, maybe I'll see something else. I'll let you know if I do. Hey, it's me again, the guy who saw those lights over the lake. It's been a while since I told my story, but I've got an update you might want to hear. I wasn't sure I'd call back, but I can't stop thinking about what I saw. It's been a few months since the night I first saw that strange light over the lake. At first, I thought I had seen something special, something otherworldly. But after being back out there a few times with nothing to speak of, I was over it. I'd pushed it out of my mind, convinced myself it was just a freak occurrence, or maybe some kind of sleep-deprived hallucination. But every now and then, I still get uneasy feeling, like something's watching me, especially when I'm near the lake. So when my buddy suggested we go fishing one late night, I didn't exactly jump at the idea, but I agreed. I figured it might help me face whatever it was that still lingered in the back of my mind. It was a dark night when we drove out. The kind of night that feels like the world is holding its breath. The air had that crisp chill to it. It was one of those nights where the sky was completely black, no moon, no stars, just a thick, heavy darkness overhead. I remember even making a comment about it, saying how weird it was that we couldn't see a single star, but we just shrugged it off, agreeing that it was probably cloud cover. It was peaceful, and for a while, I thought I might actually forget about the weirdness of that first encounter. We set up our gear near the dock. My friend was telling some stupid joke about a fishing trip he took last year. But I wasn't really listening. I was too busy staring off, trying to push out any nagging thoughts about that darn light from months ago. I kept telling myself it was nothing. It was probably just an airplane or some kind of weird atmospheric phenomenon. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something else out there. We fished for a couple of hours in silence, save for the occasional splash of a fish or him muttering about how my line was too tangled. But the whole time, something felt off, like I was waiting for something, waiting for it to happen again. Around midnight, I was getting antsy and had to relieve myself. I walked off into the woods to do my business, and on my way back from my trip, I felt an urge to stroll over and look into the water, rather than return to my folding camp chair. My eyes kept drifting to the water, like there was something in it, something I needed to see. So I slowly walked to the edge of the dock and looked down. Now, keep in mind, above us, pitch black. No stars, no plane lights, nothing. But in the water, I saw movement, light. It was faint at first, like a shimmer, but then it got clearer, these shifting, glowing shapes rippling across the surface, like reflections. But reflections of what? I didn't say anything at first. I just watched, trying to make sense of it. Then I saw it. In the reflection on the surface of the water, the stars behind me, the ones we couldn't see in the sky, were in the reflection. Not only did the reflection show stars, but they were moving. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first. I blinked, thinking I was seeing things, but when I looked again, it was clear as day. The stars in the reflection were shifting, like they were alive. And as I stared at it, I realized they were moving purposefully. I turned quickly, but I didn't see anything above me. The sky was still clear, no clouds, no strange lights. My gaze snapped back down to the water, and sure enough, there they were again. Those moving stars, slowly rotating in the reflection. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, the uneasy feeling creeping in. There was something wrong with that reflection, and just as I was about to speak, to ask him if he saw it too, I felt a sudden cold rush of wind. I finally nudged my pal and asked, "Hey, you see that?" He looked down, frowned, and asked me what I was talking about. I pointed out the moving lights. He leaned forward, squinting. I could tell he saw it too. His whole body tensed. "What the heck is that?" We both just sat there, staring. The lights weren't random. They had a pattern to them, like they were, I don't even know how to explain it, communicating. It was almost hypnotic, the way they swirled and pulsed. They almost looked like a school of fish, but instead of fish, they were light. And then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, they stopped. Just vanished. 1 second, they were there. The next, gone. I let out a breath and muttered to myself, that ain't normal. I remember feeling this deep, uncomfortable silence settle over us, like the whole lake was holding its breath. No fish jumping, no rustling in the trees, just dead quiet. Then, out of nowhere, bam! A splash, loud as heck, maybe 20 feet off the dock. Like something huge had just dropped straight into the water from high up. We both jumped up so fast, we nearly knocked over the tackle box. But when we shined our flashlights out over the lake, nothing. No ripples, no waves, no sign that anything had been there at all. We packed up fast, just threw our gear in the truck and got the heck out of there. We barely talked on the drive home. Neither of us wanted to say what we were thinking. Eventually, we took turns suggesting what we might have just encountered. Maybe some kind of exotic aquarium of fish got loose. Bioluminescent algae. Light refraction from a distant city bouncing off something in the atmosphere. I suppose we listed off about anything we could think of. That is, except for the thing that we actually thought it was. Like I said, I don't know what we saw. Maybe it was something in the water. Maybe some weird trick of the light, except there was no light. Nothing in the sky to reflect off the lake. Just those moving shapes and that splash. We never really talked about it much after that night. We still go fishing, but not at that lake. I don't know, man. I still think about it. Sometimes I wonder if we were supposed to see it, whatever it was. And sometimes I wonder if maybe it saw us too. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was the same thing from before, or if it was something new. But I do know this. Now I'm sure that my way of thinking about things has changed for good. That, and I need to find a new fishing spot.
Hey out there. Here's what happened to me. This happened last winter. I was home from school for the holidays, staying with my folks in their little cottage. It's quiet out there, not a lot of neighbors, just fields, woods, and this big hill behind the house that sort of slopes up toward the tree line. I grew up looking at that hill every day, and I never thought twice about it. But one night, I saw something. I was up late, just staring out my bedroom window. Couldn't sleep. The sky was clear, and the snow on the ground made everything glow a little under the moonlight. That's when I noticed it, something moving on the hill. At first, I thought it was just a snowdrift, maybe the wind shaking the trees. But the more I looked, the more I realized this wasn't the wind. It was a shape, big, too big, dark against the snow. And it wasn't just standing there, it was moving. I should say I know what people look like from that distance. I used to watch my dad walk up that hill all the time when I was a kid. But this was different. It was tall, too tall for a person, and the way it moved, that's what got me. It didn't walk like a person, and it sort of drifted like it wasn't really touching the ground. I just stood there, staring. My brain was scrambling for explanations. Maybe it was an animal, a deer, but no deer moves like that. Standing up? Maybe someone was up there messing around? But who the heck would be walking that far out in the middle of the night in the dead of winter? Then as I watched, the thing stopped. It didn't turn, didn't shift. It just stopped, like it knew I was watching, like it could see me. And suddenly I got this feeling, deep in my stomach, in my bones, the kind of feeling that says don't move, don't breathe, don't let it know you're here. I didn't blink. I didn't even swallow. I just stood there, frozen, watching that dark shape on the hill. And then, as quietly as it had appeared, it started moving again. But not up the hill. Down. Toward the house. I don't remember pulling my curtains shut, but I must have, because the next thing I knew, I was sitting on my bed, my heart pounding. I stayed there for what felt like hours, barely breathing, waiting to hear something. Footsteps in the snow, a knock at the window, anything. But there was nothing. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew was sitting on my bed, my heart pounding. I stayed there for what felt like hours, barely breathing, waiting to hear something. Footsteps in the snow, a knock at the window, anything. But there was nothing. Eventually I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. Sunlight pouring in, everything looking normal. I almost convinced myself I imagined the whole thing, but then I went outside. The snow in the yard was fresh, untouched. But when I walked up toward the hill, just a little, not far, I saw them. Marks in the snow. Not footprints exactly, more like deep, dragging impressions, like something heavy had moved through without lifting its legs. The tracks led halfway down the hill, then just stopped. No more prints, no sign of where it went. Just a long, empty stretch of untouched snow. If anyone else has seen this thing, make sure to call in and tell your tale. I'm interested to hear if your experience was like mine. I'll be listening.
Hi there. I've been meaning to call in for a while now. This has been something I think about from time to time, and I always wondered if someone out there knew more about this thing that happened to me. So this happened when I was a kid, probably around 10 or 11. My family rented this little cottage for a vacation, somewhere out in the countryside. Nothing fancy, just a quiet spot surrounded by nature. The kind of place you'd find tucked away, far from the hustle and bustle. Now, I don't know if this will sound strange, but one evening I decided to take a walk. I was a kid and I was a bit bored, so I was just exploring, and I ended up wandering down this little path that led to an old stone circle nearby. I had heard a bit about it from my parents, but I didn't think much of it. It was getting a bit dark, and I remember standing there, feeling a little uneasy, but I brushed it off as just being out in the woods alone. Then I swear I heard something. At first, it was so soft I thought it was the wind, but it sounded like voices, very faint, like whispering. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but they were coming from the stones, or at least it felt like it. It was weird, but I figured it was just my imagination getting the best of me, and I was getting hungry. So I headed back to the cottage. That night, though, something strange happened. I woke up in the middle of the night, and I heard it again, whispering. This time, it was louder, like it was right outside the window. I tried to convince myself that I was somewhere unfamiliar, and it was just the wind or maybe the trees rubbing against the house. But when I looked out, I could have sworn the stones were a lot closer than I remembered, like almost right up against the cottage. I asked my parents about it in the morning, and they just said it was nothing, that I was probably dreaming. But I've never been able to shake that feeling. I don't know what it was, but to this day, I still wonder if there was something about that place, something to do with those stones. I mean, I've heard stories about these old sites being, I don't know, connected to something else, something we don't quite understand. Anyway, that's my story. I haven't really talked about it much, but it's something that stuck with me over the years, and I hope someone can explain what it was.
Hi, I don't usually tell this story to people, but I've been thinking about something that happened years ago, and maybe it fits with the kind of stories you're looking for. It's not something I've talked about much because, honestly, I'm not sure anyone would believe me. But here goes. Growing up, I used to spend my summers in a quiet little village where my grandparents lived. Their home was surrounded by mango orchards stretching out like an endless sea of green. During the day, those orchards were magical, full of bird song and the chatter of squirrels. My cousins and I would climb the trees, eat mangoes until we felt sick, and run around playing games. But at night, everything about the orchard changed. The trees became shadowy and imposing, and the air felt heavier, like it was thick with something unseen. My grandmother always warned me, don't go into the orchard after dark. That's their time. She'd tell us stories, some about wandering spirits, others about shadows that didn't belong. I thought they were just tales to keep kids from getting into trouble or sneaking out in the dark, so we just laughed it off as her way of scaring us into behaving. The first time I experienced something strange, I was about 10 years old. It was late evening, and I was sitting on the front step of the house, enjoying the cool breeze. The sun had set, but the moon was bright enough to cast long shadows from the mango trees. I was watching fireflies darting around when I noticed a shadow move, something darker than the others, and it wasn't swaying like the trees. It moved across the ground, slowly weaving between the tree trunks. At first, I thought it was someone from the village, maybe a farmer checking on the trees. But the longer I watched, the more I realized something was off. The shadow didn't have the shape of a person, not really. It was taller and stretched in a way that didn't make sense. It wasn't attached to any figure, it was just there, gliding silently across the orchard floor. I wanted to tell my grandparents, but when I turned to call for them, the shadow disappeared. I convinced myself I must have imagined it. The following summer, I came back to the village, and by then, I'd forgotten about the shadow. Life felt normal again, hot, lazy days and nights filled with the sound of frogs and crickets. But one evening, just as I was about to go inside after playing outside with the local kids, I saw it again. This time, it wasn't on the ground. It was standing. It was just beyond the first row of mango trees, a tall, dark figure that didn't seem solid, like it was made of smoke or shadow. It wasn't moving this time, just standing there, as if it was watching me. My stomach twisted in fear, but I couldn't look away. I wanted to shout, to run, but my body wouldn't move. And then, just like that, it was gone. The air around me felt colder, and it was like all the sounds of the night, frogs, crickets, everything, had stopped. When I told my grandmother what I saw, she didn't ask for details. She just said, "You see now why I tell you to stay away at night. They don't like to be disturbed." She lit an incense stick and muttered a prayer under her breath. That night, I stayed close to her, refusing to even go near the window. Over the years, the sightings continued. Every summer, without fail, I'd see the shadow at least once. Sometimes it was moving, weaving between the trees like before. Other times, it would just be standing there, almost daring me to step closer. Each time, it would happen just after sunset, when the light began to fade and the orchard fell silent. One year, when I was about 16, I worked up the nerve to test what I'd been told. I wanted to see if there was a logical explanation for what I'd been experiencing. It was my last summer before moving to the city for school, and I suppose I thought of it as a way to say goodbye to my childhood fears. I waited until dusk, and when my grandparents weren't looking, I walked out to the edge of the orchard. The air was already thick with that strange, heavy stillness I'd come to associate with the shadows. The moment I stepped under the first tree, I felt it, this chill that ran through me, despite the humid summer evening. I scanned the rows of trees, my heart pounding in my chest. For a while, I didn't see anything, and I started to think maybe nothing would happen this time. I thought back and began to reinterpret what I had been seeing. Maybe the shadows were just that. Shadows. And nothing more. But then, there it was. The thing, the shadow. It was closer than it had ever been before, standing just a few trees away. This time, it was different. It wasn't motionless. It was swaying, almost like it was breathing, pulsing, and as I watched, it began to move toward me. Not fast, but slow and deliberate, as if it knew I had nowhere to go. I wanted to run, but my legs felt rooted to the ground. My throat was dry, and I couldn't even call out for help. All I could do was stare as the shadow came closer and closer, its form shifting slightly with each step. Just as it reached the tree nearest to me, I felt a sharp tug on my arm. My grandmother had grabbed me, pulling me back toward the house. She didn't say a word until we were safely inside, and then she scolded me like never before. "You were lucky it let you go," she said, her voice trembling. That was the last summer I spent in the village. I moved away for school after that, and my visits became infrequent. But even now, I think about the shadow. I don't know what it was, whether it was a restless spirit, a guardian of the orchard, land, or something else entirely. Perhaps it was just a hungry passerby, tempted to grab a sweet fruit and gorge themselves like I had as a child. I haven't been back to that orchard in many years. And even if I were to visit the village again, I don't think I'd have the courage to step into those trees after dark, if they're even still there. The area has probably been developed and made into houses by now. Who knows?
Hey, I've got a story that still gives me chills. A bunch of us tried something we thought would be fun, but it ended up being way more intense than we ever expected. We had read about the old ritual online, just one of those weird traditions people used to do. You know? Walk up the stairs backward with a mirror and see your true love's face. We were all at that age where boys were starting to dominate our conversations, and the idea of getting a glimpse of our future husbands was too tempting to ignore. We thought it was harmless, just a fun little game, and my friend's old house was the perfect place to try it. The house had been in her family for generations, a big, creaky thing with old wooden floors and a staircase that groaned under even the lightest steps. It wasn't a haunted house or anything, but it felt like the kind of place where a ghost story might actually come true. The hallway lights flickered sometimes, the pipes made unsettling noises, and the attic door never quite stayed shut. We joked about it, but deep down, I think we all got a little thrill out of being there at night. That night, we had a sleepover, and we were all huddled around the phone, rereading the instructions. The original ritual used a candle, but we weren't about to risk setting the house on fire. Instead, we grabbed an old flashlight from the kitchen drawer, the kind you get from a gas station for $5, with batteries that barely worked, and a light that flickered if you moved it too much. My friend decided to go first, standing up and grabbing the flashlight and her mom's old handheld mirror. She was the bravest of us, or at least she pretended to be. We followed her to the base of the stairs. The house was silent except for the occasional creak of settling wood. She took a deep breath, turned on the flashlight, and positioned the mirror so she could see her reflection. Then, carefully, she started to walk backward up the stairs. About halfway up, her heel caught on one of the steps, and she stumbled. The flashlight wobbled in her grip, the light flickering wildly across the walls. We all gasped, but she caught herself before she fell. "Okay, maybe this is actually dangerous," she laughed, shaking her head as she reached the top. She lifted the mirror, looked into it, and let out an exaggerated gasp. "Oh my gosh, it's me!" We all groaned and laughed, calling her a drama queen as she jogged back down, wondering who would try next. The other girls both chickened out, so that left me. I hesitated, but I wasn't about to be the only one who refused. After all, I had a reputation to maintain. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed the flashlight and mirror and stepped onto the first stair. The wood creaked beneath me as I slowly made my way up, the mirror tilted just enough so I could see my reflection. The flashlight flickered in my hand, casting long, shifting shadows on the walls. With each step, the air seemed to get heavier, the silence thicker. By the time I reached the top, my heart was pounding, though I wasn't sure why. I lifted the mirror and looked into it. At first, I only saw myself, my wide, nervous eyes, the dim glow of the flashlight in my hand. But then, something changed. A shape, a figure, a face. Not mine. A man. older than me, maybe in his 30s, with dark, deep-set eyes and an expression that sent a chill through me. His lips were moving, but no sound came out. I stared, frozen, trying to understand what I was seeing. Then the flashlight flickered violently, plunging everything into near darkness for a split second. Panic surged through me. I turned around so fast I nearly lost my balance, expecting, needing to see someone behind me. But there was no one there. The hallway was empty. My breath came in short gasps. I turned back to the mirror, my hands shaking. The face was gone. The girls noticed I looked weird and quickly questioned me about what I had seen. I remember I forced a laugh, though it came out weak, telling them that I was fine and that I thought I saw something. Of course, this immediately piqued all their interest. You can probably imagine what a group of young girls were thinking. So then the question started. What did you see? Was it your future husband? Was he cute? Was he from our class? It was a full-on interrogation, and I was in the hot seat. But I hesitated. I didn't want them to think I was crazy. I just told them that I had probably just seen a shadow. Someone I didn't know, probably nothing. The moment passed and the night went on. We watched movies, ate junk food, and laughed until we were too tired to keep our eyes open. But I couldn't stop thinking about that face. About the way his lips moved, like he had been trying to tell me something. I woke up late at night when I noticed the faint glow of moving lights flicking on the TV screen. We had fallen asleep with it on. Everyone else was sleeping soundly in their sleeping bags. I reached for my phone. 2:30 a.m. I was about to roll over and go back to sleep when I looked over on the table, lit by the gentle glow of the television. I saw that along with the scattered candy wrappers and old popcorn bags was the flashlight. I stood up and found the mirror again. My fingers hovered over the glass, and before I could stop myself, I lifted it, staring at my reflection. I saw nothing. Just me. But the unease lingered. I could almost hear a whisper in the back of my mind, like a voice just out of reach. It was that face in the back of my mind. I couldn't shake what I had seen. The face in the mirror. The way his lips had moved, whispering something I couldn't hear. It felt unfinished, like I had missed something important. Almost on autopilot, I started walking. Before I knew it, I was back on the staircase, holding the cheap plastic flashlight, the mirror cold in my hands. The air was thick, heavy, like it was pressing down on me. I positioned myself at the bottom step, held up the mirror, and started walking backward, slowly, carefully. The wooden steps creaked beneath me, but I kept my focus on the glass, breath held. And then, there he was, the same man staring back at me, but this time I could hear him. A whisper, faint but urgent. Don't go to the mall. I stopped cold at the top of the stairs. What? I whispered back like an idiot expecting an answer, but the mirror only showed my own pale face now, wide-eyed and trembling. I barely slept after that. I wanted to tell the others, but what was I supposed to say? Hey guys, a ghost in the mirror told me not to go to the mall. They'd just laugh, tell me I was dreaming. The next morning, while we lounged around in our pajamas, my friend threw out an idea. Let's go to the mall today. We can hit the food court, maybe check out some sales. My stomach dropped. I don't know, I said, trying to sound casual. Why don't we just stay in? We could have a movie marathon, eat leftover snacks, just chill. The others groaned. But the mall... I just think it'd be fun to hang out here instead, I insisted. Maybe a little too quickly. In the end, they gave in. We stayed in, made more popcorn, did each other's makeup, watched a bunch of cheesy horror movies. And as the afternoon passed, I felt a sense of relief settle over me. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe nothing would have happened if we had gone. But then, later that evening, someone's phone buzzed with a news alert. Major car accident near the mall. A multi-car pileup on the main road leading to the shopping center. Multiple injuries. A few fatalities. It had happened around the time we would have been driving there. My hands felt cold as I read the article. The roads had been slick. Someone had run a red light at high speed, setting off a chain reaction of crashes. I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. Because as much as I wanted to believe I had imagined the whole thing, I knew deep down, if I hadn't listened to that whisper in the mirror, we might not have been sitting there at all. But what did I see in the mirror? Or who did I see? I mean, the mirror was cheap, and the light was even worse. Did my mind make a face out of the shadows reflected in the mirror, or was that my future husband reaching through time to save me? I don't know. But for now, I keep looking for him, the man in the mirror. I don't know who he is or why he warned me. But one day, if I see him again, I think I'll be ready to listen.
Hey, I don't know if you guys take stories like this, but I just wanted to share something weird that happened to me a while back. I don't talk about it much, but I figured this might be the kind of thing you guys want to hear. So, my abuela always told us never to whistle at night. She was real serious about it, too. Said it invites things you don't want near you. She wouldn't even let us if the sun had gone down. She'd just give us this look and shake her head. I always thought it was one of those old Mexican superstitions, like don't sweep at night or don't sleep with a mirror facing your bed. You grow up hearing all these warnings, but after a while, they just become background noise. I didn't really believe in that stuff. Not until that night. It was late summer, middle of the night, and I couldn't sleep. It was one of those nights where the air was thick, sticky, and even with the window open, it felt like the heat was pressing down on me. My mom and sister were already asleep, and the whole house was quiet. So we got up and stepped outside to sit in the backyard for a bit, just to cool off. Now, our backyard isn't much, just a little patch of dirt, some old plastic chairs, and a cinder block wall separating us from the alley. We've got some plants back there, too, but nothing fancy. He sat down, leaned back, and just stared up at the sky for a while. It was one of those nights where the stars felt too bright, like the sky was too clear. Everything was so still, it was almost unnatural. No wind, no cars passing, not even dogs barking in the distance. Just quiet. I don't even know why he did it, but without thinking, he started whistling a little tune. Just something random, soft. It wasn't even a full song, just a few notes strung together. And almost immediately, he heard it. Someone whistling back. It was faint, but close, maybe from the alley behind our house. It was the same tune, but wrong. Offbeat, a little slower, like someone trying to copy me but not getting it quite right. He froze. For a second, he thought maybe it was just an echo. You know, how sometimes sound bounces off walls in weird ways. But he did it again, just a few notes. And again, the whistle came back, mimicking me, just a little delayed. But this time, it was closer. He sat up straight, my whole body tense. My mouth went dry, and I felt this weird, prickling sensation crawl up my back. It was like the air itself had changed, gone heavier, thicker. I didn't like it. Still, I tried to be rational. Maybe it was a neighbor messing with me. Maybe a stray dog or a coyote making some weird noise. Sometimes they do that, you know. I wanted it to be something normal. So I cleared my throat and called out, asking if anyone was there, Ken and I. Silence. I held my breath, listening. And then, right behind me, so close I swear I felt the breath on my neck, came the whistle again. I jumped up so fast I nearly knocked over one of the plastic chairs. My heart was hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears. I spun around, expecting to see someone standing right there. But there was nothing. The yard was empty. The gate was closed. The plants weren't even moving. I stood there for a second, my pulse pounding, trying to make sense of it. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe I was half asleep. But then, I heard the sound of slow footsteps in the alley. Not fast, not running, just walking. Steady, heavy, like whoever it was knew I was listening. I didn't wait to find out. I bolted inside, locked the door behind me, and turned on every light in the house. I didn't sleep much that night. Every little sound made me jump. Every crack, every shift of the house settling, made my stomach twist. I didn't hear the whistling again, but it felt like something was still out there, waiting. The next morning, I told my mom what happened. I expected her to brush it off, maybe laugh and tell me I was dreaming. But she didn't. She just looked at me for a long moment, her face unreadable. Then she grabbed some sake from the kitchen, walked out to the backyard, and started muttering prayers under her breath while she burned it. I asked her why she was doing that, what she thought I heard. She just shook her head. Te dije que no chiflaras de noche, she said. No lo hagas otra vez. Which was her scolding me for doing it and telling me not to do it again. She never explained, never told me what she thought it was, or why she was so sure he shouldn't do it again. But he could see it in her face. She was scared. I don't know what he heard that night. I tell myself it was just a weird hecho, or maybe a neighbor messing around. But deep down, I don't believe that. Deep down, I know that whatever it wasn't human. And whatever it was, it wanted me to whistle again. I haven't whistled after dark since.
Hey there. I'm not sure if this even qualifies as a ghost story, but I've been around long enough to know that sometimes it's the little things, the quiet ones, that turn out to be the most paranormal. So, I figured I'd leave this message, get it off my chest. Maybe someone else out there's had something like this happen. This was a few years ago, right after I moved. I'd just gotten out of the city, needed some space, somewhere quieter, slower, a new start for me. Found this little place on the edge of a town that doesn't even show up on some maps. Old town, real quiet area. One long road in, surrounded by pine woods and foggy hills. The kind of place where you can breathe again. Anyway, I was still settling in, filling up empty corners, fixing up the porch, just trying to make the place feel like mine. That's when I saw the yard sale. There was this sign, a hand-painted thing with uneven letters, stuck to a wooden stake on the side of the road. Said estate sale, today only, with an arrow pointing down a gravel drive. I figured I'd swing by. I wasn't expecting much, maybe a used table or some old lamps. But when I pulled up, I saw it was an elderly woman's home. Everything felt still, like the air had weight to it. There were a few folding tables set out, some old tools, boxes of books, dishware wrapped in yellowing newspaper. That kind of thing. There wasn't anyone else there except the lady running it. Frail thing, skin like parchment, eyes like they knew too much. She didn't say much, just nodded at me when I parked and went back to sorting through a box of old records. I didn't need much, but just as I was about to leave, I noticed something hanging from the tree near the front step. A set of wind chimes. They were strange. Not your typical ones. These were made from old cutlery, forks, spoons, and rusted bits of metal, all wired together and hung from a ring of dark wood. But they didn't clang or tinkle like normal ones. The sound was softer, almost like whispering. I don't know how else to describe it. It was the sound that made me buy them. I don't know why. I didn't need wind chimes, but something about the sound, it made my skin prickle, but not in a bad way, like it was familiar almost, comforting and eerie at the same time. The old woman didn't say a word when I brought them over to pay. She just stared at them in my hands, then finally muttered, "You don't hang them inside." That's all she said. Not thank you, not have a good day. Just that. You don't hang them inside. I laughed it off, took them home, and hung them out on the back porch, right near my bedroom window. And for a while, they were just wind chimes. But then, about a week in, I started waking up at odd hours, always around 3 or 4 in the morning, and always to the sound of the chimes. Not ringing, exactly, more like murmuring, like they were catching wind that wasn't there. Now, I live in a pretty sheltered spot, barely any breeze at night. But these things, they'd start swaying gently in the dead calm, making that whispery noise, like someone mumbling just out of earshot. At first, I thought maybe I'd just gotten spooked by what the old woman said. I told myself it was my imagination, nerves from the move, whatever. But it didn't stop. A couple nights later, I had a dream, or at least I thought it was a dream. I was in my room, just lying there, and I heard the chimes start up again. That same soft whisper. But this time I understood the words. Not full sentences, just bits and pieces. Things like, still here and don't go, and why did you take it? I jolted awake, heart pounding, and looked out the window. The chimes were swaying slowly, even though the trees weren't moving. No wind, nothing. I went out there with a flashlight, thought maybe a raccoon or a bat had nudged them. But there was nothing, just the sound, whispering in the dark and a strange chill in the air. After that, it got weirder. One morning I found the chimes had been turned around, facing the window. The whole ring had rotated. I hadn't touched it. Nobody else was around, but it was pointing at my room like it wanted my attention. Another night, I heard what sounded like footsteps on the porch. Not heavy, light, like someone barefoot. I got up and turned on the outside light. Nothing. Eventually, I took the chimes down and stuffed them in the shed. Didn't feel right throwing them away, but I didn't want them near the house anymore either. That night, silence. No footsteps, no whispers, no dreams. And then 3 days later, the chimes were back, hanging on the hook, just there, like I'd never taken them down. I checked the shed. It was locked from the outside, padlock still latched. No sign anyone had been in there. I took the chimes down again, but this time I drove them to the landfill. Threw them in the scrap metal bin myself. I haven't seen them since. I don't know what that old woman meant. I don't know what those things were. But ever since then, I don't buy things secondhand anymore, not without asking where they came from. And I never, ever hang anything by my bedroom window. Hey, I don't usually talk about this, but I wanted to share this story because it's been bugging me for years. So, here it goes. Back in college, I was living in a dorm, just me and my assigned roommate, Sarah. It was one of those older buildings with creaky floors and drafty windows. You know the type. Anyway, not long after moving in, I started hearing this soft whistling at night. It wasn't loud, just this faint, eerie melody that would float through the room as I was falling asleep. At first, I figured it was Sarah. She liked to hum or sing sometimes when she had her headphones in, so it wasn't a big deal. But one night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of that same whistling. I rolled over to tell Sarah to knock it off, but when I looked over, she was dead asleep. Like full-on drooling, snoring, the works. The whistling, though, it didn't stop. It was coming from somewhere in the room. I tried to brush it off as my imagination, but it kept happening. Night after night. I'd hear it when the room was completely quiet. Sometimes it was soft and soothing, almost like a lullaby. Other times it felt off, like the tune was just slightly wrong, you know? I told Sarah about it, but she laughed it off, saying I was hearing the wind or something. One night in early fall, I turned off all the lights and just sat there in bed trying to sleep. Around 2 or 3 a.m., the whistling started. My heart was pounding, but I stayed still, trying to pinpoint where it was coming from. That's when I noticed something. The room was colder. Way colder. Like someone had opened a window, but they hadn't. And then, I swear, I saw something. Just this faint shadow in the corner of the room, near Sarah's desk. It was barely there, like a smudge in the air. But it moved. It shifted just enough to make me doubt myself. The whistling grew louder for a second, and then, just like that, it stopped. The shadow was gone, and the room warmed up again. The next morning, I told Sarah everything. She thought I was messing with her, but I was serious. We ended up asking around about the dorm, talking to the RA, and she said the building used to be part of a hospital during the 1940s. The room we were in? It was apparently where they kept patients who were too far gone. People said you could sometimes hear the nurses humming or whistling to soothe the dying patients. I didn't last much longer in that dorm. I switched rooms the next semester. Sarah stayed, though. But I guess she never heard the whistling? I don't know if it was a sound echoing through time, or if my assigned roommate was some kind of secret ventriloquist in a hurry to get me to move out. Either way, I didn't want to stay in that room any longer than I had to. And I didn't.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I don't usually talk about this kind of thing, but it's been on my mind for a while now, and honestly, I just want to put it out there and see if anyone else has experienced something like it. So, this happened a couple years back, maybe late summer, early fall. My wife and I live in a pretty quiet area, not totally out in the country, but close enough that we've got some space. We've got a couple acres, a nice little backyard that opens up to a field, and beyond that, just woods. It's the kind of place where you see deer in the morning and hear coyotes at night. You know? Real peaceful. Anyway, one night, I was out back letting the dog do his thing before bed. It was late, maybe close to midnight, and the sky was clear. One of those nights where you can see every star. I was just standing there, waiting for the dog, when I noticed this light off in the field. At first, I thought maybe it was someone with a flashlight, like a neighbor cutting through, or maybe a hunter out too late. But the way it moved, that's what got me. It wasn't bobbing or shaking like someone walking with a flashlight. It was steady, smooth, almost like it was floating. I remember standing there, trying to make sense of it. It was about the size of a basketball, maybe a little bigger, and it had this soft bluish-white glow. Not blinding, but bright enough to stand out. It kind of hovered just above the ground at first, then it started shifting, slowly at first, then faster, moving side to side, like it was scanning or looking for something. My first thought was maybe it was a drone, but I didn't hear anything. No buzzing, no hum, nothing. Just the crickets and the wind. I called out, just in case it was someone messing around, maybe a kid playing with one of those fancy drones. Hey, you need help? Nothing. No response. The light just kept moving, kind of weaving through the field, but never coming any closer. And then, just like that, boom, it shot straight up into the sky. I mean, straight up, no arc, no curve, just a direct line up. And in less than a second, it was gone. Now I know how this sounds. I know what people are going to think. And trust me, I stood there for a good few minutes trying to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe it was some weird reflection? Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me? But the dog saw it too. I know because the second that thing took off, he bolted back to the house, tail between his legs. And for weeks after that, he refused to go out in the yard at night. Wouldn't step off the porch. He'd just sit there, staring out at the field, ears up like he was waiting for something to come back. My wife thinks I just saw a shooting star, or maybe a plane catching the light at a weird angle. And look, I'd love to believe that. But I know what I saw, and I know that whatever it wasn't something normal. I've lived in this house for years. I know what planes look like. I know what satellites look like. This wasn't either of those. Since then, I haven't seen anything like it again, but I'll tell you this. I don't stand out there at night for too long anymore. And my dog? He still won't go near that field. So, yeah, that's my story. I don't know if it was some kind of drone, some natural phenomenon, or, well, something else. But I know what I saw, and I just wanted to put it out there. Maybe someone else has seen the same thing. Maybe I'm not the only one. Hey, it's me again. Yeah, the guy with the weird floating light in the field. I told myself I wasn't going to call back, that I was done thinking about it, but something else happened. Something I can't ignore. I haven't seen the light again. Not exactly, but I've been hearing a sound. A low hum, real faint, just at the edge of my hearing. You know when a TV is on mute, but you can still kind of hear that high-pitched frequency? It's like that, except lower, almost like an engine idling way off in the distance. At first, I thought it was just my ears playing tricks on me. Heck, I even looked up symptoms, but the thing is, it only happens outside, always around the same time of night, right around 11 p.m. It started maybe a week ago. I was letting the dog out before bed, as usual, only earlier now than I used to. I was standing on the back porch when I noticed it. This low vibration, more felt than heard, like the kind of thing that makes your chest feel a little tight. I thought maybe it was coming from the highway a couple miles off, or maybe some kind of farm equipment running late. But when I walked back inside, it stopped. Dead silence. That's when I started paying more attention. The next night, same thing. I stepped outside. There it was, that hum, like it was seeping into the air itself. A real low, almost electrical vibration, just on the edge of hearing. At first, I thought maybe I was imagining it, or maybe it was just background noise, wind turbines in the distance, or maybe the highway a few miles off. But no, it only happens outside, always at the same time of night. I walked a little toward the field, just far enough to see over the tall grass, and it seemed to get stronger. My dog was with me. Now, you might remember, he never liked that field. The night I saw the light, he wouldn't even step off the porch. But now, he just sat there, staring, his ears twitching like he could hear something I couldn't. That was the first time I really got spooked. Because, see, Dogs don't lie. You know what I mean? They don't imagine things. If they hear or see something, it's real. By the fourth night, the hum had gotten louder. Not a lot, but just enough that it wasn't a question of whether or not I was imagining it. And then, something changed. A heavy fog had rolled in. Not unusual for this time of year, but this one was thick. Real thick. The kind that clings low to the ground, making everything look strange and stretched out, like you're wrapped up in it. I walked out like I had been, just to see if the sound was there. It was. Stronger than before. I stepped off the porch, took a few steps toward the field, and that's when I saw it. Not the same floating light from before. This was different. A beam, a dim, white-blue streak cutting through the mist, low to the ground, but it rotated, like a lighthouse beam turning where no lighthouse should be. A few feet off the ground at most. It moved slowly, sweeping across the field, disappearing into the fog before coming back around again. I wouldn't have even noticed it if not for the mist, like it was only visible when the air was just right, like a laser cutting through dust. And that hum? It wasn't just steady anymore. It was pulsing. Each time the beam passed, the sound would swell, low, deep, almost mechanical, and then fade as the light moved away. Over and over, in perfect rhythm. I just stood there, watching. I don't know how long I was out there. Maybe a minute, maybe longer. But the second I really focused on it, the second I thought, what the heck is this? It stopped. The beam didn't flicker out, it didn't fade. It was just gone. 1 second it was there, turning through the mist, and the next, the fog was just fog again. The hum cut out too, leaving only dead silence. No wind, no crickets, nothing. I don't know what I saw. I don't know if it's the same thing from before or something new entirely. But I know this. Something is still out there. I just don't know what it is. That was the last time I saw anything or heard the hum. Thankfully, it's been peaceful since. The deer are out in the fields in the morning, and the crickets chirp at night. Real calm. But I still wonder what that thing was, and if it'll be back.
Growing up, we spent a lot of time at my grandma's house. It was this old place, tucked way back off a dirt road, surrounded by oak trees with moss hanging down like curtains. It was the kind of house that had stories. Some she told us, and some we just felt in the walls. It wasn't falling apart or anything, but it had that creaky, lived-in feeling, you know? And then there was the attic. The attic was off limits. At least, that's what Grandma said. Ain't nothing good up there. She'd tell us, her voice firm like she meant it. Of course, that just made us more curious. My cousins and I would sneak peeks at the narrow staircase tucked behind the kitchen door, the one that led up to it. It was steep, the kind of stairs where you could imagine something waiting for you at the top. But Grandma's word was law, so we never pushed it until that summer. We were staying there for a couple of weeks while my parents worked, and it was hot. The kind of southern summer heat that sticks to you makes you slow. At night, though, the air would cool, and the house would settle, creaking and groaning in a way that sometimes made me feel like it was alive. That's when I started hearing the tapping. The first night, I thought it was just the house, or maybe a bird on the roof, a crow cleaning his beak, or even an owl. It was this soft, rhythmic sound, like someone gently knocking on a wall. It wasn't loud enough to wake anyone else, but I heard it clear as day. I pulled the covers up and told myself it was nothing, but it kept going. Tap, tap, tap. Then it would stop, just long enough for me to start thinking I imagined it before starting up again. Eventually, I fell asleep, but the next morning I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I didn't say anything at first. I figured maybe it was just me. But a couple of nights later, it started up again. Same sound, same soft, deliberate rhythm. This time, I mentioned it at breakfast. Grandma, you ever hear tapping in the walls at night? She paused just for a second before waving me off. Old houses make noise, baby. Don't pay it no mind. But the way she said it didn't convince me. It felt like she knew something she wasn't saying. That day, my cousins and I were playing outside when Marcus brought up the attic. You know Grandma's hiding something up there, he said, his voice low like he was sharing a secret. What if it's treasure? That got everyone's attention. We started coming up with wild theories: hidden money, old love letters, maybe even something spooky. By the end of the afternoon, we'd worked ourselves up enough to decide we had to check it out. That night, after Grandma went to bed, we crept down the hall to the attic stairs. Marcus led the way, flashlight in hand, and I followed close behind. The air got heavier as we climbed, like it was thicker somehow, harder to breathe. At the top, the door to the attic was closed, and when Marcus turned the handle, it creaked loud enough to make all of us freeze. I half expected Grandma to come storming up after us, but she didn't. The attic was darker than I thought it would be, even with the flashlight. The beam cut through the shadows, landing on old trunks, dusty furniture, and a few boxes piled in the corner. It didn't seem like much at first, just old stuff nobody cared about anymore. But then the tapping started. It was louder up there, sharper, like it was coming from inside the walls. We all froze, staring at each other, too scared to move. The tapping didn't stop this time. It just kept going, like it was circling us. Marcus whispered, "It's just a mouse or something," but his voice shook. I wanted to believe him, but deep down, I knew this wasn't a mouse. Then the air changed. It felt colder, and there was this smell, like old wood and something faintly sweet, but not in a good way. I can't explain it, but I felt like we weren't supposed to be there, like the attic itself didn't want us there. The tapping got louder, and I swear it started to sound like a pattern, like someone was knocking in a rhythm I couldn't quite understand. That's when we heard it. A whisper. It was faint, but we all heard it, like someone was speaking just out of earshot. Marcus dropped the flashlight, and it rolled across the floor, leaving us in almost total darkness. "We need to go," I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. Nobody argued. We bolted down the stairs so fast we nearly tripped over each other, slamming the door behind us. We never went back up there. I tried asking Grandma about it again, but she just looked at me, her face serious, and said, "Some things are better left alone." I didn't push it after that. Whatever was in that attic, it wasn't for us to mess with. Even now, years later, I still think about that night. I don't know what we heard, and I don't know if I want to know. I never had a chance to visit that house again. But every now and then, when I'm in a quiet room and I hear a faint tapping sound, I get this chill. It's probably just a mouse or maybe a bird on the roof, but after what we experienced in the attic, I can't shake the thought that it's like a reminder that some places, some things don't let go of you so easily.
One summer, I went to stay with my Aunt Denise for a couple of weeks while my parents dealt with their crumbling marriage. I wasn't an easy kid to love then. My parents' relationship problems had placed a strain on me, and while it wasn't an excuse, it had made me a bit of a troubled child. I got into trouble sometimes. Well, I got into trouble a lot. I didn't respect what people told me, even if it was for my own good. I didn't care. I did what I wanted to. Eventually, people had had enough of my antics, and I found myself shipped off to the country. And Aunt Denise lived in the country, way out in the country, surrounded by woods that seemed to stretch on forever. I knew she liked me enough, but I wasn't thrilled about being so far from civilization. No Wi-Fi, no friends, and nothing but trees and dirt roads as far as the eye could see. She warned me the first day, "Don't go too far into the woods, baby. Those trees have a way of turning you around, and it's easy to get lost." She said it like it was just a practical bit of advice, but the way she kept glancing out the window made me think there was more to it. I didn't ask questions, though. I figured it was just more chatter I could ignore. For the first week, I was still mad about losing access to the life I had left behind. Even if it was crummy, it was all I knew. I was bored. To entertain myself, I snuck out of the house and wandered around a bit. Being unfamiliar with the area and the countryside in general, I still stuck to the little paths around the house, staying close enough to hear her call me for dinner. Even if I got turned around a bit, her voice was my lifeline back. But one afternoon, curiosity got the better of me. I decided to explore a bit deeper. The air was heavy that day, humid and sticky, and a thick fog had rolled in, making the woods look like something out of a fairy tale. It even had a smell to it, and it felt quiet, too quiet. No birds, no rustling leaves, just my footsteps crunching on the dirt trail. After about 20 minutes of walking, I realized the fog had gotten even thicker. I could barely see 10 feet ahead of me. That's when I heard it, a faint noise, barely audible. I stopped and listened, but it went silent. I figured it was just some animal and kept walking. But then it came again, this time louder and closer, a raspy cough like someone clearing their throat to speak. "Hello?" I called out, feeling a little silly. My voice sounded muffled, swallowed up by the mist. That's when I saw it, a shadowy figure standing just off the trail. A person, but something about it felt off. It was tall and thin, its arms too long for its body, and its head tilted slightly like it was studying me. "Aunt Denise?" I called out, half hoping it was just her somehow. But the figure didn't respond. It just stood there, motionless. I took a step back, and as I did, the figure took a step forward. Its movements were jerky, like it wasn't used to walking. I kept looking through the swirling fog, trying to make out what I was looking at. That's when I noticed something that sent a chill down my spine. Its face, or what should have been its face, was blank. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just smooth, pale skin. Panic set in, and I turned to run back the way I came. But the fog was so thick now, I couldn't tell which direction was which. Every tree looked the same, and the trail I'd been following was gone. The coughing noise started again, louder and faster, echoing all around me. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw her, Aunt Denise, standing just a few feet away, looking calm and completely out of place in the foggy woods. Relief washed over me. "Aunt Denise, thank God I'm lost!" I ran toward her, but as I got closer, something wasn't right. Her posture was stiff, her head tilted at the same unnatural angle as the figure I'd seen before, and when she spoke, her voice sounded wrong, like it was trying to mimic her but couldn't quite get it right. "You shouldn't be here," she said, her gnarled lips barely moving. That's when I saw her, but it wasn't her. Her face was stretched, her mouth elongated and twisted in a way that curled unnaturally. My stomach dropped. This wasn't my aunt. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root and landing hard on the ground. The thing took a step toward me, its mouth and lips twisting, as if it was trying to form words but couldn't decide which ones. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it stopped. It tilted its head again, almost like it was listening to something, and then melted back into the mist. I didn't wait to see if it would come back. I scrambled to my feet and ran, ignoring the branches that tore at my arms and face. I don't know how, but somehow I found my way back to the house. Aunt Denise was sitting on the porch when I got there, sipping sweet tea like nothing had happened. "You okay, baby?" she asked, her face full of concern. I wanted to tell her everything, but the words wouldn't come out. Instead, I just nodded and went inside. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that curled face. The next morning, Aunt Denise sat me down at the kitchen table. "You went into the deep woods, didn't you?" she said, her voice soft but firm. I nodded. She sighed. "There's things out there that don't belong. That's why I told you to stay close." I never went back into those woods, and to this day I don't know what I saw out there. Was my aunt in a costume trying to teach me a lesson? Was it some kind of creature? A spirit? I don't even want to guess. I didn't stay with her for long, but sometimes, at night, I still dream about that forest, smell that thick fog, and hear that horrible, raspy cough ring out, echoing against the trees.
I've never told anyone this before, but I knew this show might be the right place to share it. Something happened to me, and I've never really known what to make of it. This happened a few years ago when I went camping with some friends. It was supposed to be a weekend of hiking, campfires, and just disconnecting, you know? We picked this spot way out in the middle of nowhere, no cell service, no people for miles. It was perfect, or so we thought. The first night was normal. We set up camp, made dinner, told a bunch of dumb stories around the fire, you know, the usual stuff. But when we went to bed, I started noticing something strange. Around midnight, I woke up because the woods were too quiet. You ever hear that saying about how when it gets too quiet, it means a predator's nearby? It was like that. No crickets, no rustling leaves, no wind, just this dead silence. That's when I saw it, a faint light glowing through the trees. At first, I thought maybe it was another group of campers or a ranger making their rounds, but it wasn't moving like a flashlight. It was more like a soft pulse, bright, then dim, bright, then dim. It was almost hypnotic, like it was drawing me toward it. I wanted to wake up my friends, but part of me felt stupid, like it's probably nothing. So I just watched it from inside my tent until I fell back asleep. The next morning, I mentioned it casually, like, hey, did anyone else see a light last night? But everyone shook their heads and laughed it off. The second day, we finished the night off with a round of drinks and then figured we'd turn in. And later that night is when it happened again. Since I had been drinking, I woke up and had to pee, and around the same time as the night before, I saw the same pulsing light. But this time, it was closer. I could see it moving through the trees, like it was weaving its way toward our camp. I told myself it had to be some kind of optical illusion, maybe moonlight reflecting off something. I didn't even unzip my tent to look. But the third night, that's when things got weird. I woke up around 1:30 or 2 a.m., feeling groggy, and the light was back. But this time, it wasn't off in the distance. It was right there, in the clearing, maybe 50 or 100 feet from our tents. It wasn't like any light I'd ever seen. It didn't cast shadows, and it didn't really illuminate anything around it. It was just there, floating, pulsing. I couldn't take it anymore. I unzipped my tent just a little to get a better look. That's when I realized the light wasn't random. It was moving in a circle, almost like it was searching for something. And then it stopped, dead still. And I swear it felt like it was looking at me. I froze. I didn't breathe, didn't blink. I just stared at this thing, and it stared back, if you can even call it that. And then, just as quickly as it had come, it vanished. No fading out, no floating away, just gone. The next morning, I told my friends I wasn't feeling well and wanted to pack up and leave. They thought I was being dramatic, but I didn't care. I couldn't spend another night out there. A few months later, I did some digging into the area. Turns out, there were stories, old ones, about strange lights in those woods. People called them corpse lights or spirit lanterns. Supposedly, they show up where someone died or where something terrible happened. I don't know if I believe in all that. I don't know if my so-called friends back then were pranking me, but what I do know for sure is that I haven't been camping since.
Hi there, this is something I've never been able to explain, and I thought maybe it's time to finally share it. My friend and I used to explore this old abbey complex just on the outskirts of town. It was mostly ruins, fallen stone, and overgrown ivy, but for some reason it was our favourite spot. It had this hauntingly peaceful atmosphere, a place frozen in time. The kind of place where you'd expect to hear a creepy whisper or feel a chill, but at the same time, you felt at ease. Anyway, this particular afternoon was a bit different. The clouds were thick overhead, casting the whole area in a dim, almost eerie light. We'd been there for a while already, just hanging out in what used to be the main hall. All around us were remnants of old stone arches and crumbled columns, but it still had a kind of majesty to it, even in its ruin. I remember sitting near the back wall, next to this giant fallen pillar, when I noticed something strange. The shadows on the walls weren't right. You know how shadows are supposed to stay still? They didn't. There were no trees or branches nearby to cast them, so I couldn't figure out where they were coming from. But these shadows, they moved. It started slow, almost imperceptible, but then it became clearer. There were figures walking along the walls, but they didn't look like the usual shifting shadows you'd expect with the light changing. These were like people, full shapes though faint, slowly walking past the columns as though the abbey was still whole, as though it was still being used. They didn't look like ghosts, not exactly. They were more like shadows of people or echoes of something from the past. I was frozen at first, thinking I was imagining it,
I glanced at my friend and I saw that she'd noticed too. She didn't say anything at first, just stared, her eyes wide. I felt my stomach drop. I knew she saw it too, and I wasn't just going crazy. The figures seemed to move along the walls, almost walking in some sort of procession, like they were doing something, walking through the hall as though they belonged there, as if the place hadn't fallen to ruin at all. The odd thing was, it didn't feel scary, just strange. It was like we were witnessing something we shouldn't be seeing, some forgotten moment in time. The figures' shadows didn't acknowledge us. They just moved, walked past the same old arches, disappeared into the air as if they were part of the building itself, of something much older. Minutes felt like hours. We didn't move, we didn't speak. We just watched, hypnotized by these shadowy figures until they finally started to fade, their edges becoming less defined, until there was nothing left but the usual crumbling walls of the abbey. We didn't speak about it immediately. Honestly, neither of us knew what to say. We both felt like we had just stepped into something, some kind of time slip or a moment from the past. Maybe it was a memory of the abbey's former glory before it had fallen apart. Or maybe we were seeing the remnants of something that once happened there, something lost to time. It was years later that we finally talked about it after a pint, and even then, it didn't seem real. We laughed it off as some trick of the light, or maybe we both had the same hallucination. But the more we thought about it, the more we couldn't shake the feeling that we'd seen something genuine, something that couldn't be explained by shadows or imagination. It was like we had briefly slipped into the past, just for a moment, like the abbey had briefly come back to life. And you know what? Even now, every time I think about that old abbey, don't envision it as the ruins we used to hang out in, but as a complete, lived-in building, a place where I'm expecting to see those same figures, moving along the walls as if they were still there. Anyway, that's my story. I've never been able to fully explain it, but maybe there's something to it, you know? A glimpse into another time, or maybe something else entirely, I don't know. Thanks for listening. Either way, I'm glad I could share my tale.
Hi there, I don't know if this counts as paranormal, but it's something I've never been able to explain. It happened when I was about 12 years old during one of our summer visits to my uncle's village. It's a small place surrounded by thick forests that seemed to stretch forever. The kind of place where you can hear your own thoughts because it's so quiet. The villagers had all these stories about the forest, about spirits, jinns, and other things you shouldn't mess with. My uncle was always warning us, saying, the forest is alive in ways you can't understand. Don't take it lightly. But you know how kids are. We'd laugh it off and play outside anyway. One night after dinner, my cousins and I were sitting on the veranda when we heard it, the sound of drumbeats coming from the forest. It wasn't festival season, so there shouldn't have been anyone out there playing music. The beats were rhythmic, steady, and they sounded like they were getting closer. At first, we thought it might just be someone from the village, but my uncle came outside and told us to get back inside immediately. He didn't explain why, but the look on his face was enough to convince us. He shut the door and bolted it, which was strange because he usually never did that. He liked to keep things open so there was a cooling breeze blowing through the whole house, but not that day. Of course, we couldn't let it go. Later that night, when everyone else had gone to bed, my cousins and I snuck out. We followed the sound, our cheap flashlights cutting through the darkness as best as they could. The drumbeats seemed to guide us deeper into the forest, and for some reason, we felt compelled to keep going. It was as if the sound was pulling us in. We walked for what felt like ages until we reached a clearing. The drumbeats stopped. There was no one there, just trees and an eerie silence that made the hair on my arms stand up. And then we felt it. It's hard to explain, but it felt like we were being watched. Like there were eyes on us from every direction, even though we couldn't see anything. My cousin whispered, "We need to go," and that's when we heard the sound, the whispering. It wasn't coming from one place. It was all around us, low and indistinct, like 100 voices speaking at once. We didn't wait to figure out what it was. We turned and ran as fast as we could back to the house. When we told my uncle what happened, he didn't yell at us for disobeying him. He just said, "You're lucky you came back." When we pressed him, he wouldn't explain. He only said, "The forest has its own rules. Don't go looking for things that don't want to be found." I've never gone back to that village. My parents moved for work not long afterwards, but sometimes, late at night, I still think about those drumbeats and the whispering. I don't know what we stumbled into, a local family celebration, a ritual, or something darker, something supernatural. I don't think I'll ever really know.
So, I guess I should start by saying that I was never one to believe in anything unusual. I mean, I work in finance. Everything's about numbers and logic, right? But this happened to me on a business trip a couple of years ago, and I still can't shake it. It was my first time traveling for work. I was in my late 20s, fresh off a big promotion, and I had just moved to a new city, so things were hectic. My company asked me to head out of town to attend a week-long conference, and at first, I was excited. It felt like a big deal, everything I'd been working for. But it also meant I'd be away from home for a few days, which honestly I wasn't thrilled about. I was already buried in work, but I knew this was part of the deal. So, I packed my bags and made my way to the hotel. The place seemed nice enough. Nothing fancy, but it had the kind of understated elegance you'd expect for a business trip. Clean-looking lobby, fresh paint on the walls, and inoffensive art hung up. I checked in, got my key, and headed up to my room. After a long day of meetings, I was exhausted, but I still had a lot of emails to catch up on. So I ended up sitting at the little desk in my room, typing away on my laptop, when I first heard it. At first, I thought it was just the sound of the building, creaking floors or maybe a guest walking by in the hallway. But it wasn't like that. It was footsteps. Steady, deliberate footsteps pacing outside my door. It felt odd because I hadn't heard anyone come up or down the hallway earlier, and it was late enough that I figured most people were probably in their rooms by then. I thought maybe it was just someone else working late, like me, or a guest who couldn't sleep. But the pacing didn't stop. It went on for what felt like a long time. 10 minutes, maybe longer. It wasn't a quick walk either. The person was moving back and forth, almost like they were trying to decide whether to knock on the door or just pass by. I remember feeling this weird, creeping sensation in my chest, like something wasn't quite right. I finally couldn't take it anymore, so I stood up, walked over to the door, and opened it, fully expecting to see someone pacing down the hall. But there was no one. Nothing. Just an empty hallway stretching out in both directions. The lights in the corridor were dim, and the air felt a little colder than it should have been. That was probably just the hotel's old system, right? Still, I felt a weird shiver run down my spine. I didn't know what to make of it, but I brushed it off. Maybe it was just my nerves. I was under a lot of pressure with work. That night, I tried to sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone standing just outside the door, watching me. But I eventually drifted off, exhausted from the day. The next few nights were the same. I'd hear the footsteps again, pacing outside my room, sometimes louder, sometimes softer, but always there. I'd open the door and there'd be no one. It became a routine. The pacing would start late at night, usually after midnight, and I'd stand by the door, listening. There was something about the sound that made me uneasy, even though I couldn't see anyone. I convinced myself that I was just overtired, that I was hearing things or imagining it, but it was getting harder to ignore. One night, I was working late again, trying to meet a deadline, when I heard something different. Instead of the usual pacing, I heard what sounded like a soft scraping noise, like something dragging along the carpet outside my room. I froze. The noise continued for several minutes, and then there was a sudden thud, like something or someone had dropped something heavy in the hallway. I shot up from my chair and rushed to the door. I opened it, but there was no one. The hallway was completely still. The lights flickered a little, but otherwise it was empty. At that point, I felt this pressure in my chest, like I was being watched. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with that hotel, something beyond the usual creaks and groans of an old building. But I had a meeting first thing in the morning, and I didn't want to freak myself out over nothing, so I went to bed, though it wasn't easy to sleep. But the weirdest part came a few nights later. I had just finished a long day and was getting ready to turn in when I saw something. It was subtle, but I couldn't ignore it. As I was about to close the door to my room, I saw a shadow pass under the crack. The shadow moved across the floor, slow and steady, like someone had walked past. I froze, staring at the space under the door. But when I opened it, no one was there. I quickly checked both ends of the hallway, and once again, it was completely empty. I don't know why, but that was the moment it hit me. There was something not right about that place. The air felt different, and I felt an overwhelming sense of being watched. I tried to convince myself I was just tired, that the stress of being away from home had gotten to me. But after that, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in that hotel. Even when I checked out, I remember looking over my shoulder as I walked down the hallway, half expecting to see someone standing in the shadows. I don't know if it was the hotel itself or if I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, but I've never had that experience again, and honestly, I don't want to. It was like I was in the presence of something else, something that was trying to get my attention, or maybe just wanted to let me know it was there. I never mentioned it to anyone at work, and I've tried to forget about it. But it still creeps into my mind sometimes when I stay in hotels or old buildings. I guess I just don't look at things the same way anymore. Some things just can't be explained.
Good evening, sir. I hope you're listening to this because I need to get it off my chest. This thing happened years ago during my NYSC, that is the mandatory service program for graduates in my country. I was sent to a small town in the South Dot. They send you to one remote place where you don't know anybody. You just manage yourself until it's over. I was lucky. I got a decent place to stay. A small one-room apartment in a compound not too far from the school where I was posted. It was basic bed, fan, small table, but it was enough. I didn't even mind that NEPA, the power supplier there, took light most of the time. It was peaceful enough during the day. The kind of quiet you only get in the countryside. But at night, that was different. Very different. The first time I heard it, I thought I was imagining things. It had been a long day at school, teaching kids who barely listen and struggling to mark exercise books by candlelight because, of course, there was no electricity. I was exhausted. The heat didn't help either, those nights where the air is so still, so heavy, that even breathing feels like work. I had just settled into bed when, thud, a single footstep. I sat up immediately, listened. Silence. Then another step. Thud. Dash, slow. Deliberate. Heavy. I turned on my phone's flashlight and swept it around the room. Nothing. But the sound, it hadn't come from inside. It had come from above me. On the roof. Now, let me explain something about this roof. It wasn't one of those tin or corrugated iron roofs you see in old houses. No. It was flat concrete, like an extra floor that was never built. No overhangs, no attic space, no access. And yet, someone was walking up there. I told myself it was an animal. A cat, maybe. A big lizard. Something. I forced myself to ignore it and go to sleep. The next night, it happened again. This time, I was already on edge, listening. It started the same way, a heavy step, followed by another. But this time, I paid closer attention. The footsteps weren't random. They started from one corner of the roof and moved, step by step, across the length of my ceiling. Then, they stopped. Silence. Then they started again, walking back the other way. I held my breath. It was pacing. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't the wind. It was something. And the worst part, it never left the roof. It didn't jump down. Didn't move away. Just walked. Stopped. Walked again. I barely slept that night. By the third night that this thing happened, I was done pretending. I decided to go outside to check if maybe, somehow, somebody had climbed up there. Maybe it was a prank, some kids messing around. I needed to see for myself. I stepped out into the compound, my phone's torchlight cutting through the darkness. The place was silent. Too silent. Not even the usual night sounds of crickets or distant voices. I turned my light to the roof. Nothing. No ladder. No tree. No sign of anything. But the moment I stepped back inside, third, the footsteps started again. I froze. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. I wanted to run, to leave the room and sleep somewhere else, anywhere else. But where would I go? The compound gate was locked for the night. I sat on my bed, gripping my phone, listening. The footsteps continued for what felt like hours. Moving, stopping, moving again. And then a whisper. Not words. Not something I could understand. Just a low, dry sound, like wind passing through cracked earth. But it came from above. I don't remember falling asleep, but somehow I did. Maybe exhaustion took over. Maybe I just shut down. The next morning, I told my neighbor. An older man, one of the longtime tenants in the compound. I expected him to laugh, to tell me I was hearing things. But he just gave me a look. The kind that made my skin crawl. It has been working there for years, he said. I laughed nervously, thinking he was joking. What do you mean? He shook his head. Some things you don't question. That was all he said. That was all he needed to say. The nights after that were worse. I kept telling myself that I could live with it, that it was just footsteps and nothing more. I mean, it wasn't like it was trying to get inside, right? But that was before the knocking started. It was a few nights later. Same routine, me in bed, too nervous to sleep, listening to the footsteps. But this time, just as the pacing stopped, a knock. Right above me. Not loud. Not a banging. Just 3 soft, deliberate taps against the concrete ceiling. I couldn't move. The air in my room felt tight, thick. I gripped my blanket like it could somehow protect me. Then another 3 knocks. It wasn't asking to come in. It was testing something. That night, I packed my bag. I'd had enough. The next morning, I'd speak to the landlord, find another place. But before I could leave, something else happened. Sometime in the middle of the night, as I lay there, too afraid to sleep, I heard my door handle rattle. Slow, quiet. Not like someone trying to break in. Like someone testing the lock. I held my breath, squeezed my eyes shut. My door was locked. I was sure of it. But I felt something in the room. The air was colder than before. The silence had changed. And then a shadow moved across the dim light coming from my window. I didn't look. I couldn't look. I buried my head under the blanket, gripping my phone so tightly my fingers ached. At some point, exhaustion won. And when I woke up, it was morning. I left that apartment within the week. Told the school I found somewhere closer. Paid extra just to get out of that compound. The new place was smaller, stuffier, but I didn't care. As long as it had a proper roof. I never told anyone else in the area. What would I say? That something walked my roof at night. That it knocked. That I felt it in my room. Even now, years later, I still don't understand. But sometimes, on still, heavy nights when the air feels wrong, and I can't quite G to sleep, on nights like that, I think about what happened. I think about that sound. Thud. Pacing. Stopping. And the waiting.
Howdy, friends. I don't usually do this, but I was listening to this show the other night, and something about it stuck with me. A guy called in talking about hearing something in the woods. Something weird. And it made me think of something that happened to me. Something I haven't really talked about. I don't know. Maybe if I say it out loud, I'll stop thinking about it so much. So this was a few summers ago, mid-July. I was supposed to go on this trip with, well, doesn't matter who. But let's just say plans changed. You ever have a breakup where you know it was the right call, but that doesn't make it any easier? Where you feel like you should be relieved, but all you can think about is everything that went wrong? Yeah, that kind. So I did what I always do when I need to clear my head. I packed up, picked a trail, and went deep into the woods. It wasn't my first solo trip, not by a long shot. I grew up hiking and camping, spent more nights in a tent than I can count. I know how to handle myself out there. I wasn't looking for trouble, just space. Time to get away from everything. No cell service, no noise, just miles of forest stretching in every direction. I had a 3-day route planned. Not crazy remote, but remote enough. The kind of place where you might pass a couple of hikers on day 1, but by day 2, it's just you and the trees. And that's exactly what I wanted. The first day went fine. Hot, but not unbearable. I made good time, found my first campsite near a lake with one of those perfect postcard views. Glass, still water, pine trees lining the edge, the sky turning gold as the sun set. I built a fire, cooked some food, sat on a rock near the shore, just listening. Loons out on the water. Wind in the trees. The kind of quiet that makes you realize how loud your life usually is. Then, as the last bit of light faded, knock, knock, knock. I turned, frowning. It wasn't close, but not far either. Somewhere across the lake in the trees. A woodpecker? But it didn't sound right. Too deep, too solid. Like someone knocking on a tree trunk with a branch or a rock. I waited. A minute later, 3 more knocks. Same exact rhythm. It felt weird, but I brushed it off. Trees shift, branches fall. Could have been anything. I slept fine that night. Next morning, I packed up and hiked deeper into the woods. The air was thick and humid, the kind of heat that clings to you no matter how much shade you find. By midday, I was sweating through my shirt, swatting at mosquitoes, just focused on getting to my next site. And that's why at first, I didn't even register it. Somewhere along the trail, maybe late afternoon, I heard it again. Knock, knock, knock. This time, it was farther ahead of me. I stopped, listening. It was faint, distant, almost swallowed by the rustling leaves and the drone of insects. I told myself it was nothing. Just a weird coincidence. But an hour later, when I reached my next campsite, knock, knock, knock. Now it was closer. Not right on top of me, but close enough that I knew it wasn't an accident. Something was out there. I told myself it was another hiker. Had to be. Maybe someone messing around, knocking on trees. But why wouldn't they say something? Why wouldn't I hear footsteps? Voices? As the sun set, I built my fire, forced myself to eat, tried to enjoy the quiet. But my stomach felt tight. I kept catching myself looking at the trees, expecting I don't even know what. That night, I barely slept. I woke up feeling stiff and exhausted, like I hadn't actually rested at all. But I forced myself to pack up, shouldered my gear, and hit the trail. The hike that day was harder. More elevation, winding trails, my legs burning with every step. I tried to focus on that, on pushing forward, one foot after another. But the farther I went, the stronger the feeling got. That feeling of being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, scanning the trees. Nothing. No movement, just the endless green stretching in every direction. But by late afternoon, I heard it again. Closer. Knock, knock, knock. This time, it wasn't ahead of me. It was behind. I stopped, waited. The air felt thick, heavy, like the whole forest was holding its breath. Then knock, knock, knock. From the side of the trail. Too close. I didn't call out, didn't move. Just stood there, my pulse pounding in my ears. And then another set of knocks. Not from the same spot, from the other side of the trail. Like a reply. I moved fast after that. Practically jogged the last few kilometers to my next site, set up my tent with shaking hands, built the biggest fire I could manage. My legs were sore, my lungs burning, but none of that mattered, because I wasn't alone out there. The knocks started again as soon as the sun went down. Closer. Deliberate. I grabbed my bear spray, a useless thing against whatever was out there, and sat with my back to the fire, eyes on the dark. I didn't sleep at all that night. I don't know when the knocking stopped. Maybe sometime around dawn. I just know that the second there was enough light to see, I was packed and moving. I didn't eat. Didn't rest. Just hiked. Fast. As fast as I could without tripping over my own feet. The whole way back, I felt it. That weight behind me. But I didn't look. By mid-afternoon, I made it to the trailhead. My car was still there. The world felt normal again. But I just sat there for a long time, gripping the steering wheel, heart still hammering in my chest. Anyway, that's my story. Take it or leave it. But I know what I heard. I know what I felt. What I don't know. What it was. A person? Maybe. But what kind of psycho hikes miles into the woods just to knock on trees in the exact same pattern, night after night? Never saying a word? An animal? No way. I know what lives in those woods. Nothing does that. And if it wasn't a person, if it wasn't an animal, then what was it? I don't go hiking alone anymore. And if you ever hear knocking in the woods, don't knock back. Just leave. All right, I'm going to hang up now. Stay safe out there. Thanks for listening.
All right there, hi. I'm not usually the one telling tales. Not properly. Not like this. I've mentioned it a few times, mostly to friends, after a few pints, when you don't mind scaring yourself a little. But every time I start, I end up brushing past the details, laughing it off before I think too hard about it. But maybe talking about it here will help. So, this happened a few years back when I was staying with my uncle out west, deep in the countryside. Proper middle of nowhere stuff. His place was an old stone cottage, low ceilings, whitewashed walls, the kind of place that always smelled faintly of peat smoke. Even in the summer, the fire never truly went out. Nights out there were a different kind of dark, heavy, absolute. No streetlights, no glow from a nearby town, just the stars, and the endless stretch of fields and bogland swallowing up the roads. The bog was always there. You didn't really think about it. Just part of the landscape, the way the hills or the hedgerows were. It stretched out behind my uncle's land, miles of reeds and still water, shifting under its own weight. They'd put wooden planks down in some places, a kind of narrow path for walkers, but people didn't go out there much. Not unless they had a reason to. I never gave it much thought. Until the night I had to walk home alone. I'd been visiting a mate in the next village over, stayed later than I meant to. No buses, no lifts, and the only way back was on foot. About a 40-minute walk, most of it on quiet country roads, except for the stretch that ran alongside the bog. Now, I'd walked that way plenty of times before, but never that late. Never when the sky was smothered with clouds, the air thick with the kind of damp that settles in your bones. It was one of those nights where sound carries funny, Every little noise seemed too loud, my own footsteps bouncing off the hedgerows like someone was walking right behind me. I remember pulling my jacket tighter, jamming my hands in my pockets, and telling myself to stop being stupid. Just a road. Just another walk home. Then, about halfway along the bog path, I heard it. Footsteps. Not mine. A second pair, just behind me, just out of sync enough to be wrong. I stopped. The sound stopped. The silence that followed wasn't normal. It wasn't just the quiet of the countryside at night, it was dead. No wind, no rustling in the hedges, no distant call of an owl. Just me, standing on a damp road, my breath too loud in the stillness. I told myself it was nothing. A trick of the sound, maybe my own footsteps echoing back at me. I took another step. And something else did too. Not on the road. In the bog. Off to the left, where the reeds grew thickest. I swung my torch that way, the beam cutting through the dark. The wet glisten of water, the tangled mess of reeds, the wooden walkway stretching off into the distance. But nothing else. Still, I could feel it. That prickling sense of being watched. I tried to shake it off, forced myself to walk on, a little faster this time. I told myself I was imagining things. That's what you do, isn't it? You make excuses. You find reasons, you tell yourself there's nothing there. But the smell hit me next. Rot. Thick, choking. Like something long dead, half sunk in the bog water. Not like the usual damp earth scent of the countryside, not even like a dead animal. This was different. Stronger. Wrong. My stomach turned. My eyes watered. And then I saw it. Just for a second. A shape, low and hunched, just beyond the reach of my torchlight. Black against the blackness, shifting, like it had been lying in the reeds and was just now starting to rise. The only way I can describe it is wrong. Not quite like a human, not quite like anything I could put a name to. The way it moved, slow and deliberate, made my skin crawl. I didn't wait. I ran. My body took over before my brain could argue. I sprinted down that path like my life depended on it. My breath was ragged, my legs burned, but I didn't stop. And behind me, footsteps. Keeping pace. No matter how hard I ran. I could hear them, squelching through the bog, impossibly close. The sound of something wet and heavy, dragging itself forward, never getting any farther away. I hit the main road gasping, my chest tight. The instant my feet touched the road, the feeling vanished. The footsteps stopped. The pressure in the air lifted. It was just gone. I turned, breathless, expecting something to be there at the edge of the bog. But there was nothing. Just reeds. Water. The empty path stretching back into the night. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt it again. That thing in the reeds, rising up, watching, waiting. The next morning, over breakfast, I told my uncle. Tried to laugh it off, like it was nothing, just a trick of the dark. But he didn't laugh. He didn't even look surprised. He just nodded, real slow, and said, "You're lucky it didn't follow you home." I didn't ask what he meant. I didn't want to know. Maybe he was just having a bit of fun at my expense, but I didn't have the nerve to ask what he meant by it. And I still don't think I want to know.
Hi, this is a bit strange for me, but I've been holding this in for a while now, and I thought, well, maybe it's time to share this. I don't know if it's truly paranormal or not, but it's been with me for years, and maybe someone out there will understand. When I was about 17, my family and I moved to a small village in the countryside. My dad had taken a job in the area, and the house we rented was this old stone place near the edge of a forest. Old place. Chilly even in the summer, with windows that rattled in the wind. It had a charm to it, sure, but it also felt heavy, like the house had soaked up years of life, and kept it all buried in the walls. Anyway, it was late autumn when we moved in. Maybe that's why I remember the place being so chilly when I think back on it. Every day after school, I'd go on walks to clear my head, cutting through the fields and along the forest's edge. There was this dirt path that ran parallel to the trees, winding its way toward the hills. On one of those walks, I noticed something odd. It was just after sunset. The sky was streaked with orange and purple, and I was heading back toward home when I saw a flicker of light in the woods. At first, I thought it was someone with a torch, maybe a camper or a farmer out late. Curious, I stepped off the path and edged closer, careful not to trip on the roots and brambles. That's when I saw him. There was a small clearing, just big enough for a fire, and sure enough there was one crackling away. Sitting by it was a man, or at least I think it was a man. He was dressed in dark, old-fashioned clothes, the kind you'd see in those black and white photos from centuries ago. He had a wide-brimmed hat pulled low, hiding most of his face. He wasn't doing anything, just sitting there, staring into the flames. I thought about calling out to him, but something stopped me. It wasn't fear exactly, more like unease. Like I'd walked into a place I wasn't supposed to be. The air felt different in that clearing, heavier, like it was pressing against my chest. The fire made no sound, no crackling, no popping, nothing. Just silence. I backed away slowly, trying not to make a sound, and when I was far enough, I turned and ran all the way home. I told my parents about it, but they just shrugged it off. Probably a farmer burning brush, my dad said, but that didn't explain the man, or the silence. A few weeks passed, and I convinced myself it had been nothing. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing, but that wasn't the last time I saw it. This time it was winter. Snow covered the ground, and the air was biting cold. I'd gone for a walk to clear my head after an argument with my sister. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the fields. As I reached the forest's edge, I saw it again, that flicker of light deeper in the trees. I froze. Part of me wanted to turn around and go home, but another part, the curious part, pushed me forward. I needed to know if he was real. When I reached the clearing, there he was, sitting by the fire just as before. Same hat, same dark clothes. The fire burned brightly, but again, there was no sound, no warmth. The man didn't move, didn't acknowledge me, but I felt his attention, like he knew I was there. My breath fogged in the cold air, but his didn't. It was like he wasn't breathing at all. I stepped closer, just a little, and the snow crunched under my boots. That's when he turned his head ever so slightly, as if to look at me. I couldn't see his eyes beneath the brim of his hat, but I felt them. I felt them like needles on my skin. I ran. I didn't look back, not even when I stumbled and scraped my knee on a patch of ice. When I got home, I locked the door and pulled the curtains tight. My parents didn't believe me, of course. They said I had an overactive imagination, that I'd been reading too many spooky ghost stories. But I knew what I'd seen. Over the next couple of years, I saw him only a handful of times. Always in the same clearing, always by the fire. Sometimes he'd be sitting, other times he'd be standing, as if waiting for something. Once, I thought I heard a low humming sound, almost like a chant, but it was too faint to make out. The worst part was the way the forest felt whenever he was there. It was like the trees were holding their breath, like the whole world had gone still. I never got close again. I'd see the fire from a distance and turn back the way I'd come. I started avoiding the woods altogether, even during the day. By the time I left for university, I was glad to put it all behind me. But here's the thing, I can't forget it. Even now, years later, I occasionally dream about that clearing, about the man by the fire. Feels real enough I wake up with the smell of smoke in my nose, even though there's no fire nearby. I don't know who he was or what he wanted, but I know he wasn't just some camper or farmer. He was something else. At least I think he was something else. Something or someone left over from another time. Anyway, that's my story. I don't know if it's worth much. Maybe it was just a creepy guy down on his luck, living in the woodlands. Even so, it feels good to finally tell it somewhere. Thanks for listening.
All right, so I've got a story, but I don't always share it. I mean, who wants to be the person who swears they saw something they can't explain? But I heard other people calling in with their stories, and I guess I just thought, why not? Maybe someone out there has been through something similar. This happened a few years ago, back when I was in high school. You know how it is. Weekends were all about sleepovers, staying up way too late, watching dumb movies, and trying to scare each other for fun. I was at a sleepover at my friend's house with the other girls, and at some point in the night, someone brought up the idea of using a talking board. Now, I had never actually used one before. I'd heard stories, of course. Everyone has. My mom always warned me not to mess with stuff like that, said it was bad news, but I didn't really believe in any of it. It's a game, right? A piece of cardboard with letters on it. It's not real. And besides, it wasn't even a proper board. We didn't have one, so we made our own. Just wrote out the alphabet, numbers, and yes and no on a big sheet of paper, used an upside-down glass as the planchette. Classic teenage sleepover stuff. At first, it was exactly what you'd expect. A lot of giggling, a lot of accusations of, "You're totally moving it." The glass barely budged. We asked if there was anyone there, if it had a name, if the cute boys in school liked us, the usual questions. Nothing happened. Just silence, aside from the sound of us shifting around and the occasional creak of the house settling. We were about to give up when the glass finally moved. It was slow at first, just a little twitch under our fingers. We all looked at each other, half excited, half nervous. Then it slid, deliberate and smooth, to yes. Now, I wish I could say we freaked out right then and there, but honestly, we didn't. We wanted it to work. It was fun, a game, and we were all too stubborn to admit one of us was probably pushing it. So we kept going. We asked for a name. The glass started spelling something, but the letters didn't make sense. It jumped around, like it couldn't quite form a word. Then the tapping started. It was faint, a soft, rhythmic sound. We all heard it, but at first we thought it was the wind, or maybe the house settling. But then it got louder, more insistent, like someone knocking, not on the door, not on the walls, but from inside the room. We stopped moving the glass. No one spoke. We just sat there, listening. And that's when my friend gasped. She wasn't looking at the board anymore. She was staring at the TV. It was off, but the screen was dark and glossy, reflecting the dim glow of the lamp in the corner. She looked pale, her mouth slightly open. We all turned to see what she was looking at. At first, I didn't notice anything. The reflection showed all four of us sitting in a circle. But then I saw her hand tremble as she pointed. There were 5. There was another figure sitting just behind us. I only saw it for a split second, just long enough for my brain to register that something was there. Something that shouldn't have been. A shape, a shadow. I couldn't see a face, just the outline of someone. Someone sitting too close, right behind us, watching. I don't know who screamed first, but suddenly we were all up, the board forgotten. Someone turned on every light in the room. Someone else grabbed the remote and turned the TV on, blasting the volume just to get rid of the reflection. It took a minute for us to calm down, for our breathing to even out. We tried to laugh it off, saying it was probably just a trick of the light, but I could tell none of us really believed that. My friend, the one who saw it first, refused to look at the TV again for the rest of the night. We never finished the session. We didn't say goodbye. And yeah, I know that's supposed to be some big rule. You always say goodbye. But we were too freaked out to think about that. We just wanted it to be over. After that, nothing really happened exactly. There were no doors slamming, no whispers in the night, but the house felt different, heavier. Like we weren't alone. I didn't sleep much. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that extra reflection in the screen, sitting there like it had always been part of our group. In the morning, when the sun was up and everything felt normal again, we tried to talk about it, to make sense of what we saw. But no one had an answer. And the weirdest part? When we finally looked at the TV again, the angle was different. The reflection should have shown 4 of us. There was no way a shadow, a trick of the light, could have made it look like there were 5. We never brought it up again. I don't know if my friends remember it as clearly as I do. Maybe they convinced themselves it was just our imaginations. But I know what I saw. I know what we all saw. And to this day, I won't sit in front of a blank TV screen at night. I don't even like catching my reflection in windows after dark, because I'm afraid that if I ever look too long, I'll see it sitting right behind me again.
All right, I've got a story for you. I know this sounds crazy, but I swear it happened. Some friends and I did the classic dumb sleepover thing. We made a talking board and tried to see if anything would happen. It felt like a joke at the time, but ever since then, my house feels different. It started small. A shadow that shouldn't be there. A flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. The feeling of being watched when I was completely alone. I blamed it on exhaustion. The sleepover had left me wired, running on sugar and horror movies, my nerves still frayed from what happened. I told myself we imagined it, that the reflection we saw on the TV screen, the fifth person sitting behind us, was just a trick of the light. A smudge on the glass. A shared case of overactive imaginations. But things started feeling off. The house was quieter than usual, but not in a peaceful way. It was the kind of silence that made me hold my breath and strain my ears, expecting to hear something just out of reach. Expecting to see something that wasn't there. And then, well, that's when it started. The reflections started changing. The first time, it happened in my bedroom mirror. I had just tossed my hair up in a bun, turning to grab something off my nightstand, when I noticed a delay. I turned my head. My reflection turned just a fraction of a second too late. I whipped around fully, my heart hammering, but everything looked normal. Just me. Just my room. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe I was still spooked from the sleepover. But then, it kept happening. I was in the kitchen making toast when I glanced at the microwave door and froze. For just a second, I thought I saw someone standing behind me. A shape, faint but there, reflected in the dark glass. My stomach flipped, but when I spun around, there was nothing. I stood there, staring at the microwave. Maybe it was just the way the light hit the surface. Maybe it was nothing? I told myself that. I made myself believe it. At least I did at first. Next time, it was the coffee table in the living room. I had just wiped it down, and the surface was so clean it practically gleamed. As I passed by, I caught my reflection, but there was something wrong. There was a shape behind me. A shadow. A figure. I stopped mid-step, my breath catching in my throat. My first thought was that it had to be an optical illusion. But the longer I stared, the more I realized that the shadow wasn't moving like the rest of the room. My reflection shifted as I leaned in, but it didn't. It just stood there. And then, as fast as it appeared, it was gone. I felt sick. The air in the house suddenly felt thick, heavy, like it was pressing down on me. It only got worse after that. I was seeing glimpses everywhere. In my phone screen when I picked it up. In the glass window of the oven. In my bedroom mirror, where I could swear I saw movement just outside the frame. I caught glimpses of movement in my laptop screen when it was shut off. In the kitchen window when I passed by at night. A flicker. Someone standing there. But when I turned to look, there was no one. That night, I slept with the lights on and a towel over my bedroom mirror. But that next morning came the worst of it. I had just gotten out of the shower, steam thick in the bathroom, curling around me as I reached for my towel. The mirror was completely fogged over. I didn't even want to wipe it clean. Something inside me told me not to. But I did, and I saw it. Not a person, not a face, a handprint, right beside my own reflection, pressed against the glass. Large, distinct, like someone had been standing there on the other side waiting. I stumbled backwards, slipping slightly on the wet floor. My breath came in short, sharp gasps. The mirror was still foggy around the edges, my own damp handprint clear next to the other one. I wasn't alone. I ran. I didn't stop until I was in my room, shaking, locking the door even though I knew it wouldn't help. I leaned against the closed door as I tried to gather my wits. What was happening to me? Was this my life now? Why was it still happening? I knew what made it start, the talking board. But what would make it stop? We never said goodbye. That was the thought that flashed in my mind. We had started the session, asked our stupid questions, but we never ended it. We never closed whatever door we had opened. I had to fix it. My eyes raced around the room, looking for the board we'd made that night, but by now, it was long gone. Probably discarded with the candy wrappers and popcorn bags from the sleepover. With trembling hands, I grabbed a sheet of paper and a marker. I wrote out the letters, the numbers, the words yes and no. Just like we had that night. Just like before. I grabbed a small glass from my nightstand, flipping it upside down. I placed my fingertips on the glass, took a breath. Goodbye, I whispered. As I moved the glass to the word, I waited. The air in my room felt different, lighter, normal. After a few minutes, I gathered the paper, folded it, and shoved it deep into my desk drawer. I didn't want to think about it again. I didn't want to think about any of this again. And thankfully, I didn't have to. That was the end of it. When I stare into the mirror now, I just see myself. Hopefully, it stays that way. Did the talking board really open up a door, letting something through? Or did the power of mental suggestion just show us what we expected to see? I don't know, and frankly, I don't care as long as it's behind me now, because either way, that goodbye was final for me. I'm not messing with that again, and fingers crossed, it won't mess with me either.
Growing up, our family had this little fishing spot out by a secluded lake. It wasn't anything fancy, just a rickety dock and a small rowboat we kept tied up there, but it was fun. My grandpa used to say that little spot by the lake had been in our family for generations, passed down through the years. He'd tell stories about how he and his brothers spent endless summer afternoons fishing there, and now it was our turn. The lake was beautiful, especially in the evenings. The sun would set behind the hills, casting this warm golden glow across the water, and everything felt so still, so peaceful. But there was always this undercurrent of unease, a sort of tension in the air that no one really talked about. The grown-ups would just say things like, "Don't stay out there too late," or "The lake has its own rules." I didn't think much of it at the time. It just seemed like one of those things adults said to keep kids in line. One summer evening, when I was about 15, I decided to stay out a little longer than usual. My parents had gone back to the cabin, and I told them I'd pack up and follow soon. The fish weren't biting much that day, but I didn't mind. I liked the quiet, the way the water mirrored the sky, and the sound of the frogs and crickets starting up as the sun dipped lower. It was the kind of peace you don't appreciate until you're older, but even as a kid, I knew it was special. As the light faded, I noticed the water getting unusually still. The ripples from the boat and the occasional fish jumping were gone, and the surface looked like glass. That's when I saw it, just out of the corner of my eye, a ripple forming in the middle of the lake. At first, I thought it might be a turtle or a big fish, but the ripple wasn't moving like you'd expect. It was purposeful, almost like it was circling the boat. I leaned over to get a better look, but all I could see was the reflection of the sky. Then, all at once, something broke the surface. A long, dark shape, like a neck, rising out of the water. It was sleek, almost serpentine, but too large to be anything normal. For a moment, I thought maybe it was a log or debris, but then it moved. Slowly, gracefully, the neck turned, and I saw something that looked like a head at the top, with eyes that seemed to catch the fading light. I froze. My first thought was to yell, but my voice caught in my throat. The thing didn't move toward me. It just watched, its head tilting slightly like it was trying to understand what I was. The air felt heavy, like the weight of the lake was pressing down on me, and I swear the only sound I could hear was my own heartbeat. I don't know how long we stayed like that, me staring at it and it staring back. It felt like forever, but it couldn't have been more than a few seconds. Then, as quietly as it had appeared, it sank back into the water, leaving only a small ripple behind. The lake was still again, like nothing had happened. I didn't wait to see if it would come back. I grabbed the oars and rowed as fast as I could back to shore, my hands shaking the whole way. When I got back to the cabin, my parents asked why I looked so pale, and I told them I thought I'd seen a big fish. I don't know why I didn't tell them the truth. Maybe I thought they'd laugh, or maybe I didn't want to admit to myself what I'd seen. The next morning, I told my grandpa. He didn't laugh, but he didn't look surprised either. He just nodded, real slow, and said, "That's why we don't stay out past sundown." When I pressed him, all he'd say was that the lake had it, something older than any of us, and it wasn't something to mess with. I haven't been back to that lake in years, but sometimes when I think about it, I still get that feeling. The weight of the air, the stillness of the water, and those eyes watching me like they were deciding whether I belonged. I don't know what I saw that night. A big snapper, maybe? I don't want to know.
All right, I got a story for y'all. Since folks been calling in with theirs, I figured I would too. Maybe somebody out there had something like this happen too. Maybe they know what it was. Because I still don't. This happened some years back after my auntie passed. She had a little house just outside of town, a place she'd lived in for over 30 years. It wasn't fancy, but it was hers. When she passed, my mama and me had to stay there for a bit, sorting through her things, packing stuff up, making sure the house was ready to be sold. From the first night, though, I knew something wasn't right. Now, I ain't the type to spook easy. I grew up in an old house, heard creaks and groans, been through a storm or two that rattled the windows. But Auntie's house? It wasn't just old house noises. It was something else. The first thing I noticed was the feeling. The air inside was thick, heavy, like it was pressing on me. You ever walk into a place and feel like you shouldn't be there? That's how it felt. Then came the sounds. That first night, I was laying in bed, trying to sleep, when I heard something move in the kitchen. Not just a little creak, full-on shifting, like a chair scraping against the floor. I figured Mama had gotten up for water, so I didn't think much of it. But when I got up to check, the kitchen was empty. The chairs were all in place, and Mama's bedroom door was still closed. I told myself I was imagining things. Stress, exhaustion, grief, something like that. But the next night, same thing. Only this time, it wasn't just the kitchen. I heard footsteps, not outside, not on the porch, inside. Slow, steady steps moving upstairs, across the floorboards. Now here's the thing. You could hear every little movement in that house. The walls were thin, and the floors creaked if you so much as breathed too hard. But Mama was asleep in the room next to mine, and I was right there, wide awake. So who was walking around? I didn't move, just lay there, holding my breath, listening. Then the whispering started. Soft at first, like someone murmuring just beyond the walls. I couldn't make out words, but I knew it wasn't the wind. It was low, hushed, and it was inside the house. I wanted to wake Mama, but something in me told me not to move. That same pressure from before, it was stronger now, sitting on my chest, keeping me still. And then, just like that, everything went quiet. No footsteps, no whispers, just silence. The next morning, I told Mama about it. She didn't act surprised, just sighed and said, "Your auntie never did like being alone." Now that sent a chill through me, because Mama wasn't the type to joke about things like that. That day I noticed more weirdness. Little things, but enough to put me on edge. The faucet in the bathroom turned on by itself while I was brushing my teeth. I put my keys on the kitchen counter, and 5 minutes later they were sitting on the table instead. And every now and then I'd catch a whiff of Auntie's perfume, the kind she always wore, heavy and sweet like jasmine. That night, I told myself I'd sleep with a light on, just to feel better. But I didn't even make it that far. I was laying in bed, eyes just starting to close, when I felt it. Breath, right next to my ear, not one, not a draft, breath, like somebody was leaning in close, like they wanted to tell me a secret. And then, go. A whisper, a single word. I flew out of bed so fast I nearly tripped over myself. I ran straight to Mama's room, shaking, breathless. She opened the door before I could even knock, like she'd been waiting for me. I didn't even have to explain. She just nodded and said, "Pack your things. We leavin'." And we did. That night, didn't even wait for the sun to come up. We came back the next afternoon to grab the rest of our stuff, but neither of us spent another night in that house. Not long after, Mama had a pastor come out and pray over the place. A few months later, we sold it. I don't know what happened after that. All I know is, whatever was in there, it wasn't Auntie, and it didn't want us there.
Hello all. Right, so I've never actually told this story in full before. I've mentioned it, in passing, like some pub ghost story to scare the new staff, have a chuckle or two. But I don't think I've ever sat down and told the whole thing. But I still think about it a lot, and I don't really know what to do with it. So maybe this is the place for it. This happened a few years back when I worked in this really old pub. And I mean old, like it had been around for centuries. One of those places with low wooden beams, a fireplace that never seemed to stop crackling, and walls that looked like they had soaked in 100 lifetimes worth of stories. The floors creaked no matter how lightly you stepped, and if you stood too close to certain walls, you could feel the cold seeping through from whatever was buried deep behind them. The locals all had their own stories about the place. Most of them involved things moving on their own. Glasses falling off shelves, the usual. Some said they'd seen a figure standing at the end of the bar after closing, just watching. But I never believed any of it. You hear enough ghost stories in places like that, and they all start to blend together. Just people getting carried away, making the past feel more alive than it really is. Or at least, that's what I thought. That night was a late one. We'd been packed, busier than usual, and by the time we started closing up, I was knackered. The landlord was doing the till, and I was finishing up the last of the rest stocking. Normally, we'd make sure everything was sorted earlier in the night, but it had slipped my mind. So I grabbed the keys to the cellar and headed down alone. Now, the cellar in that place wasn't one of those modern temperature-controlled stock rooms. It was a proper old stone cellar, damp and cold, with these uneven brick steps leading down into the dark. You had to flick a switch at the top of the stairs to turn on the bare bulb that hung from the ceiling, and even then, the light didn't reach the far corners. The walls were rough, like they'd been hacked out of the ground rather than built, and there were these old iron hooks set into the ceiling beams. I never liked being down there, but it was just a part of the job. The second I stepped onto the stone floor, though, something felt off. And not just in the "it's late and I'm tired" way. The air was heavier, like stepping into a room where someone had just been arguing, That kind of thick, charged feeling, like something unseen was pressing in on you. But I ignored it, told myself to get on with it. I started stacking bottles into a crate, moving quickly so I could get out of there. Then I heard it. A soft shuffle just behind me. I froze. My first thought was that the boss had come down without me hearing him, but when I turned around, nothing. Just empty space and shadows stretching up the walls. I let out this awkward little laugh, shook my head and muttered something about old buildings making weird noises. But my hands were shaking when I reached for the next bottle. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. It wasn't a person. Not exactly. It was a shadow, but not the kind cast by light. It moved, shifting along the wall in a way that didn't make sense. There was nothing solid there to cast it. It was just a shape, a figure standing just past the edge of the light. Every hair on my body stood on end. I turned to face it fully, but the second I did, it was gone. Just like that. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, convinced I was overtired and seeing things. But then I felt it. You know that feeling when someone stands too close behind you? That warmth? That awareness that there's a body in your space? That's what it was. Except it wasn't warm. It was ice cold, and it was right there, breathing down my neck. I didn't think. I dropped the crate and bolted. I hit the stairs 2 at a time, nearly tripping in my rush to get out. I slammed the cellar door behind me so hard the glasses behind the bar rattled. He looked up from his paperwork and just smirked. "Ah," he said, "you've met her then?" I just stood there, gasping for breath, trying to wrap my head around what had just happened. "What are you talking about?" I asked. He leaned back like he'd been expecting this. "You're not the first, mate. Staff have been seeing her down there for years. Shadows moving when no one's there. Voices just beneath the hum of the fridge. Some reckon she was a barmaid back in the 1800s, one that disappeared one night. Others say it's something older than that. Something from before this place was a pub at all. Whatever it is, it likes the cellar. I didn't go down there alone again after that. If I needed stock, I made sure to grab it before closing, And if I ever had to go near that cellar door at night, I'd give it a wide berth. But sometimes, even upstairs, I'd feel it. That pressure, that sense of being watched, just on the other side of the door, waiting.
Hey there. I wasn't sure I'd call. I've been listening to your show for a while now. Always figured the people on here had better stories than me. But then, the other night, I was walking down the hallway again, and they were back. The footprints. So I thought, maybe I should just say something. Maybe someone out there's seen the same thing. Or maybe they can tell me I'm not crazy. I live in a pretty unremarkable place. One of those late 70s ranch-style houses set way back from the road. Just a big front yard, a long gravel drive, and woods all around. I like it quiet. Been out here about 5 years now. This started, I want to say, 2 autumns ago, right when the rainy season kicked in. I was coming in from work, late shift at the warehouse. It had been pouring that night, steady sheets of cold rain, and I remember being soaked by the time I got to the door. Took off my boots on the mat, dripped all the way to the bathroom. Nothing out of the ordinary. But when I came back down the hall, I saw them. Wet footprints, barefoot. Not mine. They were smaller than mine, narrower, like a woman's or maybe a kid's, and they trailed from the back door all the way down the hall, right to the guest room. Clean, even prints, spaced like someone walking slow and careful. You could see the detail, arches, toes, heels. I stood there, just staring, because that back door, it was deadbolted. Still was, and I hadn't heard a thing. No creaking floorboards, no clicks or thuds, nothing. My first thought was that maybe someone had been hiding in the house. Maybe had broken in earlier in the day. I grabbed the flashlight and checked every inch, closets, crawl space, even popped the attic hatch and shone the light around. Nothing. Everything was in its place. All the windows latched. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. I cleaned up the prints, double-checked the locks, and told myself it was a fluke. Some weird condensation pattern, maybe. Something left by me, even though I was wearing socks and never walked barefoot in the rain. But hey, logic wins, right? Only a week later it rained again, same time of night, and the prints came back, same size, same pattern, from the back door to the guest room, barefoot, human. This time I stayed up all night. Sat in the hallway with the lights off, phone camera ready. Nothing. No movement. Just the low hum of the fridge and the occasional drip outside. Come morning, there they were, fresh prints, already starting to dry. No video, no noise, just those same wet shapes, padding across the laminate. I told a coworker about it, casually, like a joke. She said maybe it was moisture from the door, tracking in weird from the storm. She asked if maybe I'd spilled water and didn't notice. Thing is, I would have noticed. I'm not the neatest guy, but I don't leave standing puddles around, you know? After the 3rd time, I called the landlord. Had him come out to check for leaks, faulty seals, pipes, mold, anything. He didn't find a thing. Told me the insulation was old, but fine. No signs of water damage, no signs of anyone breaking in. I asked if anyone had died in the house. He laughed and said no, that it had been a rental for years, and as far as he knew, all the tenants were still above ground. By then, I'd started looking for other signs, smudges on the windows, damp patches on the floorboards. I put a towel down by the door when it rained, but the prints still showed up, always starting at the door, always ending at the guest room. One time I followed them immediately, heart in my throat, thinking, God, what if something's in there now? I opened the guest room door, and nothing. Room was empty, just a made-up bed, clothes closet, a bookshelf, and an unused dresser. No sign of anything. But I swear to you, the air in that room felt colder than the rest of the house, like stepping into a basement. I started locking the guest room at night. I know it sounds stupid, but it gave me a sense of control, like I was sealing it off. Then last spring, I went out of town for a week. Just a solo trip, hiking, camping, clearing my head. When I came back, house was untouched, nothing weird. Until it rained again. That night, same prints, same path. But this time they started at the front door. That got me thinking. See, both doors are old wood. They swell in the rain, stick when you open them. They're loud, but I'd never heard either move during those nights, which meant if something was making those prints, it It wasn't coming through the door. It was already inside. Or, and this is the part that really kept me up, it was never a person at all. I got obsessed. I started checking for drafts, for patterns in how moisture builds up in the corners of the floor. I learned that sometimes, if the floor is cold and the air warm, condensation can appear briefly on smooth surfaces. It can form weird shapes. Even foot-like ones, maybe, if enough moisture pools and trickles in the right pattern. I bought a dehumidifier. I sealed the baseboards, had new weather stripping put in. The prints didn't show up for months, and then tonight, they came back. It's been pouring steady since dusk, and just now I walked down the hall, and there they were. Same size, same shape, same slow, careful steps. Only this time, they stopped in front of my bedroom door. Didn't go in, didn't double back, just stopped. I looked out the window, and the rain had stopped. Everything outside was still, not a branch swaying. I stood in the hall looking down at those prints. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then I turned on the hallway light, and they started drying almost immediately, just like they always do. So here I am, talking to your machine, because I don't know what else to do. I still don't think it's a ghost. Not really. I mean, maybe it's condensation. Maybe it's something in the flooring, or in the air pressure, or just my imagination. Maybe it's something totally explainable that I just haven't figured out yet. But every time it rains now, I leave the lights on. I close the guest room, and I listen. And if those prints ever start going both ways, into the room and back out, I don't know what I'll do. But I don't think I'll stay to find out.
I have been listening to people's stories on here and figured it was time I told mine. Well, it's not exactly mine. It's something that happened to me and my siblings when we were young. A long time ago, back in the village I grew up in. I don't usually talk about this kind of thing, partly because it sounds unbelievable, partly because I still don't know what to make of it. But listening to other stories made me think of it more. Anyway, here goes. I was maybe 8, 9 years old. Small, skinny kid. Lived in a tiny village out in the countryside. Dry fields, dusty roads, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else's business. Not too different where I live now, in that regard. We didn't have much, but we made our own fun. Played with sticks, climbed trees, chased goats. It was a good life, mostly. Now, at the edge of the village, just past the old well, there was this ruined temple. Nobody worshipped there anymore. Roof half gone, statues worn down to nubs, everything swallowed by weeds and vines. Just stone and silence. Our parents always told us to stay away from it. Said the place was dangerous. The walls were crumbling, they said. Could collapse on us. And that might have been true. Sure, but it wasn't just that. There was always this hesitation in their voices, a warning underneath the words. Some of the older folks said the temple had been cursed, that long ago people had heard crying from inside the inner sanctum, that during the famine someone had tried to take shelter there and vanished. Those kinds of stories. But to us kids, it was just a secret place, a forbidden place, which meant, of course, we went there any chance we got. There were 4 of us that day, me, my little brother, and 2 of the neighbor kids. We snuck off after chores, climbed through the broken arch, and wandered around inside the ruins. The stone was always cold, even in the hottest sun. Birds didn't nest in the cracks, animals didn't go near the place. That should have told us something, but we didn't care. The main shrine was still half-standing, a squat square chamber with dark carvings and a heavy door that had been jammed open by some roots. Inside, it was cooler, darker, quieter, too quiet. No echo, no breeze. We dared each other to go inside, see who could last the longest without running out. My brother went first, then one of the other boys. Then it was my turn. The moment I stepped through the doorway, just one step, I swear to you, the air changed. It wasn't just cooler inside, it felt heavier, thick, like walking into a room filled with smoke, though there was nothing there. dust motes hung motionless in the stale light filtering through the broken roof. The stone walls were darkened with age, streaked with black and green from rain and moss, and carved with half-erased figures whose faces were either worn smooth or cracked wide open. I took maybe 3 steps inside. My sandals scraped softly against the floor, which was littered with fallen leaves and bits of broken offerings, clay lamps, a shattered copper bell. And then I heard it. A whisper. It was close, not echoing like it should have been, not distant like wind sneaking through a crack. It was right beside me, brushing against the edge of my ear, too soft to understand. Not a word, not a language, just the shape of sorrow carried on breath. I stopped moving. I didn't breathe. And then I heard it again. This time it wasn't just near. It was around me, behind me, maybe beneath me. It was like the walls themselves were exhaling something ancient, something tired and lonely. I looked over my shoulder. Nothing. Just the empty doorway framing the other kids outside, still messing around, throwing pebbles, laughing. They didn't seem to hear anything. As I looked around, I got the strangest feeling, like something else was there. I couldn't move. My skin was crawling, but I couldn't pull my feet back. Then I noticed something odd. A patch of ground near the plinth wasn't covered in leaves or dust like the rest. It looked cleared, worn smooth, as though someone or something had been kneeling there, often, recently. That's when the whisper came again, but sharper this time, urgent, like it didn't want me to leave, like it had been waiting for someone to notice it, someone to stay. I bolted. I don't remember turning. I just remember being outside, breath burning in my chest, knees weak. The others were mid-joke, didn't notice anything wrong until they saw my face. My brother asked if I'd seen a snake. I just shook my head. We didn't go back to the temple after that. But the stories kept coming. One of the other boys claimed he saw shadows inside the temple at dusk, long, thin figures ducking behind the ruined pillars. Another swore he heard someone calling his name from the trees when he walked past the temple road at night. And then the accident happened. Then one day, one of the village boys, he'd gone back alone, on a dare, fell through part of the floor and broke his leg in 2 places. After that, the temple had been fenced off, partly buried under weeds. Nobody went near it. I still don't know what I heard in that room. I've never been able to explain how something I never saw could still feel so aware. Could have been a trick of the wind. Could have been my imagination. I was just a kid, after all.
Hey, I'm calling in because I heard someone on here talking about dreams. Ones that feel like warnings, like something's trying to tell you something. I didn't used to put much stock in all that, but this one dream changed my thoughts a bit on the matter. So, I don't usually remember my dreams. Maybe bits and pieces right after waking up, but they always slip away, you know? But this one stayed with me. In the dream, I was standing on a train platform. It wasn't anywhere I recognized, but it felt familiar somehow, like I'd been there before. It was early morning, grey skies, a bit of mist in the air, the kind that clings to the ground. The platform was nearly empty. No rush, no crowds, just a quiet sort of stillness. Except for him. There was this man standing near the edge of the platform. He wasn't looking at the tracks, wasn't checking his phone or glancing at his watch like you'd expect. No, he was looking right at me. He was tall, wearing a long, dark coat. His face, I don't know how to explain it, but it wasn't threatening. He wasn't scowling or anything like that. But there was something in his expression, something that made my stomach tighten. A kind of urgency, like he was trying to get a message across without saying a word. And then, slowly, he shook his head. That was it. No words, no movement beyond that small, deliberate shake of his head. And then I woke up. Now, like I said, I don't remember my dreams. But this one wouldn't leave me alone. I felt unsettled. Not scared exactly, but uneasy. Like I just brushed up against something I wasn't meant to understand. All morning I kept thinking about that man's face, the way he looked at me, the way he shook his head. It didn't feel like a random dream. It felt like something more. At the time, I was commuting by train most mornings. Same route, same schedule, nothing special. That morning, I was running late. I had to rush to grab my things and get out the door if I wanted to make it. But just as I reached for my coat, I stopped. I can't explain why. I just suddenly had this overwhelming feeling that I didn't want to go. It made no sense. I wasn't sick. There was no logical reason for it. But the longer I stood there, the stronger the feeling got. It wasn't panic. It wasn't fear, exactly. Just this deep, heavy certainty that I shouldn't be on that platform today. And then I thought of the dream, the platform, the man shaking his head. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that it was just a dream, that I was letting my imagination get the best of me, but my gut wasn't listening to reason. I hesitated for another moment, and then at the last second I made the decision. I grabbed my keys and drove instead. It wasn't a big deal, just a minor change in routine. I felt a little foolish, honestly, like I was giving in to something silly. But that uneasy feeling stuck with me the whole drive. Then, later that day, I found out what happened. The train I was meant to take had been delayed. There had been an incident at the station, right on the platform. Someone had been injured. I looked up the details and my stomach dropped. The description of the station? The platform? It was the exact place from my dream. I don't know if my dream was a warning or if it was all just some freak coincidence. But I do know this. After that day, I started to pay a bit more attention to any dreams I had.
Hey, g'day. Hope this is alright. Bit nervous calling in. I've been meaning to for a while now, ever since I first stumbled across your show on a night shift a few days back. I've heard some of the stories you play, and it made me think about something that happened to me a few years ago now. It's nothing massive, no bright lights or monsters, but it's one of those things that stuck with me, you know? It changed the way I look at certain things. Anyway, here it goes. So, I was about 24, maybe 25. Living real rough at the time. Couch surfing, picking up odd jobs, mostly doing day labor and late night shifts wherever I could find them. Saving every coin I could because the cost of living was just, well, you know how it is. I finally managed to find this room for rent in a real dodgy share house. No inspections, no paperwork. Just cash up front, keys in hand. Place was out the back of a tired little suburb, not really the sort you pass through unless you've got a reason. The house itself, man, it was a wreck. Weatherboards peeling like sunburnt skin, busted picket fence out the front, and the lawn was just weeds as high as your knees. I should have trusted my gut right there. But rent was next to nothing, and I told myself, mate, it's just somewhere to sleep. It'll be sweet. Inside wasn't much better. Smelled damp. There was this permanent cold, even when the sun was beating down outside. The kitchen looked like it hadn't been properly cleaned in a decade. There were stains on the carpet in the hallway, old, dark ones, like something had soaked in a long time ago. There were 3 other people living there already. Never really saw much of them, though. It was like everyone just lived in their rooms. Doors closed, locks on everything. No one's name on the mail, no real conversation. Just nods if you passed each other. It was the kind of place you don't ask questions in. The room they gave me was at the very back. Small, boxy. One window that looked out over the side fence, but the curtain was broken and didn't close properly. The carpet was threadbare, and there was this big, old wooden bed shoved up against the far wall. Heavy thin, thick headboard, carved into these swirling patterns. The landlord, a real shifty sort, told me, comes with the room, mate. Just needs a clean. At the time, I thought nothing of it. I was just stoked to have a place to myself again. Somewhere to leave my boots and not worry about stepping on someone else's mess. First couple of nights were fine, if you ignored the creaking and the occasional weird noise from the pipes. Old houses make sounds. I kept telling myself that. It was about the fourth or fifth night when I noticed something. I woke up to this sound, real soft at first. Like footsteps, but not across the whole house. Just right there. In the hallway. Heavy ones. Slow ones. They'd start way down the hall and come closer. Each board creaking in order, like someone walking real deliberate, real steady. I lay there under the covers, listening. Eyes wide open, staring at the door. They'd stop. Right outside my room. I waited, heart hammering. Expected to see the knob turn. Expected a knock. Something. But there was nothing. Just that awful heavy feeling, like someone was right there on the other side of the thin, flimsy door, breathing in the dark. Eventually, I must have dozed off again. Woke up in the morning feeling like I hadn't slept at all. I told myself it was just one of the housemates coming home late. Didn't think much of it. But it kept happening. And not just the footsteps. After about a week, I started dreaming. Weird, vivid dreams where I was standing in the hallway outside my own room. The carpet was wet under my bare feet. The whole house was too dark, like the lights were burnt out, but somehow I could see. And always, at the end of the hall, someone would be standing there. I could never make them out properly. Just a dark, heavy shape. Watching. I tried to tell myself it was just stress. Moving, new job, unfamiliar place. Probably my brain just chewing through all that. But then things started happening when I was awake. I'd wake up to find the closet door open. I know I closed it before bed. I'd even jammed a chair in front of it one night just to be sure, but next morning? Wide open. Sometimes, I'd find muddy footprints in the carpet, leading from the door to the bed. No one else in the house had boots like mine. And anyway, I locked my door every night. Double-checked it. Triple-checked it. The worst was the cold. I bought a cheap little fan heater, just trying to keep the chill off. But no matter how high I cranked it, the bed stayed freezing. Like something was draining the warmth out of it. It got to the point where I was sleeping fully clothed, hoodie, socks, everything, still woke up shivering. And the dreams. Goodness, the dreams got worse. I'd see the hallway again, but it wasn't empty anymore. I'd see myself lying in the bed, just a lump under the blankets, and the dark figure creeping closer and closer, footsteps heavy, slow, stopping right at the edge of the mattress. I always woke up before anything else happened. Always drenched in sweat, heart racing. One night, and this is the part I've never really talked about, because it still makes me feel sick, I woke up and couldn't move. I was lying there, staring up at the cracked ceiling, and I could feel it. Something standing over me. Breathing. The weight of it pressing down on the mattress. Like it was climbing up onto the bed, slow and deliberate, like it was trying not to wake me up, only I was already awake, paralyzed, trapped inside my own body. I must have blacked out, because the next thing I remember is the sun coming through the broken curtain and me gasping for air like I'd been drowning. That was the last straw. I packed up that day. Didn't even finish out the week I'd paid for. Took my backpack, left the rest. I didn't care about getting the bond back. Didn't care about explaining anything. I just left. And here's the kicker. When I moved into my next place, a tiny little flat above a bakery, with just a mattress on the floor and a fold-out chair, I slept like a baby. No footsteps. No dreams. No cold spots. It was like flipping a switch. I've thought about it a lot since then. Maybe it wasn't the house. Maybe it was that bloody bed. Old furniture carries things, right? Stories. Memories. Who knows what that bed had seen? Or maybe it's just in my head. Stress, overwork, thin walls making shadows seem bigger. I guess it doesn't really matter. I never went back. Never tried to find out who'd lived there before me, or where the bed ended up. Some things, you're better off leaving alone, you know? Anyway, sorry for rambling on so long. Thanks for the show. Makes the night shifts a bit less lonely, hearing other people who've seen things they can't explain.
Hey, yeah, not sure exactly how to start this. I don't usually call into shows or anything like that, but hearing some of the other stories people have shared, especially about animals acting strange, it kinda stirred something up in me. Something I hadn't thought about in a long time. So, here goes, I guess. I grew up in a small town. Dusty little place, dry fields, dirt roads, you know the type. Not a lot to do, not a lot to see. Folks there, they take the old was seriously. Not in a churchy way exactly, more like superstitions passed down. Warnings from the older generations. Things you used expected to know, to respect. One of the big ones is about owls. Everybody there knows, if you see an owl hanging around your house, especially at night, it's bad. They say it could be a bruja, a witch, watching you. Some say it's a curse, some say it's a sin that someone is working magic against you. Either way, you don't mess with it. You don't talk to it. You don't look at it too long. You definitely don't try to scare it off. You used to stay inside, say your prayers, and wait it out. When I was a kid, I thought it was just stories. Stuff to scare children into behaving. But then I lived through it myself. This happened about 4, maybe 5 years ago now. I was in my early 20s, just moved into my first place alone. Teeny little house, used a rental, I didn't have much money, didn't really care. It was on the edge of town, kind of isolated. Beat up porch, a sagging fence out front, a big mesquite tree shading most of the yard. I remember thinking it felt good to finally have my own space. Quiet. Private. First couple of weeks were fine. I was working long shifts at a warehouse, late nights, long hours. I'd get home after midnight most nights, dead tired. First time I saw it, I didn't even think much of it. Pulled up, headlights washed over the fence, and there it was, a big owl perched right on one of the fence posts. Pale-looking thing, almost silver or as colored under the street-lit glow. Massive wings tucked tight, head used slightly cocked to one side, looking right at me. I remember thinking, weird, but nothing more. Animals are everywhere out there. Next night, same spot. Sitting there like it was waiting for me. Didn't move when he drove up, didn't flinch when he slammed the truck door. Just watch. Third night. Fourth. Fifth. Always the same. Around the fifth night, he started feeling it. This. Unease. Like pressure in my chest whenever he saw it. Like he wasn't used being watched, but measured. Jade, maybe. He started doing little things without even thinking about it. Parking closer to the porch. Keeping the outside light on all night. Pulling the curtains tight before he went to bed. Leaving the TV on low for background noise. And then, the dreams started. At first it was just weird stuff. Being lost in masses, doors that wouldn't open, endless staircases. Classic stress dreams, right? But then they got worse. I started dreaming of being in my bed, frozen, unable to move. Hearing winds brushing against the outside of the house. Scraping noises at the windows. Once, I swear, I dreamed, or maybe it wasn't a dream, that I saw the silhouette of that owl standing at the foot of my bed. Not flying. Standing. As tall as a man. The weirdest part? Every single time I woke up from those dreams, it was 3:17 de la mañana without fail. I started keeping my phone face down because I didn't even want to see the time anymore. During the day, everything seemed normal enough. I kept telling myself it was stress, maybe some kind of delayed sickness. But at night, the air around that house just felt heavy. Like walking into a room where two people just finished our argument. Sick. Unwelcoming. After about 2 weeks of this, I finally mentioned it to one of the old neighbors. Lady lived 2 houses down, kind of a quiet lady but known for being real traditional. I barely got half wardrobe explaining when she cut me off. Told me to stay right there. She went inside and came back with this little bundle, a red glass bag tied with a string. Inside was salt, some dried herbs, a tiny wooden cross, and a little mirror about the size of a coin. She said to sprinkle salt along the windowsills and doorways. Hang the cross inside above the front door. Put the mirror facing out the window where he saw the owl. And whatever he did, if it came closer, do not speak to it. Don't even acknowledge it. If you speak to it, she said, you open the door. That night, he did what she said. Felt stupid, honestly. Walking around my young house, tossing salt, muttering prayers I barely remembered from childhood. But as soon as he finished, he noticed it, the house felt lighter. Not better, exactly, but less heavy. He peeked outside, and for the first time, the owl wasn't there. He barely slept, half expecting it to come back. But it didn't. Next night, no owl. Night after that, nothing. He started to relax. He even laughed about it with a buddy from work, told him it must be used being a stressed out bird nesting somewhere nearby. About a week later, he decided to clean up the backyard a little. It was overgrown, messy. Figured it would help clear my head. He was pulling weeds near the fence when he saw it half buried under the dirt. A teeny glass jar. The kind you use for spices. Only this one was filled with dried herbs, a scrap of red glass, and what looked like hair. Black hair. Twisted together and tied with thread. He didn't touch it. He knew better. He grabbed a shovel, carefully scooped it up, and buried it way out past the property line where the mesquite trees grew thick. Tossed a little prayer over my shoulder, just in case. After that, things went back to normal. The heaviness lifted. The dreams stopped. No more scratching, no more 3:17 wake up. He moved out not long after. Found a better place closer to town. Never went back to that house. And to this day, if I'm out late, driving some empty back road, and I see an owl perch somewhere it shouldn't be, to still, to aware, he don't stop. He don't slow down. He don't even look at it directly. He just kept moving. Anyway, yeah, that's my story. Hope it helps someone else out there. Thanks for listening. And, maybe keep an eye on the windows tonight. Just in case.
Hey, I don't know if this is the kind of story you're looking for, but I guess I'll just start from the beginning. I was about 9 when my mom and I moved into that house. See, it wasn't supposed to be permanent, just something cheap to hold us over after her divorce. The rent was low, and my mom was exhausted. She just wanted a fresh start. It wasn't the kind of place we were used to, but money was tight. We didn't have a choice. My mom tried to make it seem like an adventure, telling me how we'd fix it up together, how while we were there, it would be ours. But even as a kid, I could tell the difference. The windows didn't shut all the way. The floors creaked, and the air inside was stale and dusty, like no one had lived there for a long time. She was in a hurry looking for houses, and she didn't have the time or resources to be picky, so I don't think she ever really looked at the place. Not the way I did. The house wasn't right. It wasn't falling apart or anything, just off. The walls were scuffed, the carpet was old, and there were these weird stains on the ceiling, like water damage that never got fixed. The windows stuck in their frames, and the whole place had this smell, not mildew exactly, just stagnant. It felt empty for a long time. But the thing that stuck with me most? The locks. Every single door in that house had extra locks. Of course, the front door had one, but even the bedroom doors had them, like someone had been locking them from the inside. And the basement? It had a sliding bolt on the outside of the door. But what was really weird, there was a room at the end of the hallway, past my bedroom, past the bathroom, all the way down at the end of the hall. Mom never let me go in there. She told me it was only for storage, and that there was nothing in there I needed to see. Well, that one rear bedroom door didn't just have a lock on it. No, that door had three. 3 deadbolts stacked on top of each other. My mom brushed it off. Probably just the last tenant being careful, because of the area, she said. I didn't push. We were tired. We were stressed, but we never used that room. As far as I knew, it was just this small back bedroom. Mom told me to stay out of it. Not in a mean way, just a firm way. At first, nothing happened. Nothing memorable, anyway. It was just an old room, in an old house, in a neighborhood my mom didn't want me playing outside in. The first night I heard it, I thought it was just the house settling. I was in bed, trying to sleep, when I heard a muted, indistinct sound. Not loud, just faint, coming from somewhere down the hall. Not enough to really pay attention to. I only noted it because I wasn't yet used to my new surroundings. It wasn't my first time staying in an older place, and I knew they made noises, but I wasn't accustomed to it. The next morning, I told my mom. She barely looked up from her coffee. Old house noises, she said. Nothing to worry about. But she didn't look at me when she said it. She looked down the hall. After that night, I noticed she had stacked a bunch of boxes in front of the door. Big ones. Heavy ones. They were filled with our extra things, stuff from the old house we hadn't unpacked yet and didn't immediately need. When I asked her about it, she just got weird. Told me she was rearranging and to leave it alone. She said she did it just to keep me out, that the room wasn't cleaned up like the rest of the house was. That's why it was just for storage. I was a kid. I didn't question it, so I listened. But every time I passed by, I felt like something was watching me through the crack under the door. Like the air inside that room was different from the rest of the house. Sometimes late at night, I'd hear something from behind it. Faint, like a shuffle, a scrape, just for a second, then silence. I sat up and listened. It stopped. After a minute, I figured it was nothing and laid back down. Then it came again, a light thud sound, or rather, a series of dull thuds with long pauses in between. I pulled the blanket over my head and forced myself to sleep. I tried telling myself it was my imagination. But then one night, I got up to get a glass of water. As I walked down the hall, I went by that room. The one we weren't supposed to go into. The one blocked off with boxes. And I swear I saw something move behind the door. Not a shadow. Not a trick of the light. The door itself shifted, like something was pushing against it from the other side. My gut was tight with something I didn't have words for. Then, very softly, from behind the door, a shuffling sound, like someone leaning, pushing their weight on the other side. I ran back to my room and hid in my bed. The next morning, I didn't say anything. Mom looked tired, more tired than usual. And when I went into the hallway, the boxes were stacked even higher. And that's how our life was. We lived out our days normally, and at night the house was mostly quiet. At night, I'd hear sound coming from inside that room, like something shifting just on the other side of the wall. Mom always had a reasonable excuse. She said it was the house settling, or pipes expanding, or the wind outside. It was somewhat comforting, but deep down, I didn't buy that. But it was enough to get us through our days, our weeks, at least for a while. Hopefully, it stays quiet. Hey, me again. I'm the guy who was living in the old house with the bolted bedroom, with the unpacked boxes stacked against it. Since I called in about it last time, I figured I'd follow up. Long story short, we didn't stay in that house. I always knew we wouldn't. After all, it was meant to be transitional. But I didn't expect it to happen the way it did. You see, it got worse. For a while, things proceeded as they had. Mostly, not too bad. Every few nights, there would be the noises. But after a while, you almost get used to it. We had settled into a strange routine. The weird noises, the boxes, the occasional feeling of being watched. I learned to live with them. I had to. Mom wasn't going to talk about it, and I wasn't going to push. But then, the noises got worse. Before, the sounds came in bursts. A knock, a shuffle, the faintest rustle of movement. But the frequency and force behind them was growing. One night, I was soundly sleeping under my blankets, and then, thud. A deep, heavy sound echoed out. I sat up fast, my heart slamming against my ribs. It came from down the hall, from the blocked-off room. I wanted to believe I imagined it, but then something pushed hard against the door. I held my breath for a minute, expecting more sounds, but there was only silence for the rest of the night. A heavy, unnatural silence, like the house was waiting. Like it had all been a dream. Only it was more like nightmare. The next day, I woke up to find the bolt unlocked. At first, I thought maybe Mom had been in there for something, but she was paranoid about that door. No way would she leave it like that. When I pointed it out and asked her, she just looked at me and said, "Stay out of that room." She wasn't mad. She didn't even look surprised. She just nodded, grabbed her keys, and left without another word. She came back an hour later with a lock. She didn't say anything when she installed it, just knelt by the door, screwing it in, her hands shaking the entire time. A few nights later, I got up to use the bathroom. As I walked past the hallway, I glanced at the blocked-off room, and I froze. It was hard to notice, but we had been living there for a while now, and I walked past it a few times a day. So I knew something was not quite right. I stared for a long time. Then I saw it. The boxes, they weren't stacked up the same way. They weren't that different, just shifted. Like someone had bumped up against the inside of the door, and the vibration had knocked them back, shifted them away from being firmly against the door. Maybe only a half-inch or so. By breakfast the next morning, Mom had already pushed the boxes back tight. She was concerned. She never said it out loud, but I saw it in the way her eyes darted to the hallway when she thought I wasn't looking. The way she triple-checked the locks before bed. She kept telling me everything was fine, but she was tired all the time. Always on edge. Always listening. One night, I woke up to go to the bathroom and saw her standing in the hallway, staring at the blocked-off room. She didn't see me, didn't move for a long time. Then, very slowly, she pressed her hand against the door, like she was feeling for something. I went back to my room without saying a word. I didn't know what scared me more, the fact that she was checking, or the fact that she looked like she was waiting. Then, one night, I woke up to the sound of something falling. A crash. A deep, rattling thud that shook the walls. I ran out into the hallway, and Mom was already there. The boxes were on the floor. The door, the one they'd been blocking, was cracked open, and I saw inside. The room was empty. Bare wood floors, blank walls. Nothing in it but dust. But the air inside, it felt wrong. Heavy, like breathing in water. And the air that drifted up was cold. Too cold for summer, and it smelled weird, like dirt and rust. Mom didn't say anything. She just grabbed my arm and pulled me back toward my room. She shut the door, slid the bolts back into place, and restacked the boxes. The next morning, Mom was already awake, already dressed. She told me to pack a bag. "We're leaving," she said. just for a little while. But we never went back. We left everything. Furniture, clothes, even my old toys. Mom didn't care. She just wanted out. Later, she arranged for movers to get our stuff. We stayed with my uncle for a while until she found a new place. We never talked about it. She refused to tell me what she knew, what she heard, what she felt. But I remember that night, and I wonder, if we hadn't left, would I have woken up to the boxes being moved completely? Would I have woken up to the door open? Would I have woken up not alone? I guess I'll never know. Later, I asked her about it. Asked her why we really left. She just shook her head and said, I did what I had to do. I don't know what she meant by that, and honestly, I don't think I want to.
Hi. I was listening to your show the other night, and I heard a guy call in about a house his mom rented when he was a kid. The one with the locked up room. And, well, I think that was my son. I recognized everything he described. The noises, the locked door, the boxes, and he got it mostly right. But he was a kid then, and I don't think he ever really knew why I did the things I did. And maybe that's for the best. But I haven't told a soul about what happened in that house. Not really. I never even told him, not all of it. Wanted to protect him from it. But hearing him talk about it, I guess I just felt like I had to say my piece. So, yeah, I'm calling in to tell you the other side of the story. He was right about why we were there. I didn't have a lot of options when I found that place. I was newly divorced, didn't have access to a lot of money, and I needed something now. I won't get into all the details, but I was in a rough place. And that house? It was cheap. It wasn't in great shape, but the landlord was willing to overlook my situation, and that was more than I could say for most. When the landlord showed me the house, he went through the usual routine. Hardwood floors, tons of natural light, that kind of thing. But I barely heard any of it. At first, I tried to see it as a fresh start, somewhere we could get back on our feet. But from the moment I stepped inside, I had a bad feeling. It wasn't anything obvious. The floors creaked a bit, but it wasn't falling apart or anything. Still, something about it made me uneasy, like it had been sitting empty too long, like it didn't want to be lived in. Then I noticed the locks. Every bedroom door had them, but the worst was the back bedroom, the one at the end of the hall. 3 deadbolts, on the outside of the door. Hard to miss, really, and not normal locks either. These were thick, heavy-duty things, industrial looking. The kind I'd only seen on back entrances of stores, the kind you'd use if you were scared of someone, or something. I asked the landlord about it, but he just shrugged and said the last tenants were particular. Wouldn't say anything more. He walked up to the door and motioned for me to follow. This one's been empty a while, the landlord said, fumbling with the deadbolts. It took him a minute to get them all undone, like they hadn't been touched in years. When the door finally creaked open, I felt the temperature drop. The air was damp, thick, like a basement that had flooded and never fully dried. The room itself was nothing special. Small, bare, just 4 walls and a warped wooden floor. But there was something wrong about it. The corners looked too dark, the light from the hallway not quite reaching them. Every sound seemed swallowed, like the walls were too thick, too heavy. The floor and walls were scuffed and scratched in strange patterns, almost like something had been dragged across them over and over. The landlord just chuckled, said the last tenants had their quirks, and moved on like nothing was off. And maybe that should have been my cue to walk away. But I didn't. I followed him back down the hall, pretending I didn't feel something lingering in that doorway, watching us leave. I should have walked away. I should have trusted my gut. But I told myself I was being paranoid, that I was seeing problems because I was looking for them. So I signed the lease. The very first night, I didn't sleep well. The house made noises, soft ones, nothing too alarming, but just enough to keep me awake. And then sometime in the night, I heard it. A sound from down the hall. Muffled. Soft. Not loud enough to be concerning. Just there. I sat up listening. I told myself it was an old house settling, that I was on edge from the stress of the move. But I kept thinking about those locks. It wasn't just the stress of moving or the unfamiliar creaks of an old place settling. It was something else. something I didn't want to admit I felt. I kept waking up every hour or so with this gnawing sense that I wasn't alone. Not in my room, not even in the house. That there was something listening. Around 3 in the morning, I heard it. A faint, deliberate sound from down the hall. A slow, scraping noise, like wood dragging against wood. I held my breath, heart hammering, listening hard. Maybe it was just my nerves, maybe it was nothing. But then, thud. A heavy, unmistakable impact. Like something shifting, pressing against a door. That door. I crept into the hallway, careful not to wake my son. The air felt heavier there, thick with something I didn't have a name for. And then as I stood outside that locked room, barely breathing, I heard it again. A shuffle. A creak. Then a quiet, deliberate thud from inside the room. Not a pipe. Not the house settling. A thud. Something ramming against the locked door. Something that wanted out. When morning came, my son told me he heard something too. He was just a kid. He didn't seem scared, just curious. I brushed it off, told him it was just old house noises. He didn't push. That's when I started stacking the boxes. My son thought I was just keeping him out, and I let him think that, because the truth was worse. I wasn't keeping him out. I was keeping something else in. I don't know how to explain it. Every night when the house got quiet, I would just know that something was wrong. It wasn't just a sound, exactly. It wasn't a shadow or a smell. It was just a feeling. Like something was standing on the other side of that door, waiting. I tried to ignore it at first. I was exhausted, overwhelmed. I figured I was psyching myself out. But then, the noises started getting worse. The thuds. At first, they were soft, just faint bumps, like something shifting in the walls. But as the nights went on, they got louder, heavier. Then came the scraping. Long, dragging sounds like something was moving inside that room, dragging itself across the floor. I started staying up later, sitting in the hallway after my son went to bed, just watching the door. Every night, the house would go silent, and every night, I'd hold my breath and wait. Most nights, nothing happened, but some nights, I swear I saw the door move. Just the slightest shift, like something was leaning against it from the other side. That's when I stopped sleeping. Then, a few nights later, it all came to a head. I woke up to a crash. I ran into the hallway, and the boxes I'd stacked were on the floor. The door, the one with 3 deadbolts, was cracked open. Everything felt wrong. I didn't think. I acted on instinct, just scooped up my son to get him away from that doorway. I sat outside my son's room with my back against his closed bedroom door, staring down that hallway the rest of the night. The next morning, we left. We never went back. I don't know what was in that house. Maybe nothing. Maybe just my own paranoia. But I know this. If we had stayed, I don't think the door would have stayed closed. And I don't think we would have been the ones to open it.
Hiya. I've got a strange one for you. It's a little hard to explain, but I'll do my best to try. When I was younger, I used to visit this small village where my cousin lived. It was one of those places where, when you arrived, everything felt like it had been frozen in time. Quiet streets, cobblestone paths, and those little stone cottages you only ever see in the pictures. It was nestled in the hills with the most stunning views. One of those places that felt peaceful, but there was always something a little off about it. I didn't notice it much when I first went, but after that night, well, let's just say I'm not too quick to visit anymore. So it all happened one evening when my cousin and I were walking back from the pub. We'd been out with a couple of friends, just one of those nights where you're trying to unwind and toss back a few pints. It was a bit later than usual for a stroll, maybe around midnight. We were laughing and chatting about something when we suddenly heard these bells ringing in the distance. Now, the thing is, the village didn't have a church with a bell tower. The only chapel there was tiny, barely big enough for a handful of people, and definitely not the kind of place to have bells ringing late at night. So I thought I must have been hearing things, but then I looked at my cousin, and he had this strange look on his face. I asked him if he heard it too, and he just smiled and said, "Ah, you're hearing the phantom bells, aren't you?" At first I thought he was just messing with me, like some local joke. But then he told me that, according to the villagers, the bells were a sort of omen. He said that they only rang when something bad was about to happen, like a warning, or sometimes when someone was about to die. It was just one of those old stories they passed down from generation to generation. I'll admit, I laughed it off. It was a silly superstition, right? I mean, I wasn't the sort of person who put stock in old ghost stories or folklore, but as we walked on, the bells started ringing louder, almost like they were following us. And it was strange, because it didn't sound like it was coming from any one direction. It was as if the bells were echoing off the hills all around us. At first I thought maybe someone had hidden a bell somewhere, playing tricks, but it just didn't make sense. By the time we got closer to my cousin's cottage, the sound was almost unbearable, like someone was ringing them right in my ears. And just as we reached the front door, it stopped. Dead silence, like someone had just turned the volume off. It didn't make sense, but we both stood there for a moment, staring at each other. My cousin shrugged and said, "Well, if it's true, then at least we're here to talk about it, eh?" I was trying to be calm about it, but honestly, I felt a bit unsettled. Something about that silence after the bells, like everything had gone still, unnatural, you know? It was a feeling I couldn't shake off, but it wasn't until that night that I really started thinking maybe there was something to it. You see, after we went inside, the wind started picking up, and I'm talking about a wind I've never felt before. It howled through the trees, rattling the windows, and then the storm hit. It came out of nowhere. 1 minute it was calm, and the next there was this fierce gust of wind followed by heavy rain. The storm was intense, unlike anything I'd ever experienced. The trees were bending over, some even snapping, and the power went out, leaving us in the dark. It felt like the storm was angry, like it was part of whatever had been set in motion. We spent the night huddled in the cottage. The storm raged on for hours as we sobered up. The next morning, the village was a mess. Trees down everywhere, debris scattered all over the place, and the kind of eerie quiet that follows after something bad happens. I remember walking outside to see the damage, and it felt wrong. Like the world hadn't been the same since that moment. I kept thinking about what could have caused the noise, trying to reassure myself. Surely the great wind ripping through the valley might have caused it? But the bells hadn't rung again, so the feeling I had that night stuck with me. Something had been warning us. Something had been trying to get our attention. I've never heard those bells again, even though I've been back more than a few times. Maybe it was all just coincidence. Maybe it was just an old superstition and a freak storm, but part of me wonders if something else was at play. Like maybe the bells were more than just a story. Anyway, that's my tale. I don't know if it means anything, but I just thought it might be worth sharing. I've never forgotten that night, and I guess I've always wondered if anyone else has heard the phantom bells, or if anyone else has experienced something like that.
Hey, good evening. I hope I'm not calling too late. I was just sitting here, listening to the stories y'all been playing, and something in me knew that this was a place I could tell it. So here I am. It's weird, but I promise you, this happened, and I still don't know what to make of it. This was a few years ago, maybe 5 or 6. I was in between jobs, needed a place to stay, and my aunt told me I could use her old house. Now, this was way out in the country, one of those places at the end of a long dirt road where the only thing around you is woods, quiet, and more quiet. She'd moved in with her daughter after she got sick, so the house was just sitting empty. She said it was a good house, just old, needed someone in it, and I wasn't about to turn down free rent, so I packed my bags and moved in. It was a sturdy place, one of those old Southern houses built to last. Wide porch out front, big heavy doors, thick walls that held onto the day's heat long after the sun went down. It smelled like dust and old wood when I walked in, like a place that hadn't been lived in for a while, but was still holding on. I spent that first day airing it out, opening windows, sweeping up. The power still worked, the plumbing too, so I figured I could make do for a while. At first, it was fine, peaceful even. I'd sit out on the porch in the evenings, listening to the cicadas, watching the fireflies. During the day, I'd poke around the house, clean, read, just keep myself busy. The nights, though, that's when I started to notice things. And well, it started with the breathing. I know how that sounds, but I don't know how else to describe it. Late at night, when the whole world went still, I'd hear it. Deep, slow, steady, like air moving through something too tight. It wasn't the wind. There wasn't any. And it wasn't the pipes, either. This sound had weight. It was thick, like it was inside the walls. At first, I ignored it. Houses make noise, right? Old wood shifts, settles. But after a few nights, I realized something. The sound wasn't random. It had a rhythm to it. It would start slow, dragging in, dragging out, then stop. Sometimes for minutes, sometimes just for a few seconds. And then it would start again. I told myself it was nothing. I mean, what else could I do? I needed a place to stay. But I started to notice other things too. Like how the air felt heavy at night. Like the house was holding on to something. There were places inside that just didn't feel right. The hallway, for one, always too dark, even in the daytime. And the corner of the living room, near the fireplace, I couldn't stand there too long. It felt like I wasn't alone when I did. But the worst part? The air. Some nights, I'd wake up gasping, feeling like something had pressed all the breath out of me, like the whole house had gone still, holding its breath along with me. And just when I'd think I couldn't take it anymore, the pressure would ease, and I'd hear it, slow, steady, filling the space around me, that deep, dragging breath. Then one night, it got worse. I woke up, and I felt it before I heard it. You ever wake up and just know something ain't right? That was me. My skin was cold, my heart already beating too fast. And then I realized the breathing wasn't in the walls anymore. It was in the hallway, right outside my bedroom door. I went still. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I just listened. It was so close. And then the floor creaked. Not loud, not like someone stomping around, just the slow, careful weight of something standing there. I could hear it shift, like it was deciding something. I thought any second now that door's going to open. But it didn't. The breathing just stayed there, deep and steady, filling the hallway. I wanted to move, to grab my phone, to turn on the light, something. But I was scared that if I did, it would know I was awake. So I just laid there, staring at the ceiling, waiting. I don't know how long it lasted. Felt like forever. But eventually the air changed. That thick, heavy feeling lifted. The breathing faded. And then, nothing. The next morning, I tried to shake it off. Told myself I was dreaming. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. So I decided to ask my aunt about the house. I called her up, tried to be casual about it. Just asked, Auntie, you ever hear anything weird in that house at night? She went quiet for a long time. Then she said, real soft, you kept the windows shut at night, right? I told her, yeah, but I asked her why. She just sighed and said, that house, it don't like to let things out. I didn't ask her to explain. I didn't want to know. But I did start keeping the windows shut. And after that night, things got worse. The breathing wasn't just in the hallway anymore. I'd hear it in the kitchen, in the living room. Sometimes it was faint, like it was moving through the walls. Other times it was close, like it was in the same room. And the worst, the night I heard it right behind me. I was brushing my teeth, getting ready for bed. I turned the faucet off, and in that silence, I heard it. A breath, right by my ear. I dropped my toothbrush, spun around so fast I almost fell. But nothing was there. Just the empty bathroom, the dim light flickering above me. That was it. I was done. I packed my bags that night. I didn't care where I went. I just had to get out. First thing in the morning, I told my aunt I was leaving. She didn't ask why. She just said, probably for the best. I never went back. Didn't even drive down that road again. But sometimes, on heavy, still nights, when the air feels wrong and the silence stretches too long, I think about that house. I think about the way it felt, like something was always waiting. I think about that sound. Deep, slow, steady, like something breathing. And I wonder, was it just the house? Or was something inside it, waiting to be let out? Anyway, that's my story. Haven't had anything like it anywhere else I lived, thankfully.
ain't catching you at a bad time. I've been listening to your show, and, well, I guess I'd share my tale and maybe get some answers in the comments section or something, because I still don't know. And I don't like that. Alright, here goes. This happened a few years back, late summer. The days were still long and hot, but at night you could feel fall creeping in. Cooler air, that dry smell in the wind. I was living out in the country back then, in a little rental house surrounded by farmland. Not a lot of neighbors, nothing but fields in all directions. Quiet. Peaceful. The kind of place where you could sit on the porch at night and hear nothing but crickets and the occasional coyote yipping in the distance. I liked it. I liked the space, the stillness. I was born on a farm myself, but had spent the last few years in the city, but after a few years of living back out there in the country, I couldn't imagine going back to all that noise. There was something calming about it, just me, the dog, and miles of open land. The house sat on the edge of a cornfield, a big one, the kind that stretched so far it felt like it went on forever. During the day, it was kind of nice, watching the stalks sway in the breeze, but at night, it felt different. Something about all that empty space, the way the wind whispered through the rows, the way the darkness seemed to settle between those stalks, it made the fields feel odd. I know that sounds weird, but if you've ever been out in the country at night, you get it. That feeling like something could be standing just past where your eyes can see, watching, waiting. I never liked looking at the fields after dark. Felt spooky. Well, I guess I should get to the point. It started one night in late August. I was sitting out on the porch with a beer, just listening to the sounds of the night. The dog, an old mutt, was lying at my feet, half dozing. It was peaceful, like always. Then the dog sat up, fast. Ears pricked forward, whole body stiff. At first I didn't hear anything, but then after a few seconds, there it was. A rustling. Not the wind, not that soft whispering sound the cornstalks usually made. No, this was different. Heavier, like something big was moving through the rows. I leaned forward, squinting into the dark. Deer? I muttered, mostly to myself. The dog let out a low, quiet growl, and that's when I realized something was off. See, we got deer out there all the time. Coyotes, too. Every now and then, even a stray cow from one of the neighboring farms. And the dog? Never cared. Would bark at the occasional raccoon, sure, but deer? Coyotes? Seen them 100 times. Knew what they were. But this was different. The rustling came again. Closer this time, slow, deliberate, and then just for a second I saw it, a shape, just beyond the edge of the field, tall, too tall. The moon was bright that night, and for a split second the shape stood against the cornstalks, something long and thin, its head just barely poking above the rows, not a deer, not a person, and then it ducked down, gone, like it knew I saw it. I stood up fast, knocking over my beer. The dog was growling louder now, standing stiff-legged at the edge of the porch. I grabbed the flashlight from the railing and flicked it on, shining it toward the corn. Nothing. Just rows of stalks swaying gently in the breeze. I swallowed. My heart was pounding. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe my eyes were playing games with me. But the dog? He wasn't buying it. Ears still up, body tense, eyes locked on that exact spot. I stayed out there for another hour, listening, waiting, but I didn't see anything else. Finally, I went inside. The dog didn't want to come, had to drag him by the collar. Even once we were in, he wouldn't settle, just kept pacing by the door, growling every now and then. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't, because the next night it happened again. I was inside this time, watching TV. The dog was lying by the door. Everything was quiet, normal. Then, thump, a heavy sound against the side of the house. The dog bolted upright, growling so deep it rattled his chest. I froze. Stared at the door. Thump. Again, like something big was leaning against the wall, pressing. I grabbed the flashlight and stepped toward the window. The dog started barking, loud and furious, throwing himself at the door like he wanted to rip it off the hinges. I yanked back the curtain. Nothing. Just the porch, the empty yard, the cornfield beyond. But the stalks were moving, not swaying in the breeze. Moving, like something had just stepped back into them. I didn't go outside that time. I don't know how long I stood there frozen, watching that field. But eventually the stalks went still again. And then, silence. I barely slept that night. For the next few days I kept a gun by the door, kept the dog inside after dark. Every night I'd sit there listening, waiting, but nothing happened. And then, Then, just when I thought it was over, the footprints. It had rained that morning, a good heavy rain, like the kind that turns dirt to sloppy, wet mud. I stepped out onto the porch, coffee in hand, and I saw them, leading from the cornfield, coming right up to the porch steps. Not deer tracks, not coyote, footprints, but wrong, long, thick, like a person's, but not. Too wide. I stared at them for a long time, and then, just like that, the light rain became heavy and they were gone. Whatever it was, it never came back after that, at least not that I noticed. But I moved out a few months later, got a place a bit closer to town, closer to my work. I still don't know what I saw, what I heard, what left those tracks. I've heard the stories, though, the old ones, the ones people don't like to talk about things that live in the deep woods, in the empty places, in the cornfields, things that watch, things that wait. I don't know. Maybe it was just a deer, maybe it was my imagination, but I still think about it. I still remember the way the stalks moved, and I still remember the footprints. Anyway, thanks for listening. I think that's all I got. There you go.
Buenas tardes. Hello. I hope it's alright that I'm calling. I heard you let people share their little stories, odd, strange, or just things that stay with you. Well, mine isn't frightening or anything. It's just something that touched my heart, and, I guess, reminded me that sometimes the old ways still have a bit of magic. I grew up in a tiny town. One of those places where the streets are too narrow for cars, and the buildings are painted all different colors, mustard yellow, cobalt blue, dusty pink. The kind of town where everybody knows everybody else's birthday and family gossip travels faster than the morning buses. We lived in a small adobe house with a bright red door and clay pots overflowing with geraniums. My abuelita lived with us, mi abuela Carmen, that is my grandmother, and she believed in all the old superstitions. You had to leave a glass of water by the door to catch bad spirits if someone was sick. And always listen when a bird came tapping at your window. Cuando un pájaro canta en tu ventana, es porque trae noticias, she would whisper, her voice soft like a lullaby. Anyway, life happened. I grew up, left home, moved to the city for work. I have a small apartment now, not much bigger than the living room back home, but it's enough for me. It's tucked above a panaderia, so every morning my little place smells like sweet bread and yeast. It's a nice smell, but sometimes, the city can feel so big. So lonely. About 2 months ago, I had one of those heavy days. I woke up already tired. Work was endless, angry clients, mistakes in reports, emails stacking up faster than I could read them. By the time I made it home, it was dark and raining, and I felt wrung out like an old rag. I made myself some café de olla, the way my mama taught me, lots of cinnamon, lots of piloncillo, and sat at the kitchen table, just staring at the little altar I have tucked in the corner. A photo of Abuela Carmen, a few candles, a little statue of La Virgen. I didn't light the candles that night. I just sat there, feeling sorry for myself. That's when I heard it, soft, almost SHY, tap 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 at the window. At first, I thought it must be a loose shutter. My building's so old, everything creaks and groans with the wind. But when I looked up, there it was. A tiny gorrión, a little brown sparrow, rain-soaked, clinging to the narrow ledge outside my window. Its head cocked to one side, its tiny black eyes peering right at me. It tapped the glass again, not hard, more like it was trying to get my attention. I just froze. I hadn't thought about Abuela saying in years. But it came rushing back, her voice, her warm hand on my head, trae noticias, mijita, buenas o malas. Pero siempre escucha. I pressed my hand to the window, and for a moment, the bird just stayed there. Watching me. Singing a little, chirping so softly I could barely hear it over the hum of the city. And then, just like that, it fluttered off into the rain. I stood there a long time, feeling this strange, warm feeling in my chest. like something had shifted, even though nothing had changed. I almost forgot about it by dinner time. Made myself some sopa de fideo, half listening to old rancheras on the radio. Tried to shake off the day. But around 7 that evening, my phone rang. When I saw the name, I nearly dropped the bowl of soup. It was Anna, my younger sister. We hadn't spoken properly in months. Life, you know, jobs, husbands, little ones running around. Always meaning to call, always finding reasons not to. I picked it up, and before I could say anything, she just said, I don't know why, but today, I felt like I needed to hear your voice. We talked for 2 hours, maybe more. About nothing and everything. About the time she got her hair stuck in the fence trying to spy on the neighbors. About how we used to pick mangoes off the tree in Tia Marta's yard and eat them till we got stomachaches. About how much we missed home, not just the place, but the feeling. When I finally hung up, I sat there, the soup cold on the table, my heart feeling lighter than it had in months. The little bird hadn't just brought me any news. It had brought me home. Since then, whenever a bird perches on my windowsill, and they do, from time to time, I stop what I'm doing. I listen. Maybe it's silly, maybe it's nothing, but maybe it's a little whisper from the world, reminding us we're connected, no matter where we are. Sometimes, when I'm walking home from work, I pick up a little sweet bread from the bakery downstairs and leave some crumbs by the window. A little thank you, you know, for the tiny messengers who remember to visit us, even when we forget to ask. Anyway, thanks for listening. It feels good to tell my story. If you ever hear a bird tapping at your window, maybe take a moment. You never know what kind of news it might be bringing.
Hi. I've been meaning to share this somewhere, and your show just felt right. Sorry if I ramble a bit, I'm not sure how best to explain this. A few months back, I moved into this small apartment. It's nothing fancy, kind of tucked behind a row of shops near the edge of town. It's got those old creaky floors and a weird smell like wet concrete when it rains. The kind of place that's cheap because no one else really wants it. But for me, it was freedom. First time living truly alone. I didn't mind the noise, or the thin walls, or the way the hallway light flickered. It felt like a step forward in my life. The first night I moved in, I didn't even unpack properly. I just dragged my mattress into the bedroom, threw a sheet over it, and collapsed. I remember kicking my shoes off, too tired to care where they landed, one pointing straight at me, the other somewhere nearby. That's important later. Growing up, my grandmother used to tell us all kinds of little rules about living spaces. She believed homes weren't just buildings, they had energy. They remembered things. She would say things like, never leave shoes pointed at the bed, or always greet the new house. When I was younger, I half listened. But moving day was long and exhausting, and honestly, all I wanted was sleep. I woke up sometime after 3 a.m. It was a strange kind of waking, not fully conscious, but not dreaming either. Like something tapping at the edge of your senses. At first, I thought it was just the new environment, different creaks, new shadows. But the room felt wrong. Heavier, colder. I checked the window closed tight. Checked the thermostat working fine. But the feeling wouldn't go away. It was like someone else was in the room with me, not moving, just standing, watching. It's a terrifying thing, that kind of stillness. I tried telling myself it was nothing. New place, new sounds, overactive imagination. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep, but it was restless. I kept waking up, feeling like I was being stared at. The next few nights were worse. Always around 3 a.m., the air would shift. The cold would settle. I started sleeping with the bedside light on, thinking it might help. It didn't. One night, I woke up and caught something just for a second out of the corner of my eye. A shadow near the foot of the bed. It didn't move. It didn't make a sound. I stared and stared, trying to will it away, telling myself it was just a trick of the light. but the feeling the heavy, pressing weight stayed. It stayed even after I got up, turned on all the lights, paced around the tiny apartment, trying to shake it off. After that, I started avoiding sleep altogether. I'd stay up scrolling my phone until my eyes burned. I'd fall asleep to the TV murmuring in the background. Anything to distract myself. Didn't really work. One afternoon, while on a video call with my mother, she noticed how tired I look. She asked if everything was okay. Half joking, mostly trying not to sound crazy, I told her I thought maybe the apartment was haunted. I expected her to laugh. She didn't. Her face went serious in an instant, and she said, "Are your shoes pointing at your bed?" It hit me like a jolt. I hadn't even thought about it since moving in. I glanced down during the call, and sure enough, there they were, my sneakers, pointed right at the mattress. She told me just like my grandmother, used to that pointing shoes at your bed invites bad spirits. It creates a path for them, like a door you're leaving wide open. She told me to move them immediately, turn them outward, away from where I sleep, preferably facing the door. And she said almost like an afterthought to clap 3 times at the threshold of the bedroom and say, "You are not welcome here." I'll be honest. I felt ridiculous, but I was desperate enough to try anything. That night, I moved the shoes, turned them neatly toward the door. I even clapped 3 times and whispered the words, feeling more silly than brave. And that night, for the first time in weeks, no coldness, no weight, no waking up in the middle of the night with my heart racing. I slept straight through until morning. I can't even describe the relief. It felt like I could breathe again. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe changing something physical, the shoes, the routine gave my mind permission to relax. Or maybe there's something to those old traditions after all. Maybe the new things we've forgotten. Things we try to explain away with science and reason, but that deep down, our instincts still recognize. I don't know. I'm not saying my apartment is haunted. I'm not saying I had a ghost standing at the foot of my bed. All I know is I still live here, and my shoes are always pointed away from the bed now. Thanks for listening to me ramble. I love your show. Hope this fits.
Not really sure what I'm doing, to be honest. I'm not the type for calling up radio shows or leaving messages, but, well, my mate said you folks listen to people's odd little tales, strange experiences. So here I am. Maybe it's silly. Maybe it's just something I need to get off my chest, you know. I'm from the Midlands originally. Little town nobody's heard of unless they got lost on the way to somewhere bigger. Terraced houses with sooty chimneys, back gardens with lines of wash strung up like bunting, and every street had a dog or two barking at the postman. You knew everybody, and everybody knew you, whether you liked it or not. My gran lived just a stone's throw away. Little red brick house with a wild rosebush out front that she could never quite tame, no matter how many times she hacked it back. She was what you'd call a proper old soul. Hard hands, kind heart, never missed a Sunday service, and full to the brim with old sayings and superstitions. There was no talking her out of them. Weren't just quaint habits for her. They were rules for staying right with the world. "Don't whistle after dark, or you'll call something you don't want," she used to say, wagging her finger at me. "Don't cut your nails on a Sunday, or you'll have bad luck all week. And for heaven's sake, never ever leave the house without checking the horseshoe." That horseshoe hung over her door for as long as I could remember. Big heavy thing, iron, blackened with age. She said it caught luck, like a cup catches rain, but only if you hung it open end up. If you hung it wrong, it wasn't luck you'd be inviting in. I can still hear her voice sometimes, plain as day. It's funny what sticks with you, isn't it? When I was little, I used to think the horseshoe was magic. I imagined it glowing in the dark, battling off ghosts and bad dreams. As I got older, I chalked it up to Gran's way of making a scary world feel a bit safer. Anyway, fast forward a few years. I'm 24, thinking I'm dead grown up, saved up enough to move out into my first flat. It weren't much, a third-floor walk-up in an old Victorian building with a stairwell that smelled like damp brick and boiled cabbage. But it was mine, my own place. I remember the first night I moved in, sitting there cross-legged on the carpet with a takeaway curry, feeling half thrilled and half scared out of my mind. Didn't think about a horseshoe, didn't think about salt by the door or rosemary on the windowsill. I was thinking about furniture, bills, work deadlines. But I should have thought about it. I really should have. At first, it was just the usual odd noises. You expect that, right? Old pipes knocking, windows rattling in the wind, the neighbour upstairs stomping about like he's wearing lead boots. But soon enough, it got weirder. I'd hear faint tapping at the windows late at night. Gentle, like someone tapping with one finger. Not enough to be the wind. Not quite regular enough to be brushed off. Sometimes I'd catch a whiff of something. Not unpleasant, just old, like a closed-up cupboard full of forgotten things, dust and lavender and wood smoke. And once or twice, I woke up to find the hall light switched off when I was sure I'd left it burning. I blamed myself at first, too tired, too much on my mind. But then the dreams started. I'd dream of faces at the window, not scary faces, necessarily, just watching, wide, dark eyes, barely more than outlines. Long hands resting against the glass, waiting. I'd wake up cold, my heart hammering, convinced there was someone outside, even when I knew I lived too high up for anyone to reach. It wasn't just at night either. Sometimes I'd find things moved slightly. The keys I always left on the hook would be on the kitchen table. A cupboard door ajar when I knew I'd closed it. A glass toppled over in the sink like someone had brushed past. Built up, slow and steady, until the flat didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt like I was sharing it with something else. One Sunday morning, after a particularly rough night, I called me Mum, half expecting her to tell me I was daft or stressed or watching too many horror shows. But she didn't. When I told her about the dreams and the noises and the feeling of being watched, she just went real quiet for a moment, and then she asked, dead serious, "Have you hung a horseshoe over your door?" I laughed. Of course I laughed. I said, "Mum, I'm not superstitious. I'm just exhausted." She didn't laugh. She just said, soft and firm, "Doesn't matter if you believe. It matters that they do." Those words stuck with me, like a stone dropped into the pit of my stomach. I tried to shake it off, but later that week, I found myself at a car boot sale, wandering the stalls, half-heartedly poking through junk. It was one of those grey mornings where the sky looks like wet wool, and every breath steams in the cold. And there it was, an old horseshoe, sitting forgotten among broken clocks and chipped teacups, rusty and blackened with age, but whole. Solid. The woman running the store barely glanced up when I picked it up. She just smiled, small and knowing, like she understood why I was there. I bought it for £1, carried it home, cradled against my chest like it was fragile. That afternoon I scrubbed it clean, dried it careful, and nailed it up above my door, open end up, just like Gran always said. I said a little prayer too. Nothing fancy, just a please and a thank you to whoever might be listening. That night, the flat felt different. Still. Quiet. The kind of quiet that feels safe, not empty. No tap-tap at the windows. No shuffling footsteps. No cold spots prickling down my spine. I slept straight through till morning. Woke up feeling like myself for the first time in weeks. It's been 3 months now. And I'll tell you, I never go anywhere without checking the door when I leave. Make sure that horseshoe's still there, still hanging right. Maybe it's all coincidence. Maybe it's all in my head. But sometimes when I'm sitting in my little flat, reading by the window with a cup of tea, I catch sight of the horseshoe glinting soft in the light, and I feel this warm, steady sense of something old and good watching over me. I think there's more to the old ways than we give credit for. Things our grandmothers knew, things they learned the hard way. Quiet protections, little rituals that keep the world balanced. Anyway, thanks for listening. Feels good to say it out loud, even if it sounds mad. Maybe next time you move into a new place, think about hanging a horseshoe over your door, just in case.
Evening. Hope this is the right number. My buddy told me y'all listen to stories about strange things and, well, figured I'd call. Maybe just to get it off my chest. See, where I come from, deep south, folks got a way of doing things. Ain't just traditions. It's survival, you know? You listen to your elders. You mind the old ways. You sweep your floors before dark, always toward the door. And you make sure that dirt and dust leaves your house before the sun goes down. Wasn't just about keeping tidy. Folks said dust could carry all kinds of things you don't want lingering. Sorrow, sickness, spirits. Bad luck would sit heavy if you didn't clear it out. When I was a boy, I used to roll my eyes at all that. Thought it was just old talk. But I never disrespected it neither. There's something about those kinds of lessons. They stick to your bones, whether you want them to or not. Anyway, I'm living up north now. Little city apartment. Working long hours, trying to make ends meet. Place came mostly furnished, but I still needed odds and ends. And you know how it is. Thrift shops, estate sales, whatever gets the job done cheap. About a month back, I wandered into this little estate sale. One of those real quiet ones where half the stuff still smells like the folks who owned it. Dusty books, old lace curtains, yellowed photos still in the frames. Wasn't planning on buying nothing. But then I saw it. This broom, tucked away behind a coat rack. Old thing. Handmade, I could tell right away. None of that plastic junk. Solid wooden handles, smooth from years of grip. Bristles looked like they were real straw, tied up tight with twine. Had this worn, honest look to it, like it had a history. And something in me said, take it home. Maybe it was nostalgia. Maybe something else. I paid $2 and carried it out over my shoulder. Felt light as a feather. But when I leaned it against the corner of my kitchen at home, it stood tall and sturdy like it belonged there. Didn't think much of it. Not at first. But that night, just shy of 2 a.m., I woke up to a sound that didn't belong. Soft, rhythmic, a steady swish-swish across the floor. At first, I laid there in the dark, listening, telling myself it was nothing. Maybe the pipes, maybe the wind. But it kept on. Gentle, patient, sweeping. And it was coming from my kitchen. Heart knocking around my chest, I slid out of bed, barefoot, moving quiet across the creaky wood floor. The moon was full that night, spilling silver light through the windows. No need to flip on a lamp. I peered around the corner, half expecting, I don't even know what. Nothing. Just the kitchen, empty and still. But the broom had moved. I had leaned it neatly in the corner. Now it lay across the middle of the floor, as if someone had dropped it mid-sweep. I told myself every reasonable thing. Maybe it slid, maybe the vibrations from the building, maybe I knocked it over without noticing. But deep down, a cold, quiet little place inside me said, no, you know better. Next day, I brushed it off, propped the broom back up, went to work, came home. Normal day. That night, around the same time, just after 2, the sweeping started again. Soft, purposeful. This time, I turned the kitchen light on real fast. Nothing. But the broom laid flat across the floor again, always in a different spot, like whoever was using it had been moving slow around the room. I started paying more attention after that. Started noticing little things. A line of dust across the floor where there hadn't been dust before. Faint tracks in the flour on my kitchen counter, like something had brushed over it. And every morning, the broom would be out of place. I remembered what my grandmama used to say. That dust ain't just dust. It's what settles when the air gets too heavy with things unseen. So I started sweeping again. Not just a lazy once-over, proper, careful, pushing all the dust right out the front door, whispering a little prayer under my breath. Sweep the sorrow, sweep the sin, sweep the trouble out, don't let it in. And sure enough, on the nights I did that, the broom stayed put. The sweeping sound stayed silent. But if I forgot or got lazy, swish, swish, swish. And sometimes I'd hear footsteps too, barefoot, slow, as if someone was keeping company with that broom. One night after a long shift, too tired to even eat, I collapsed into bed with doing my sweeping. At 2:06 a.m., the sweeping started, louder than ever, swish, swish, swish. Not just the kitchen this time, closer, moving down the hall. I locked my bedroom door without even thinking, lay there in the dark, heart beating now, so loud I could barely hear the broom anymore. Next morning, the broom was leaning right against my bedroom door, like it had been left there deliberate. That was enough for me. I wrapped it in a garbage bag, drove out to a landfill, and hurled it into a mountain of trash without looking twice. Felt foolish, like maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But ever since, silence. No sweeping, no footsteps, just quiet nights again. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe it was just a creaky old apartment playing tricks on a homesick fool. But deep down, I don't believe that. Some things just carry a little more than dust, and some lessons you'd best not forget. Thanks for listening. Stay safe, y'all.
Hey, I've been turning this over in my head for weeks, trying to figure out how to explain what's been going on in the house we just moved into. Maybe talking it out will help me make sense of it, or at least help someone else who's had something like this happen. So, my wife and I recently moved. The real estate market has been absolutely brutal for the past couple years. Rent going up, houses getting snapped up instantly, prices just sky high. We were stuck renting way too long and saving what we could, but every place we looked at was either way out of our budget or needed a mortgage we didn't qualify for. It felt hopeless for a while. Then, after months of searching, we finally found a house that fit our price range, but it was an old place. A real fixer-upper. The kind of place you see on those home renovation shows, but without the budget or contractors ready to jump in. It was a bit run down. Paint peeling, old roof, windows rattling in the wind. The listing was pretty honest about it, though. Said the last owners had moved out years ago, and it had been sitting empty since. It wasn't centrally located either. Quiet, but definitely a bit off the beaten path. We were hesitant at first, but since the price was right and we're both young, we figured we could handle the repairs ourselves over time. The idea of owning a home was too good to pass up, especially after the nightmare of renting. The first few weeks were all work and exhaustion. Scraping paint, pulling up old carpets, fixing creaky floorboards. Every night, after a long day of hammering and painting, we'd collapse onto the couch, too tired to care about anything but sleep. We were happy, too, in a way. Finally, putting roots down, making a space ours. At first, everything felt normal. The house creaked and groaned like any old place would, especially in the cold wind or after a storm. But then, about a month in, something happened. Something subtle. We had started working on the attic. It was unfinished, dusty, filled with insulation, and had this weird smell, like dry rot, or maybe just years of stale air. We were up there to clear it out and maybe lay down some flooring to turn it into storage space. There was this one beam kind of tucked behind a load-bearing wall. Looked like it had been reinforced at some point. Nothing special about it at first glance, except there was a single, big, rusted nail right in the middle of it. Long, bent slightly. Looked handmade, actually, not like the stuff you'd find in a hardware store. I remember noticing it because it looked out of place, like someone had hammered it in long after the beam was installed. It wasn't securing anything, just there. Deeply embedded, that too, but in a totally random spot. So, without thinking much, I pried it out. It took some effort. When it finally gave, the whole beam made this deep groaning sound like it didn't want to let go. That night, I couldn't sleep. The whole house was noisy, not like wind or settling boards. This was rhythmic, deliberate, like someone pacing in a tight circle just above us, over and over, same pattern. The kind of sound that wakes you up and then it doesn't let you drift off again. My wife heard it too. She thought maybe a raccoon had gotten into the attic, but I was already thinking about the nail. Next morning when I got up, the first thing I noticed, no joke, was that nail sitting right on my pillow. I hadn't brought it down. I'm sure of that. I'd left it on the attic floor. It was clean. No rust, like it had been scrubbed or sanded down overnight. Smooth, dark iron, cold to the touch. I didn't tell her. I didn't want to scare her. I just pocketed the nail and tried to shake it off. Told myself I must have absent-mindedly brought it down and forgotten. But that night, it started again. Not just the pacing.
there were these soft, hollow thuds, like knocks, but not at the door, not on any walls. They came from the attic floor, directly above our bedroom. 4 knocks, then silence, then pacing, then the same knocks, spaced perfectly like some kind of signal or routine. Every night after that, same thing. 4 knocks, pacing, sometimes dragging sounds, like something was being moved very slowly across the attic floor. One morning I went up there early to check it out before she woke up. Nothing had moved, nothing obvious anyway. But the nail, gone. Again. We kept working on the house, but things started getting weird in other rooms. Tools we'd left out would be missing in the morning and show up in places we hadn't touched yet. A paint can that was sealed the night before would be wide open, brush dried solid next to it. A ladder moved, lights flickering. You get the idea. But the attic, that stayed the worst of it. One night, I finally decided I was done. I took the nail, because it came back again, this time in my jacket pocket, and I went up into the attic with a flashlight. I figured, maybe this is stupid, maybe it's just a weird coincidence, but I'm going to put it back. I walked over to the beam. You could still see the little hole it had left. And I swear to you, I felt this pressure in the air, like being underwater or inside a thick storm cloud. My ears popped. My flashlight flickered. I drove the nail back into the beam. As soon as I did, the attic went dead quiet. Like the kind of silence you only notice when something really loud just stopped. I waited, just listening, but there was nothing. No creaking, no shifting, no wind. That night, we both slept like the dead. Days passed, then a week. Everything calmed down. Tools stayed put. No footsteps, no knocks. I didn't say anything to her. What was I going to say? That our house was haunted by a nail? But about a week later, we had a home inspector over, someone from the county who needed to approve some electrical upgrades we were doing. Guy was nice, old school type, took his time. At one point, he glanced up at the attic door and said something like, "Interesting place you got here. A lot of these older homes have history, you know?" I asked him what he meant, and he just shrugged and said, "You'd be surprised what gets left behind in beams and walls. People used to seal up all sorts of things, mementos, charms, warnings." Then he looked at me, serious, and said, "If you ever find something like a nail or a coin or even a shoe, best leave it where it is. Those weren't meant to be moved." I didn't sleep that night. I'm just glad there's been no more pacing, no knocks, no strange movements. And I hope it stays that way.
Hi. Yeah, I don't know if this is really worth sharing, but it's just been on my mind. And maybe you've heard something like it before. So, I'm a college student, and earlier this year, I finally got to do a semester abroad. It's something I'd been working toward for years. Extra classes, extra shifts at the bookstore, saving every bit I could. I picked Europe because I wanted to work on my language skills, but also because, I don't know, I've always been fascinated with old things. Where I'm from in the States, we call a building old if it's from like the 1950s. Over there, you can walk past places older than my entire country just to get groceries. I loved that idea. It made history feel closer. When I arrived, the school placed me in student housing, but it wasn't the shiny new dorms most of the other foreign students got. Mine was an older building a few blocks from campus, tucked down this narrow cobblestone street. Honestly, it looked like something out of a painting. Tall, narrow windows with warped glass, faded wooden doors that must have been opened and shut 1,000 times before I was even born. I didn't mind that it was older. In fact, I was thrilled. I wanted to feel like I was living history, not just looking at it from a tour bus window. The inside was, well, it had character. Creaky stairs, plaster walls with hairline cracks, the faint smell of dust, and something faintly herbal, like dried flowers. My little room had a single bed, a desk, and a window that overlooked the street. I could see the rooftops sloping away and the spire of a church just a few blocks over. It wasn't fancy, but it was perfect for me. The only problem was the language. I'd studied it in school, but classroom language is different from real life, and the local dialect was tricky. People spoke fast, dropped words, used slang I'd never heard. Most of the time, I just nodded and smiled, hoping I'd caught enough to follow along. About a week after I moved in, I started hearing something. The first time was late at night. I'd stayed up too late reviewing vocabulary, and I was in that weird, heavy-eyed state where you're not quite awake but not asleep yet. I heard this soft whispering outside my door. Not like someone having a normal conversation. It was lower, almost like chanting, but too quiet to make out. At first I thought it was one of the other tenants talking on the phone in the hallway, but when I got up and opened the door, nothing. The hallway was empty. All the other doors were shut, and the whispering, gone. I figured maybe I dreamed it. A few nights later, it happened again. Same time, late enough that the whole building should have been asleep. This time, I sat up fast, heart pounding, and I grabbed the little notebook I kept by my bed for language practice. I pressed my ear to the door and tried to catch the words. I couldn't understand them fully. My brain felt slow, like it was still tangled in sleep, but I wrote down the sounds as best I could. The voice, if it was a voice, was soft and even, like someone reciting lines they'd said 100 times before. The next morning, I went through all my phrase books and dictionaries. Nothing matched exactly. A few words looked close to the language I was studying, but not quite right. The endings were strange. The sounds shifted in ways I didn't recognize. I decided to ask my professor after class. She's one of those people who's forgotten more about languages than I'll ever know, so I figured she'd at least be able to tell me if it was just a regional dialect. When I showed her my notes, she got this odd look on her face. Not alarmed exactly, but curious. She asked me to say the words out loud, and when I did, she nodded slowly and said, "That's old. Very old." Turns out the words weren't in modern usage at all. They were from an older form of the language, one I'd never studied. Maybe even older than the building itself in some parts. She told me the words I'd written were the first line of a local prayer, one that had been used in monasteries hundreds of years ago. That's when I found out the building where I was staying used to be part of a monastery. My room was in what had once been a dormitory wing for monks. She laughed it off, saying maybe one of the neighbors was just very dedicated to their history, but she also admitted it was strange for someone to recite it in the middle of the night in the exact hallway where monks used to walk. After that, I didn't hear it for a while. Weeks went by, and I almost convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe I'd just been catching pieces of conversation or the way the wind moved through the old hall. But then, right before the end of the semester, it happened one more time. Louder this time. Clearer. I stayed in bed, listening. The voice didn't move away like before. It was right outside my door the whole time, the prayer repeating, soft and steady, for what felt like minutes. When I finally opened the door, the hallway was dark and empty again. I told myself it could have been a neighbor, or maybe sound carrying strangely through the old building. But every time I think about it, I remember how steady the voice was, how unbroken. No breathing between lines, no sound of footsteps. Just that ancient prayer in a language nobody uses anymore, in a building where it had been spoken centuries before. I left at the end of the semester, and unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to go back. But sometimes when I'm lying in bed late at night here at home, I start to think about what I heard in that building, the words on the other side of the door, and I swear I can almost hear it again, like it followed me back across the ocean.
Hey, I've been listening for a while, and I finally decided to call in because I've got a weird one for you. It was during lockdown. I lived alone in a tiny apartment, one of those old buildings where the walls are so thin you can hear your neighbors breathing. I was working from home, barely seeing anyone in person, and the isolation started to get to me. You'd think being surrounded by people, even just through the walls, would help, but it was the opposite. The silence between sounds felt suffocating. It was just little things, faint murmurs through the vents. It didn't strike me as odd. At first, I just figured someone nearby was on the phone or had their TV turned low, but I started to notice it always seemed to happen late at night when everything else in the building was still. The voices were just on the edge of my hearing, too soft to make out words, but I could tell they were voices. More than one. Whispering. One night I decided to really listen. I turned off everything. My laptop, my fan, I even unplugged the fridge to silence its low hum. The building was dead quiet. Then, after a long pause, the whispering started again. This time, I pressed my ear against the vent. My skin prickled. It wasn't just random murmuring. It almost sounded like someone was saying my name. I jerked back so fast I nearly fell over. My brain scrambled for an explanation. Maybe it was the neighbor's TV after all. Maybe I was just imagining things, my own thoughts rebounding in the silence. But I didn't turn anything back on. I just sat there, waiting. Then the whispers came again. My name, stretched and drawn out like whoever was saying it wanted to make sure I heard. The voice was soft, but something about it was wrong. It was like listening to someone speak from another room, but the acoustics didn't make sense. It wasn't coming from above or below. It was coming from inside the vent. I didn't sleep that night. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that it had to be a trick of sound, some weird echo carrying from another apartment. But after that night, I started hearing it all the time. The whispers would rise and fall, just low enough that I could never quite make out what they were saying, but always there, always waiting. Then things escalated. One evening, while I was brushing my teeth, the water started running light brown. Rust, I thought. Old pipes. But then I heard it, soft but unmistakable, my name seeping through the vent above the sink. I shut off the water and bolted from the bathroom. The next day, I called my landlord, asked if the vents connected to another apartment. He told me no. Each unit was separate. No shared airways. That didn't make sense. Someone had to be on the other side. Someone had to be whispering. I stopped sleeping. I started leaving the TV on at all hours just to drown out the sound. But it didn't matter. The whispering kept coming, growing bolder, more insistent. One night, just as I was dozing off, I heard something that made my blood run cold. We're coming through. I shot up in bed, heart hammering. The voice was closer, too close. As I was sitting there, upright in my bed, I heard it again. Not a whisper, not a name, just breathing. Long, slow, just on the other side of the vent. I barely breathed for the rest of the night. I kept my eyes locked on the vent, half expecting something, someone, to crawl through. But nothing happened. Just the whispers. The next day, I packed a bag and went to stay with a friend. I didn't even explain why. Just said I needed a break from my apartment. I stayed away for a full week, and when I finally worked up the courage to go back, the air inside felt different, lighter, normal. I convinced myself that whatever it was, it had been in my head. A product of stress and isolation. Hey, I'm calling again. It's me, the guy with the vents, the one with the sounds. I stayed in that apartment, and, I really shouldn't have. Well, I thought it was over. I was wrong. Yeah, I know, I said last time that it stopped, but it didn't. It just waited. I thought leaving for a week had fixed it. I thought I was over the stress that caused it, or at least that whoever had been whispering through the vents had lost interest. The silence had stretched long enough that I convinced myself it had been in my head. Mental strain, isolation, the weird tricks your brain plays on you when you spend too much time alone. For months, the apartment was quiet. Then last week, I woke up to a voice calling my name from inside the vent. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The sound had been faint, but unmistakable, carrying that hollow, tinny quality of something bouncing through metal ducts. I told myself I had imagined it. I had to have imagined it. But as I lay there, staring at the ceiling, ears straining, it happened again. Hey, It was just barely a whisper. I pulled the blankets tighter around myself and stared at the vent across the room, half hidden in the darkness. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I avoided the vent. I got up, made extra coffee, went about my day as normally as I could. Maybe I had dreamed it. Maybe it was some weird auditory distortion. I told myself a lot of things. Then that night, it happened again. It started as a whisper, soft, distant, like someone was standing just on the other side of the wall, just out of reach. I couldn't make out words, just the faint murmur of something speaking. Then, clearer this time, 2 syllables. My name. I sat up in bed, heart hammering. The whispering continued, a low hum threading through the room. It wasn't coming from the walls. It was coming from the vent. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and slowly approached. The metal grate gleamed under the beam of light. I knelt down, hesitating for a long moment before speaking. Hello? The whispering stopped. The silence pressed against my ears. I stared at the vent, waiting, heart pounding. And then, just as I started to pull back, why did you leave? The voice was right there, right on the other side. I scrambled away, knocking over my nightstand in my rush to get back to bed. My pulse was a wild, stuttering thing in my chest. I didn't dare move, barely dared to breathe. I didn't sleep. The next night, it was worse. The questions continued, soft at first, then growing more insistent. Why did you come back? The voice wasn't just whispering anymore. It was speaking, talking to me. I ignored it. I kept my headphones in, music blasting, anything to drown out the sound. But every so often, in the spaces between songs, I could still hear it. Low, waiting. Can I come in? That was the last straw. The next morning, I called my landlord and gave my notice. I wasn't staying. I didn't care how much I had left on my lease. I started packing that afternoon, stuffing my belongings into boxes with shaking hands. But the worst came just 2 nights before my move-out date. I had been avoiding the vent, barely looking in its direction, trying not to acknowledge its existence. But when I passed by it that night, something made me stop. A feeling, a pressure in the air, a wrongness. I turned, slowly, and shined my flashlight through the slats. Scratches. Long, jagged gouges marred the inside of the metal, deep enough to catch the light, like something had been clawing at it, like something had been trying to get out. I left the room. I slept on the couch. The next morning, I started shoving the last of my things into boxes. I didn't care about organization, didn't care about what went where. I just needed to leave. I avoided the bedroom completely, avoided looking at the vent, avoided even thinking about it. By the afternoon, I was standing outside the apartment, key in hand, ready to turn it over to the landlord. The sun was bright, the air crisp, normal. The world felt normal again, and I let myself believe that once I handed over the key, it would be over. And then my phone buzzed, a notification from my smart home app. Motion detected in bedroom. I stared at the screen, blood running cold. The apartment was empty. I was standing outside. There shouldn't have been motion. My finger hovered over the app, over the option to view the camera feed. Then I slowly lowered my finger down, not to open the app, but to delete it. I figured it was probably a dirty raccoon or something. But after all I had been through, I wasn't going to risk taking a peek. I turned around, walked to my car, and never looked back.
Hello, yeah, well, I've got something for you. Never really told it properly before, not outside of a few mates down the pub, but I still think about it. More than I'd like, actually, and maybe talking about it here will help. I don't know. So, this happened a few years ago when I was still living in the countryside. Small village, you know the sort. One shop, one pub, a church no one really went to, and miles of winding lanes that felt like they belonged to another time. Anyway, I used to walk home late at night sometimes, cutting across this narrow, hedge-lined lane. No streetlights, just the glow of my phone or the moon if I was lucky. It was quiet, peaceful even, until it wasn't. That night I was coming back from a mate's place. It was late, past midnight, and the sky was cloudy, so it was properly dark. The kind of dark that presses in on you, makes you hyper-aware of every sound. My footsteps echoed a bit on the wet road, and I remember pulling my jacket tighter against the cold. It was that damp, bone-deep chill you get in the countryside. Then, ahead of me, I saw it, a dog, a big one, sitting right in the middle of the lane. At first, I just assumed it was a stray or a farm dog that had wandered off. But as I got closer, something about it felt wrong. It was massive, for one. Bigger than any dog I'd ever seen, more like a wolf. And its fur was jet black, like it was swallowing the light. I couldn't make out its eyes, but I knew it was looking at me. I slowed down. Something in my gut told me not to get too close. There was this awful, heavy silence in the air, like the whole world was holding its breath. Even the usual rustling in the hedges, the distant hoot of an owl, gone. Just me and this thing. I took a step back. It stood up. I swear to you, it didn't move like a normal dog. It was too smooth, too deliberate. And then it took a step toward me. That's when I ran. I don't remember making the decision. My body just took over. I turned and bolted back the way I came, not daring to look over my shoulder. My ears were ringing, my heart was hammering, and I was sure, absolutely sure I could hear it behind me. Not running, not growling, just following. Keeping pace. The sound of claws on tarmac, steady, unhurried. I didn't stop until I saw the lights of the village ahead. The second I stepped onto the main road, where the glow of a street lamp touched me, the feeling vanished. The weight, the pressure, the sense of being watched, it was just gone. Like it had never been there. I turned, breathless, half expecting to see it standing at the edge of the dark. But there was nothing. Just an empty lane stretching back into the night. I told myself I imagined it, that my mind had played tricks on me in the dark. But the next day, I mentioned it to an old bloke at the pub, just offhand, not really expecting a reaction. He went pale, put his pint down, shook his head and said, "You saw it then." Turns out people have been seeing that thing on the lane for years. A black dog, always at night, always watching. Some say it's a warning, others say it's something worse. All I know is I never took that route home again. Not at night, at least.
I heard this show the other night, and I guess it got me thinking about what's been going on out here. I live alone, outside of town a bit. Rural edge, not quite farmland, but close enough. There's woods out back. A creek runs through a ways down. Real quiet most nights. Too quiet sometimes. Anyway, it started, 6 months ago now? Maybe longer. At first, it was just my garbage cans. I'd wake up in the morning and find trash strewn all over the driveway. Banana peels, fast food wrappers, meat trays, whatever was in there, it was all out in the open, like some animal went through it. Naturally, I figured raccoons, or a coyote maybe. Common enough out here. So I bungee corded the lid shut. Figured that'd be the end of it. But the next morning, same deal. Trash everywhere. Bungees were busted, but not chewed through. Looked like someone sliced the cord with scissors. Clean cut. Kind of strange for an animal. I bought new cords, thicker ones. Same thing happened. Made a mess everywhere. So then I picked up a new trash can, heavy duty, with a locking lid. I thought, okay, this'll do the trick. And for maybe a week or two, it seemed like it worked. Then the noises started. First, it was just at night. Scratching sounds, light tapping. I thought maybe something was climbing up the siding or messing around under the porch. But every time I'd go outside with a flashlight, nothing. Totally still. I figured maybe I was just hearing things. Wind, mice, who knows. But then one morning I noticed something. The trash can was moved. Not knocked over, moved. About 3 feet from where I always keep it, dragged across the gravel. I could see the trail, and there were handprints on the lid. That's when I started feeling uneasy. Not paw prints, handprints. Small, like a tiny child's, but not quite right. Too many fingers, too narrow, almost delicate. Like something trying to be human, but not quite pulling it off. I stood there staring at them for a long while, looking over the prints. 11, 12, more. They were all over the lid, smudged into the dirt and dust. And that smell, sweet like rotting fruit, but sharp like copper. I couldn't place it, but it lingered around the can like something had been nesting there. closed off the cans, figured maybe it was kids messing around, though I never saw anyone nearby. I don't have neighbors close enough for their kids to wander over without being noticed. Maybe just a really big old raccoon that had gotten himself fat eating my garbage? They have weird little hand paws. Either way, I left it at that. But it didn't stop. Next week, I found one of the cans tipped completely over. Lid was off, despite the lock being latched. And the food scraps, not just scattered, gone, picked clean, like something had dug through and taken only the edible stuff. Bits of shredded packaging, but no meat, no fruit, no bread, just wrappers left behind. I started watching the yard at night. Not all the time, mind you, but when I walked by, I would take a minute or two to stare out the window toward the tree line where I kept the cans. After a few nights, well, that's when I saw them. Just shapes at first. Movement. Low to the ground, but fast. Hunched. Darting in and out of the shadows. Too fast to follow. I saw one step out a little further, just beyond the edge of the porch light. It froze when it noticed me at the window. It was short, maybe 3 feet tall, skinny with arms longer than its body. No clothes that I could see. Skin looked wrinkled like tree bark, almost gray. But the thing that really got me? The eyes, huge, way too big for its head. Shiny like wet stones reflecting the porch light. It stood there, tilting its head, just watching. And then it turned and ran fast. Too fast. It moved like something that didn't have bones. I moved the cans back by the garage, thinking maybe the lights or proximity to the house would help. But the next morning, there were more prints. Tons of them. All over the siding, across the ground, even on my back door. Tiny smudges like little greasy fingers had been tapping, clawing, pressing. Because, see, animals don't do that. Animals don't move quietly enough to never make a sound on dry gravel. I called the county, asked if anyone else had been having problems with scavengers. They told me no. Nothing unusual. They said they'd look into it, but I never heard back. Things settled for a while after that. A week or two, maybe. Nothing happened. And then one morning, I woke up and the trash cans were gone. Just gone. Not tipped, not dragged. Gone. No drag marks, no prints, no scattered trash. I followed the edge of the woods, figured maybe I'd find them dumped in a ditch. I walked nearly a mile along the tree line. Nothing. That was 2 weeks ago. I haven't replaced the cans. I started burning my trash instead. I don't know what they are. I really know how to say it without sounding completely nuts. I don't know if they're goblins or fae or something older. Maybe they're not from here at all. All I know is they're watching, and I hope they don't want more than trash.
Hi. I guess this is the number you call when things don't make sense? My cousin sent me your show, said it might help me sort through something weird I've been thinking about, or remembering, or misremembering. I don't even know anymore. Well, I've got one of those, and I've never told anyone about it. I guess I didn't think much of it for a long time, but now it's been keeping me up at night. I can't stop thinking about it. And I need to say it out loud, I think. Maybe that'll help. So, a few weeks ago, I was visiting my mom's place. She's getting older, and she's been talking about downsizing, clearing out the house, getting rid of old boxes, that sort of thing. And me being the only one close enough to help, I went over to lend a hand. It was mostly boring stuff. Old blankets, forgotten toys, half-broken lamps. So I was cleaning out the attic, and I found a few cardboard boxes tucked way in the back, behind the insulation rolls. Old photo albums, school projects, birthday cards from people I barely remember. You know, attic stuff. But in this one cardboard box, under a pile of yellowed papers and baby clothes, we found an old shoebox labeled tapes. Inside were a bunch of those chunky VHS home videos we used to make. Birthdays, Christmas mornings, all that. We pulled out the old player from a cupboard, hooked it up with some trial and error, and started watching. It was weirdly comforting, seeing all that grainy footage. My parents, younger, my sister and me with our pudding bowl haircuts and scabby knees. Just simpler times. But then we came to this one tape. It was labeled Summer 99. I must have been about 8. The tape started with shots of the garden, those slow pans dads always do, like they're filming a nature documentary instead of their own backyard. You could hear my mom laughing behind the camera, telling him to hurry up and focus on us kids. And there we were. Me, my sister, and my best friend at the time, Lottie. We're running through the sprinkler, squealing, wearing those garish one-piece swimsuits. I looked so happy. We were running around with plastic water guns, and we're both screaming with laughter. Then there's us making mud pies, daring each other to eat them. I must have shouted her name about a dozen times. And the thing is, I remember all of that. I remember that summer. I remember Lottie. We were inseparable. She used to braid my hair too tight and laugh when I yelled. She showed me how to hold a cricket bat like her older brother. She taught me clapping games with songs in another language I didn't understand. But then, my mom said something that made my stomach go cold. She said, "That was a good summer, wasn't it? Just you and your sister playing all day." I paused the tape, rewound it a bit, played the section again. There I was, shouting for Lottie to play with me, laughing as we slipped and fell in the mud. I looked at my mom. "What about Lottie?" I asked. She looked confused. "Lottie?" "Yeah," I said. "My best friend. The girl I'm playing with in the video." She frowned at me then. Not scared, not angry, just off. Like I'd said something weird and she was trying to place it. "There's no one else in that video, love. It's just you and your sister." I thought maybe she was joking, or maybe she hadn't been paying attention. So I pressed play again, but I didn't see Lottie. She was never captured in the footage. She was gone. I saw myself still running, still laughing, still shouting that same name, still reacting like I was being chased. The mud pies? Just one pair of hands. The giggling from the second voice, the one I always thought was hers, it was there, but quieter, fainter, like it was part of the background. I turned to my mom and asked if she could hear the second laugh. She shook her head. "Darling, I think you're hearing your own echo." But I wasn't. I know what I saw, and I knew what I remembered. I remembered her. She had a gap in her teeth. She always wore these bright rubber bracelets up to her elbow. She was real. I know she was. But now, I've watched the tape again, dozens of times. Every time, she's not there. Every time I call her name or look over at where she would have been, there's only empty space, or the place is just out of frame. So I went through the other boxes nearby, just looking to find proof that she existed. Old school photos, birthday cards, anything. But she's not in any of them. On the 13th time watching, or maybe it was the 14th, I was rewinding the tape again, squinting at the fuzzy, jittering image on the screen, when I thought I saw it, just for a second. An arm, pale and thin, darting into the frame from the left, bare except for a cluster of brightly colored rubber bands snug around the wrist. My heart leapt. I hit pause, rewind, slow play, tried everything, but no matter how many times I went over that stretch of tape, it wasn't there anymore. The arm was gone, like it had never been. My mom tried to comfort me. She just gave me this look and said, "You always did have imaginary friends." But Lottie wasn't imaginary. She couldn't have been. I remember the way her hair smelled like coconut oil. I remember her sandals that squeaked. I remember crying when she had to go away. Except, I can't remember what house she lived in, or what her last name was, or if I ever saw her with her parents. Now, I've read things about how memory works, about how the brain can fill in gaps, especially in children. That maybe I just played alone that summer and made up a friend to fill the space. That my brain painted her in after the fact. That I just thought I saw her in that old footage because I wanted to. That's possible. I get that. That's the rational part. But still, why did I see her once on the tape? Just once? Sure, it was grainy footage, and the quality of these tapes was never that good, and years in attic storage had only made the quality worse. But why do I remember her so clearly? More clearly than I remember some of my real-life classmates. That's the bit that really gets me. Anyway, that's it, I guess. Like I said, maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just a trick of the mind, like the Mandela effect. Or maybe it's just a mix of nostalgia and fuzzy video footage stirring up old imaginings. Or maybe some memories aren't really ours to keep. Maybe some of them don't want to stay forgotten. Hey, it's me again. The lady with the friend I remembered from an old VHS tape. I hope it's okay that I'm calling back so soon. Honestly, I've been turning this whole thing over in my mind nonstop, and I guess I just need to talk it out again. Maybe it'll help make some sense of it all. I couldn't stop thinking about that girl, my old friend. The gap-toothed grin, those bright rubber bracelets wrapped up her arm. It was so fleeting, like a blink, but so real at the same time. I just kept picturing her face, that mischievous little smile. I realized I needed to know more. So I called my older sister. She's the one who usually grounds me when I start spiraling into weird thoughts. She's lived in the house longer, remembers more from when we were kids. I figured if anyone would know whether I had a friend called Lottie, real or made up, it'd be her. She picks up, and we chat a bit. I told her about cleaning up Mom's house, finding the old VHS tapes, and the girl. I brought it up casually. Hey, do you remember when we were little, if I had an imaginary friend named Lottie? At first, she asked me if maybe it was just stress or too much time alone with those old tapes. She said she didn't remember me ever having an imaginary friend like that, at least not one that looked like her. But after a long pause, she said something that sent chills right down my spine. She doesn't laugh, doesn't say I'm being weird. She just goes quiet for a bit. Then she says, "That name sounds familiar, but I don't think you made her up." That got my heart going. She said she sometimes thought there was something in the house when we were kids. Something she could feel, but never quite see clearly. A presence that lingered in corners or just beyond her vision. She told me she occasionally caught glimpses of a small figure darting out of sight when she looked directly. A girl, maybe around our age back then, but no one we ever knew. She said Mom always brushed off her stories, saying it was just shadows or imagination, or old houses playing tricks on us. But my sister admitted she never really believed Mom. She thinks there might have been something real, maybe tied to the house, or the land it was built on. That really shook me, because I'd always thought it was just me. A trick of the tape, a forgotten childhood game. She mentioned the old swimming pool in the garden, the one that had been filled in before we moved there. Neighbors used to whisper about it being haunted, said you could sometimes hear soft murmuring or laughter coming from the bushes near where it used to be, especially at night. I thought back to playing outside as a kid, making mud pies near the garden, near that area. I wondered if the girl was connected to that place somehow, like a memory trapped in the stone and dirt. Then she said something that gave me chills, that there was a time Mom asked who I was whispering to in the dark. Apparently, I used to talk at night, low and soft, like I was listening to someone just off the bed. And I'd always say, "Lottie doesn't like to be seen." Anyway, we talked for a while. Neither of us could say for sure what was memory and what might have just been one of those childhood things. But it shook me. Later that night, I stayed over at Mom's place to keep sorting through old boxes and photos. I was wiped out, and I crashed on the living room couch with the TV on for background noise. I slipped one of the old VHS tapes into the player, one with memories from decades ago and a fuzzy, yet grainy picture like a warm blanket of memories being draped over me as I was half asleep, fixated on the flickering static. I was halfway dozing when the tape ended, and the screen went completely black for a moment. That's when I saw her. In the reflection on the blank TV screen, standing right behind me, just for a second. She was there, grinning wide, gap-toothed, and bright-eyed, with those same colorful rubber bracelets on her arm. My heart jumped into my throat. I whipped around, but there was no one. Just the quiet living room, the soft hum of the TV, and the faint creak of the old house settling. I sat frozen for a minute, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of the light or my mind playing games. But it felt like more than that. Like she was watching me. Waiting. Sleep didn't come easy after that. The next morning, I asked Mom if she remembered anything strange from when we were kids. She gave me a tight smile and said, "It's an old house. Old houses have old stories. Sometimes people see what they want to see, or their minds fill in the gaps." I don't know what to make of it all. Part of me thinks it was just a lonely child's imagination, a forgotten game with an invisible friend. But another part of me wonders if she was something else entirely. Something that never left. Since then, I've been afraid to watch that tape again, but also kind of drawn to it. Like if I don't look, I'll lose her forever. But if I do, maybe I'll finally understand. Anyway, thanks for listening again. I guess I'm just hoping talking about it will help. Or maybe someone else out there has had a similar experience. I still don't know if she was a ghost, a memory, or something in between. But every time I watch that tape, I can't help but feel she's still watching me back. Whatever she was, she left a mark I can't erase. And I'm not sure I want to know what that means.
This happened about 2 years ago. My wife and I had just had our first baby, a little girl. We were living in this old rental house. Nothing fancy, but it was in a quiet neighborhood. Big trees lining the street. That kind of place. The house itself had a bit of a history, I guess. It was one of the oldest on the block, built in the 1920s. Had that creaky floor thing going on, drafty windows, weird little storage spaces you don't really see in modern houses. The kinds of things that people say give a place character, you know? With the baby's arrival imminent, I was trying to save a bit of money anywhere I could, so we had acquired a lot of hand-me-down things from family and friends. I got the crib from a cousin, a few boxes of clothes and toys came from my wife's friends. You know, little bits of odds and ends came in from all over. Hard to tell where everything came from after a while. Anyway, after we brought the baby home, we set up a baby monitor in the nursery. Not the video kind, just the old-school audio type. It was a second-hand one we had gotten in one of these boxes from someone, but it worked fine. Just gave off that little bit of white noise when it was on. Nothing unusual. At first, a couple of weeks in, I started noticing odd things. It would pick up little noises at night, static shifting in weird ways, like someone barely moving around. I brushed it off, figured it was just picking up interference, maybe a neighbor's monitor on the same frequency, or someone's garage door opener, or something. But then, one night, I woke up to it. A whisper. I was dead asleep, and then I wasn't. You ever have that? Where you just wake up for no reason, like something pulled you out of a dream? The monitor was on the nightstand, and I swear I heard it. Low, right at the edge of hearing. Shh, don't wake her. I sat up so fast I nearly knocked the darn thing over. My wife was still asleep. The house was quiet except for the faint sound of rain outside. I stared at the monitor, heart pounding, waiting to hear it again. Nothing. I got up, went straight to the nursery. The baby was fine, asleep. Room was empty, window locked. I stood there for a long time, just listening. The only sound was the hum of the monitor. Finally, I convinced myself I imagined it. I mean, I was exhausted. Sleep deprivation does weird things to your head, right? But then, a few nights later, it happened again. This time, it wasn't just one whisper. I woke up to what sounded like a full-on conversation. Faint. Garbled. Like two voices whispering back and forth. I couldn't make out words, but I knew it wasn't static. There was rhythm to it. Structure. Like someone talking in the next room, but just out of reach. I grabbed the monitor and walked straight to the nursery. As soon as I stepped in, the voices stopped. Dead silence. Just the baby sleeping peacefully in her crib. I checked the whole house, windows, doors, even looked outside in the yard with a flashlight. Nothing. That night, I just laid in bed thinking about what I had heard earlier on the monitor. I knew that I hadn't been getting a full night of sleep since the baby had come home. I knew I was probably just tired, but what if there was something more to the sounds? What if they weren't just in my head? The next day, I did some digging, just to put my mind at ease. I looked up the house's history, trying to see if maybe, I don't know, something had happened there. Couldn't find much. Just the usual turnover of families, people moving in and out over the years. Nothing weird, no tragic deaths, no old ghost stories passed down from the neighbors. But still, something felt off. I started keeping a notebook, writing down every time I heard something strange. Some nights there was nothing. Others I'd hear little noises, soft creaks, shuffling sounds, that strange whispering that never quite made sense. But the worst night? That was the night I finally heard it clear as day. I was up late, reading in bed while my partner slept. The monitor was on, just soft static in the background. Then, out of nowhere, "Are they sleeping?" My blood ran cold. The voice was soft, female, right there, through the monitor, clear as if someone was standing in the room. I didn't even think. I jumped out of bed, ran to the nursery, threw the door open. The room was empty. Just the baby, still sleeping. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I told my wife everything. She hadn't heard any of it. Thought maybe I was dreaming or hearing outside noises, but I could tell it unsettled her too. We switched the monitor out for a new one, hoping that maybe it was just a faulty device. For a while, things were quiet, no whispers, no strange sounds. I started thinking maybe it really was just interference. Then one night, as I was rocking the baby to sleep, I felt it. A breath. Right next to my ear. I froze. Every hair on my body stood on end. The room was completely still, but I swear I could feel someone standing right behind me. Close. Too close. I turned my head slow. Nothing there. Just empty space. That was it. The next morning, we moved the crib into our bedroom. I didn't care how cramped it made things. I wasn't letting her sleep in that room alone anymore. A month later, we broke the lease early and got the heck out of that house. I don't know what it was. Maybe just an old house. Maybe a baby monitor picking up random radio signals. Maybe exhaustion messing with my head. But sometimes, when I think back to it, I remember the way that voice sounded. And I wonder, if I hadn't gone into that room when I did, what would it have said next?
Hello. I hope you're still taking these late calls. Or whatever this is. I'm not one to normally speak into a machine, but something's been gnawing at me ever since I came back home, and, well, it won't leave me alone. Thought I'd share what happened. This happened a few months ago. I'd taken a short break from work, nothing dramatic, just burnout, I guess, and went to stay with distant relatives for a while. They live out in a very quiet, rural part of the country. Lots of fields and old banyan trees, the kind of place where you hear crickets more than car horns. It was meant to be peaceful, and for the most part, it was. But the thing that sticks with me, what I keep thinking about even now, was this well. Or maybe I should say hole. It barely looked like anything. No bucket, no rope. No proper structure above it. Just an old stone lining sunk into the earth, round and low, maybe 4 feet across. Cracked and mossy, ringed by weeds and creepers. Half covered in fallen leaves and dried twigs, like the land had been trying to forget it. My relatives said nobody used it anymore, not for years. There's plumbing now, tanks and bowels. This old thing was just a leftover. Still, I felt drawn to it somehow. Like I kept catching it out of the corner of my eye. It sat at the edge of the backyard, half sunken into a small slope behind the shed, shielded by a cluster of wild trees and a crumbling wall. If you weren't looking for it, you wouldn't see it. But once I did, I kept going back. Just to look. The first time I heard the murmuring, I thought I was imagining it. It was one of those nights when the electricity had cut out. Happens often out there. The air gets thick when the fans stop spinning, and even the shadows feel heavier. I had stepped outside for air and wandered back behind the shed without really thinking about it. The moon was half full, enough to cast everything in pale silver. That's when I heard it. A low sound. Not a voice, not quite. Just murmuring. Like someone talking softly, right on the edge of hearing. You know how it sounds when people are talking in another room, and you can't make out the words but you know they're speaking? It was like that. Except it was coming from the well. It stopped the moment I stepped closer. Just silence. The frogs, the wind, even the trees, all of it paused, like they were listening too. I told myself it was probably water shifting underground. Echoes bouncing through the stone. The air pressure changing after the heat. There's a lot of rational reasons for weird sounds out in the countryside. But I don't know. It felt intentional, somehow. I didn't tell anyone. It felt silly. Like I'd be laughed at, or was pitied. City girl scared of an old well, that kind of thing. But that wasn't the only night. I heard it again a few days later. I hadn't even gone near it that time. I was just brushing my hair by the window after dinner, and there it was, drifting in through the open screen. That same soft murmur. Gentle, but steady. Like something deep and ancient had started speaking and never stopped. This time I thought, okay, maybe some animals down there. Frogs or a trapped bird. So I went out the next morning to look proper. Sun was up, birds were chirping again, everything felt normal. I brought a flashlight and leaned in, carefully. It was deep. Too deep to see the bottom. Just a cold draft rising up from inside, and the faint smell of damp stone and leaf rot. No sounds. No animal noises. No movement. And definitely no frogs. Still, I made excuses. Maybe there were gaps in the stone that funneled in wind and played tricks on my ears. Maybe nearby leaves were brushing together in a way that carried oddly through the well's shape. I kept repeating all that in my head. But that night, I couldn't convince myself anymore. The murmuring came again, louder. Not loud in volume, exactly. But clearer. Like it had gotten closer somehow. Like whoever, or whatever, was making the sound had moved up a few stones. Still not words. Still just that unintelligible, flowing whisper. But there was rhythm to it. Pacing. Emotion, even. Like sorrow. Or pleading. I remember standing there frozen by the window, holding my breath without meaning to. Then something changed in the sound. A shift. A moment of stillness, then one single syllable that almost did sound like a word. I don't even know what it was. But it startled me so much I dropped the hairbrush I was holding. The next morning, I went out again, this time with salt in my pocket. It's something my grandmother taught me years ago. She used to say the old places remember. that wells and thresholds and banyan trees are not just land, they're thresholds. Places where things linger. I still didn't believe, not really. But when I looked down into the well that day, it felt like the silence was waiting. Like it noticed me. The air inside felt heavier, colder, despite the sun. I didn't drop the salt in. Didn't chant anything. Just stood there and listened for a while. I left a few days later. I didn't go back to the well again. No one else seemed to notice anything strange. When I finally mentioned it to my cousin, offhand, jokingly, they said maybe I'd heard groundwater shifting. That the monsoon changes the underground flow sometimes. That old stone amplifies and warps noise. All reasonable things. All explanations that should have put my mind at ease. But the sound I heard, it wasn't water, or air, or echo. It was a presence. And even now, weeks later, when I lie in bed at night with everything quiet, I still sometimes hear it. Not from outside, not from the walls. Just in my head. That same low murmur, rising up through the memory of stone. I don't know if I'll ever go back. Part of me wants to. Just to prove it wasn't real. But the rest of me knows better. Anyway, I'm sure it sounds like I just let the dark get to me. Maybe I did. Maybe rural silence is just too much for a city brain. But if you ever find yourself in a place like that, in the real quiet, the old kind, keep an eye on the places that feel forgotten. Sometimes they haven't forgotten you.
Evening. Or morning. Not sure what time this'll get heard, but figured I'd give it a go anyhow. My nephew listens to your show, says folks call in when they've seen strange things. Paranormal, UFOs, ghost boats, all that. Said maybe it'd help me sleep if I said it out loud. So, here goes. I've worked the water most my life. Lobsters in the summer, cod and haddock when the permits say so. Our family's been doing it since my grandfather's grandfather. If you fish anywhere around these parts, you've likely heard of the place. Nasty ledge just under the tide line. Wrecked a Spanish trawler in the 60s. Current pulls weird there like it's got teeth, but I've known it all my life. This was last fall. Late September, cool breeze, flat seas, one of those eerie, calm nights where the water's black glass and the air feels too quiet, like the world's holding its breath. We'd stayed out late, me and my deckhand. Good haul that day, so we pushed past sundown. No moon, but plenty of stars. We were about 3 miles out from ledge, packing down the catch, when he says, "What the heck is that?" I look where he's pointing. Northwest, just above the horizon. And I'll tell you right now, I don't believe in little green men. I don't trust cable shows with shaky night vision, and I sure as heck don't spook easy. But this, it weren't like any aircraft I've seen. No red blinkers, no navigation strobes, just 3 lights in a perfect triangle, hovering low and slow. They weren't beams, more like orbs. Soft white, but they flickered sometimes like candle flames. We watched them maybe 2 minutes. Didn't move like a plane. Didn't move like a drone either. I've seen those. This thing was silent. Absolutely still at first, then it dipped real slow, just eased down toward the water like it was lowering itself on a string. Then, splash. Not a crash, mind you. A splash, gentle almost, and the lights just disappeared under the surface like pebbles sinking. Not a ripple after, not even the kind a seal makes when it dives. We were stunned. Heck, he dropped a coil of rope right on his foot and didn't even flinch. We kept looking at the spot, half expecting something to resurface, but nothing. Just dark water and those darn stars. Course, we had no phone signal out there. By the time we got back to dock, it was after midnight. Told the harbour guy about it. He said we were probably seeing flares or ball lightning. Flares don't move in formation, and I've never seen lightning look like that. And I've seen St. Elmo's fire once. This wasn't that. Still, I couldn't sleep that night. Couldn't stop thinking about it. Not scared, exactly. Just off. Uneasy. Like I'd glimpsed something I wasn't meant to. My deckhand came by the next day and said his brother, works air traffic nearby, confirmed nothing was in our vicinity at that time. No planes, no choppers, no military tests. Weather was clean. A week passed. I thought maybe I'd dreamed it, or misread something with tired eyes. Then I saw the gulls. Out by Ledge Rock, a whole kettle of them, screaming and circling one spot. That ain't rare, but the way they were moving, tight loops, frantic, looked like they were avoiding something. Not fish, not a shark, not a carcass, just an empty patch of sea, churning with current like a drain had opened up beneath. I cut engine, let us drift a bit, and I swear I heard a hum, low, mechanical, like when you're near a power station or an old fridge about to kick on, just below the surface. He didn't hear it, but he said he felt pressure, like your ears popping on a plane. We left quick, didn't even drop the traps. We've been avoiding that spot since. Still fishing, still hauling, but not near the ledge. Now here's the kicker. 2 weeks ago, my deckhand's cousin, from other side of the bay, said his kids saw lights offshore from their cabin. Same triangle pattern. No sound. Dipped below the waves. Different night, but same direction. We didn't tell nobody else, so he couldn't have heard it from us. So yeah, maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe we saw some prototype drone or atmospheric nonsense. Maybe it's just tired eyes and old men telling stories. But something about how the water moved, how quiet it got, how the gulls acted, it weren't right. Nature knows. Birds know. Ocean knows. Anyhow, I don't expect to make believers out of anyone. I just needed to say it out loud, I think. Let it live somewhere outside my head. So thanks for listening. If you ever find yourself out there on the sea on a still night and the water goes too calm and you hear that hum, maybe turn back in, just in case. Evening. Again. Or whatever time it is you're listening. It's me, same fella who called in about the triangle lights out near Ledge Rock. Don't know if you aired that one or not. Don't much matter. I didn't expect anything back. Just felt better getting it out of my head. But, well, I'm calling again, 'cause I think maybe that weren't the end of it. This ain't easy, you know. Feels like I'm talking to no one and everyone all at once. But that last time I called in, it helped. Said my piece about what me and my deckhand saw. Those 3 white lights hovering in triangle formation, sinking into the water out by Ledge Rock. I thought maybe letting it out would bring some peace. But the sea don't let go that easy. This all started again not 2 weeks after I left that message. Weather turned warm for October, like summer was trying one last time to hold on. The kind of still, humid air that don't belong that late in the season. I remember thinking it was strange how quiet the harbour was. No wind, no gulls even. Just still. I was fixing a trap line at the dock when a fella from across the way came over. Guy works out on the draggers. Anyhow, he says, "You been fishing near the ledge lately?" I told him no, and he kind of gives me this look like he's weighing whether to say something. Finally he goes, "There's a spot out there. It hums." That's the word he used. Hums. Said he only noticed it when he cut the engine to take a leak. He was dead still in the water and heard this low buzz beneath the boat. Thought maybe he was losing it until one of his guys asked, unprompted, if generators could run underwater. That stopped me cold. I hadn't told anyone about that noise we heard. Thought maybe it was just our old motor vibrating weird or something, but he described it exactly, that soft, droning hum, like a fridge or transformer humming just under your feet. So I asked him, did you see any lights? He didn't even blink. Said yeah. Night before, just above the horizon. Thought it was a chopper, but no sound, no movement. 3 white lights. Now, I know how stories grow legs in small towns. Fishermen ain't immune to yarn spinning, especially over a few cold ones. But this wasn't that. Ray looked spooked, real quiet, like he was still trying enough to figure out if he'd imagined the whole thing. A couple days later, I was hauling traps with my deckhand. Not near the ledge, mind you. We'd been steer clear since that night, but we were maybe 5 miles south of it, running a line we'd used for years without issue. It was about an hour before sunset. Water was glass again. I don't like it when it's that calm. Feels unnatural. Birds were gone. Even the usual radio chatter from the other boats had gone quiet. That's when it started again. Not the lights, the hum. Came up from below the hull just like before. Not loud, not angry, just present, like a note held in the back of your head. And the pressure started up again, like when you're going up a mountain or your ears are trying to adjust on a flight. I looked at my deckhand. He was already looking at me. Neither of us had said a word yet. Then we saw the gulls. A tight little group of them, maybe 20 birds, circling fast over one patch of sea not half a mile from us. And I mean tight, like someone had roped them into a funnel. They were screeching, changing height, scattering and regrouping like they couldn't figure out what was below them. We turned toward it, curious more than anything. Thought maybe it was a bait ball or dolphin pushing fish to the surface. Happens sometimes. But there weren't nothing there, just flat water. No swirls, no bubbles, no sign of bait. Just that same quiet hum, stronger now, like it knew we were looking. We sat there watching for a few minutes. Then, and I swear this is true, the water right beneath the birds started churning. Real gentle, like a slow-motion whirlpool, but spread out. No direction to it, just moving. And the hum stopped, just cut out, like a switch had been thrown. Gulls scattered, shot off toward the mainland like they'd had enough. We sat there a while longer, only few minutes really, but nothing else happened. Didn't say a word until we got back to shore. That night, I couldn't sleep again. I get a call from an old friend. Retired now, he used to run charters out of the same harbour. Lives up the bluff a bit. He's not one to gossip or talk nonsense. But he calls me up, says his motion light's been flicking on at odd hours, midnight, 1 a.m., always facing the water. He looks out the window, doesn't see nothing, just black waves. But he says his dog won't go near the dock at night now, just whines and hides behind the shed. Next day, I go visit him. We drink some instant coffee, swap old stories. I tell him casually about the lights we saw. Not the whole thing, just the triangle and the splash. He gets real quiet. Says he saw something similar back in the 80s, only it didn't go into the water. It came out. He thought it was a flare at first. Just one light, not 3, but it floated up out of the waves slow. Then they just hovered right above the dock for a moment, then zipped off like a bat out of, well, you know where. He never told nobody. Figured folks would think he'd been drinking. But now? Well, he asked me if I've noticed any fish acting strange, and I had. Bait's not moving the way it usually does. Lobsters are slow, lazy. This old man says he thinks the currents around ledge are changing. He showed me tide charts going. Back 20 years. Something's causing it all to shift, only by a bit at first, but steadying, drifting out to sink. So I decided not to go back near ledge, least not for some time. I haven't told the missus, don't want her worrying. But I've started writing this stuff down. Times, dates, tides, moon phases. Call it foolish, but I feel like there's a pattern to it. Like something's building towards something. Or trying to tell us something. Anyway, thanks for listening again. I'm sure folks will say we're just telling fish tales or hearing things from too many hours on the water. And maybe they're right. Maybe it's some new Navy drone we ain't supposed to know about, or magnetic fields messing with instruments, or just plain old brains playing tricks. But the sea's been here longer than any of us, and I figure if something wants to stay hidden, there ain't a better place to do it than down in the deep. Just, if you're ever out near the ledge, and the birds are missing, and the water's too still, and you feel that hum in your bones, don't stick around to see what shows up next. Head back to shore, just to be safe.
Hey, yeah, hi. I hope this is the right number. I've been meaning to call for a while now. I guess I just wasn't sure what I'd even say until tonight, but I think I need to tell someone. I don't know if what happened was supernatural or not, but it's been eating at me for years, and something stirred it back up again recently. This goes back to when I was a kid. We used to stay with my grandparents every summer, out in this creaky old farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. Real classic place. Wide front porch with a screen door that slammed shut. Every bit the traditional farmhouse. They were good people, quiet, kept to themselves. They'd raised 5 kids in that house, and by the time we came along, me, my brother, and my cousins, it was just them, the crops, and a lot of silence. Now, upstairs, there was this door. It looked just like every other door in the hallway. Maybe a little older, a little more worn, but it was always locked. Always. And I don't mean just shut. I mean padlocked from the outside, with this chunky old brass lock and a handwritten sign in faded ink that said, "Do not open." My brother and I, being dumb little kids, asked about it, of course. My grandpa would just say, "That part of the house ain't safe." Nothing more. My grandma never even acknowledged it. She'd change the subject every time it came up. She had this tightness around her mouth when we mentioned that door, like just saying the words tasted sour. Over the years, we stopped asking. It just became one of those things. Summer meant hot nights, fireflies, sleeping on old quilts, and the locked door. A part of the house that didn't belong to us. There were nights when something about that end of the upstairs hall felt lived in a way the rest of the house wasn't. Sometimes, late at night when the rest of the farm was breathing slow and even, I'd lie awake and hear a faint creak come down from above, soft, like the hesitant sigh of a chair before it settles. Not the steady creak of an old board or the groan of settling timber, but a gentle, irregular creaking. It was almost rhythmic, as if someone was shifting their weight from one leg to the other. The sound would start and stop without footsteps, and it always seemed to come from behind that locked door. Once, I woke up and listened so hard I could feel my own pulse. The house was so quiet you could hear the hens in the yard. The creaking came again, 3 slow pulls and a pause, then 2 small rasping noises, like a drag on the floor. I slipped out of bed and crept to the top of the stairs, heart stupidly loud, and pressed my ear to the banister. The sound stopped the instant I moved. When I tiptoed to the door and put my eye to the keyhole, there was nothing on the other side but the dark. I remember thinking maybe the wind was getting caught in the eaves, or a branch rubbing the window somehow. But other nights, the creaking sound was so distinct, so domestic, that it put the smell of dust and tea in my head. It was enough to make you believe, for a minute, something could be moving in that room, all while the rest of the house was asleep. Sometimes my grandma would walk past in the mornings and pause in the hall,
cast a glance at the little padlock, and give a small shake of her head. She never said anything about the sounds, but her eyes would look a little sad when she did. The adults all kept the same distance from that door, like it was a bruise on the house they didn't want to touch. But then, one summer, I think I was maybe 11, 12 maybe, our grandparents left for a day to attend some funeral a few towns over, left us alone in the house with a cousin who was barely 16, practically one of us. No supervision, just a whole afternoon to goof off. And wouldn't you know it, that door became the center of attention. My brother dared me to try the key rack in the kitchen, just for fun, just to see. I should have said no. I really should have. But you know how it is. You're 12, you're stupid, you want to impress your brother. I grabbed the ring of old keys, most of them rusted and nameless, took them upstairs and started trying them, one by one, while my cousins watched from the hallway, hushed and giddy. And then, click. The lock gave way so easily I almost dropped it. The padlock just swung open, like it had been waiting. The hallway got real quiet. I turned the knob, and I wish I hadn't. The room wasn't empty. It should have been, right? Just dusty boxes, maybe old furniture. But no, this was something else. It looked like a nursery. Not modern, not even old in a charming way. Abandoned was the word. Like someone had tried to erase it from memory. Peeling wallpaper, a cracked crib, a sun-bleached doll slumped in the corner, and this smell, stale, like rotten mothballs. Like time itself had gone sour in there. But the weirdest thing? It was cold, ice cold. The rest of the house was a sauna in the summer heat, but that room? My breath fogged. My cousins dared each other to step inside, but nobody did. We just stood there. The room was wrong, not in a ghost jumped out kind of way. It was just off. Like walking in on a secret you were never meant to know. My brother, he finally whispered for me to look over at a corner of the room. That's when I saw it. A rocking chair, sitting in the far corner, the only thing in the room that somehow wasn't covered in dust. That's when he whispered, "We should close it. We shouldn't be in here." So I stepped forward just to shut the door, and I swear to you, that's when the rocking chair moved. Just once. A single creak. It wasn't a big movement, not the arm-flinging, haunted movie sort. It was the slow, measured backwards roll of a chair finishing a long push. The kind of creak your grandma's old rocker makes when someone is sitting for a good while and then stands up. The slat at the base sighed. For one heartbeat, the room smelled like lemon oil and baby powder, and then gone. Everyone ran, me included. I slammed that door shut, locked it, practically threw the key ring down the stairs. We didn't talk about it. Not that day, not ever. Later that night, my grandma came back. She paused in the hallway and looked straight at the door, noticed the padlock had been turned differently, and she just knew. She didn't yell, didn't scold us. She just said, "Don't go in there again." And then, almost to herself, she muttered, "Not after what happened." I asked her what she meant. She didn't answer. That was the last summer we stayed there. Next year, they sold the place, moved into a smaller house in town, no locked doors, no rocking chairs, just a lot of silence. Years passed. My grandpa died. My grandma went into a care home. One day when I was visiting her, I worked up the nerve to ask her. I thought she might finally tell me what was in that room. What happened? She looked at me like I was still 12 and said, "Some doors stay locked for a reason." That's it. That's all she said. But here's the thing, and this is why I'm calling. Last week, my brother sent me a link. It was a real estate listing. The old house, it's for sale again. Looks like it's been flipped. New roof, fresh paint, nice photos. But in one of the photos, down that upstairs hallway, that door is open. Wide open. And inside, there's no nursery. Just a blank white room. Clean, normal. Except there's that same chair in the corner. Sitting exactly how I remembered it. Just waiting. So yeah, that's my story. I don't know what we saw or what we stirred up that day, but I can still feel the cold from that room if I think too hard about it. Some doors stay locked for a reason. Guess I just wanted someone else to know.
Hey, hope this is the right number. I was listening to your show the other night and I figured, well, maybe I should tell this. Just one of those things that sticks with you, even when you try to forget. But hearing other folks' stories made me think maybe someone out there has had this happen to them too. Or maybe they can explain it. I don't know, I just know it happened. This was a few years ago, early fall, the kind of season where the days are still warm enough to hike in a t-shirt, but the nights hit you with that first real bite of cold. That perfect time before the real cold sets in, but after the bugs calm down. I was on a solo camping trip, out in the wilderness, somewhere way off trail. Won't say exactly where, but it was deep. Far enough that I hadn't seen another person for 2 days. Just me, the trees, and that kind of silence that makes you realize how loud the world usually is. I'd set up camp by a small clearing near a ridge, close to a slow-moving stream. It was perfect. Flat ground, good cover, plenty of dry wood for a fire. I spent the evening cooking, listening to the distant sounds of the forest settling in for the night. The wind through the trees, the occasional hoot of an owl, rustling in the underbrush, normal things. Typical stuff. As the sun went down, the woods got darker than I remembered. I mean, I know how it gets out there, but this was different. Like the darkness settled in heavier, thicker. Then, just after the sun dipped below the tree line, the first rock hit. Not big. Maybe the size of a golf ball. It came from the trees behind me, bouncing off the ground and rolling a few feet before stopping. My first thought? A branch. Maybe something fell. I figured it had just tumbled loose from somewhere. I brushed it off. Then, maybe an hour later, another one came. This one was bigger. Not huge, but heavy enough that when it hit the dirt near my fire, I heard it land. I turned fast, shining my flashlight toward the trees. Nothing. Just thick trunks and darkness beyond the reach of my light. I told myself it had to be something natural. Maybe some animal kicked up a stone. A loose rock tumbling down from the ridge, a squirrel knocking something loose. Heck, even a bird. But then came the third one. You ever have that feeling, like you're being watched? Not just looked at, watched. Studied, like something's weighing the space between you and it, figuring you out. It started to feel like that. This time, I saw it. Not what threw it, but the motion. A rock arcing out of the trees, coming from somewhere in the black beyond my campfire's glow. It landed close enough to my tent that I felt the dull thunk of it in the ground. This wasn't random. Someone was throwing them. I didn't breathe. I just stood there, my light cutting through the dark, shaking just a little, because now I knew. I wasn't alone. I stood up slow, my flashlight sweeping the trees, my pulse pounding in my ears. "Hello?" I called out. "Who's there?" Silence, just the wind through the trees. Then from somewhere out in the dark, deep in the woods, this low, rhythmic, huffing sound. Not quite a growl, not quite a breath. Almost frustrated. I didn't like that. I'd been camping long enough to know when an animal's just passing through, when a predator's watching you, and when something isn't acting the way it should. This wasn't normal. I thought maybe it was a moose or a bear at first. Maybe I'd wandered too close to its space. But rocks? That's not how they behave. Another rock came. Harder. Closer. I backed up toward the fire, keeping my light trained on the tree line. I had bear spray. A knife. Neither of which felt particularly useful at that moment. And that's when it hit me. Not the rock. Realization. Whatever this was, it hadn't come closer than the edge of the firelight. Not once. It could have rushed me. Could have stepped forward just a little more, and I'd have seen it. But it stayed back. Because of the fire. That was my only comfort. So I did the only thing that made sense. I fed the flames. I grabbed every dry branch, every scrap of wood I had, and threw it in. The fire roared higher, crackling and spitting embers into the night. The rocks didn't stop, but they didn't get any closer, either. That huffing sound came again. Agitated. Annoyed. But it didn't cross the fire's glow. I stayed up all night, sitting with my back to my tent, watching the darkness. The rocks kept coming, not in a frenzy, but steady, like it was waiting. Testing, reminding me it was still there. At some point, maybe an hour before dawn, the throwing stopped. The forest was quiet again, not peaceful though. Too still. I didn't trust it. I kept the fire going as best I could, watching the tree line, waiting for the first hint of daylight. And when it finally came, I packed up fast. Every step toward the trailhead, I felt watched. Like if I stopped, if I looked back, I'd see something I didn't want to see. I made it back to my car by mid-morning. Tossed my gear in the back, locked the doors, and just sat there for a long time, breathing. Thinking. I still don't know what it was. A person messing with me? Maybe. But who's out there that deep in the woods, throwing rocks all night, never saying a word? And why stay hidden, throwing rocks? Why not say something? An animal? I don't know any that do that. And if it wasn't a person, something else. I'm not saying it was something like that. I'm just saying whatever was out there that night, it wasn't just the trees. I don't go camping alone anymore. Make sure you don't either.
Thanks for taking this. I've been turning it over in my head and it feels daft just to keep it to myself, so here goes. Last summer I was staying on a working farm for a few months. Part of that volunteer exchange thing, you know? A bit of mucking out, a bit of painting. I got a room and food and I got to be somewhere I wouldn't normally afford. The farmhouse itself was one of those proper old places. Low whitewashed walls, little leaded windows, flagstones worn smooth in the kitchen where everyone walked, and a slate roof that muttered in wind. Out the back, there's a narrow lane that runs between hedges and fields, the sort of lane you half expect sheep to appear from at any minute. It's the kind of landscape that hangs on to the past. Folk there still tell stories of ring forts and ancient ways without even thinking. They're part of the place. One evening it absolutely tipped it down. Rain like sheets, the gutters were running thick, the yard was a patchwork of puddles. I'd been out feeding hens and mucking a pen and came in soaked through. My boots were drenched to the lining, leather heavy with water. So I left them just outside my room to dry on the landing like the other helpers did. It seemed sensible. Warm upstairs and the little stair runner would protect the floor. It was late, we all went to bed. Next morning I stood there in socks and a dressing gown and blinked at the empty space. One boot gone, the left one. I checked everywhere. Under beds, behind curtains, in the kitchen, even the woodshed where someone might have kicked them in jest. No trace. Nobody claimed anything, the others laughed it off. Maybe you sleepwalked. Maybe you planted it for a laugh. But there was no scuffing, no wet footprints leading away from the landing. Nothing. I made do with trainers for a while. It niggled at me, but life on the farm kept me busy and I tried not to think too much about a missing shoe. Then, one afternoon, a few weeks later, when the weather had calmed, I went for my usual walk down the lane. The storm had gone, the air smelled clean and green, and the hedges had that wet smell of hawthorn and wet grass. I spotted it from a distance. A flash of the boot's leather caught between the branches up in the hawthorn, about 5-6 feet off the ground, tucked in the crook like someone had deliberately placed it there. It was my boot. Lace tied same as always, mud smears in the same place. It was dry, bone dry, not a single drop. Everything else on the hedgerow was still damp. I had to climb a little bank to reach it, and yes, it was mine. I remember laughing at myself, because what else do you do? And then I saw the elderly lady from the neighbouring cottage coming along the lane. I showed her, and she gave this half smile, the sort of small look old folk have when something sits just on the edge of common sense. You left it out where the lane runs, she said, matter of fact. They don't like that. Best not to leave things on a path like this. She said it lightly, as if she were warning me about damp laundry, but there was an edge, old habit. Later, over a cup of tea, one of the lads who grew up there told me the lane is called around the place a fairy path. He laughed about it, a little nervous, and said people used to avoid it after dark. He spoke about raths, ring forts on either side of the fields, and said the lane cut between them. In the old days, you wouldn't block such a path or leave your things in it. They'll put it right, he said with a shrug, and that's when the word fairy came up. Now, I know what you're thinking. Kids, thieves, magpies. There are perfectly sensible, boring explanations. Maybe someone nicked one boot to sell or to cobble something together. Maybe a practical joker thought it funny to remove a single boot. Maybe a dog or a fox dragged it and then some bird dropped it. Maybe a neighbour found it and hung it there so I'd find it. Those are my first thoughts too, when I told myself that most nights, until a few other small things started to happen, there were little oddities. At first, they were easy to explain away. A spoon moved from the workbench to the sink when I swore I'd left it in the box. A small pile of pebbles by the back door that wasn't there the night before. The hens would go quiet sometimes at sunset, and the fields felt like they were holding their breath. Once I was sure I heard a faint thrum of music, like pipes down the lane, late, delicate and quickly gone. But that could have been a radio from a passing car. There were, I admit, nights I lay awake feeling as if someone was watching. And these are the moments when stories soak in. When you grow up with a little folklore in the background, even if you've never believed it fully, you learn certain rules. The hawthorn tree that sits at the end of our lane is called the fairy tree by locals. People used to, and some still do, avoid cutting it, because folk said the fair people lived there. You don't hang laundry on a fairy tree, you don't build on a fairy ring, and you don't leave the path blocked because you're stepping on someone else's track. There's also the old notion about shoes. They crop up again and again in the law. Single shoes left, single shoes found. Shoes as an offering, shoes as a trick. Shoes are intimate in that they touch the body and measure its walk. Stories say fairies like to steal small human things, ribbons, shoes, even children's laughter. Sometimes in mischief, and sometimes because they like them. So once I found my boot in the hawthorn, people's faces shifted a fraction when I told them. The elderly neighbour lady said, speaking low, that her granny used to hang coins in the hedgerow as offerings, to keep them cheerful, she said, and that if anyone saw a light on the lane after dusk, it was best to stay indoors. Everyone smiled and shrugged and then said old ways, as if that covered everything. Still, you can look for rational causes. The dry boot could have just been sheltered by the hawthorn's leaves. Those trees throw quite a canopy and water runs off the branches. Maybe someone picked it up from under the landing eaves, took it to warm and dry, and then rather than leave it on the doorstep again, propped it in the fork of the tree so it wouldn't get in the way. Kids in the village might have thought it a lark to sneak up and make a small mystery. Magpies and corvids have been known to play with laces and drag small things, though a full leather boot is a heavy thing even for them. Sleepwalking? I suppose I could have misremembered leaving it inside and then tossing it aside in the night. Human error is a powerful eraser, but there are parts of that day I can't tidy away as cleanly. One, the boot was dry after weeks of wet weather and there were no scuffs or signs of being dragged. Two, people around there do treat that lane with unease. It changes the way they walk. Three, after the boot, I started noticing small, deliberate placements. A pebble balanced on a gatepost in the morning where there had been none the night before. A strand of bright ribbon woven into a hawthorn twig. A patch of grass flattened as if someone sat there for a while. Small things, tiny tokens, not vandalism, not animal business, things placed. And here's something else, how people behave. The older neighbours, when they mention the fairy paths, don't mock the idea so much as remind you to be respectful of the land. They'll flick a touch of salt across a threshold for luck, or leave a crumb for birds and say, "Your grandfather used to do that." It's not quite fear, but a practiced caution. In the way they look at the hawthorn, you can see they're holding a story close, because stories are a sort of map for how to move through a place. So where does it leave me? I'm torn between that practical, neat world where a missing boot has a plausible thief or prankster explanation, and the older, looser world where small things can matter, where a shoe left on a path might be taken as an offering or moved as a lesson. I don't like the idea of being unnerved by superstition, but I do like the idea that somewhere along that lane something small and curious decided to be noticed. I suppose if you ask me now, months on and boots relaced, I'm inclined to say both are true in some way. It was probably something simple. Someone found the boot in the yard, carried it off to dry, and later thought to hide it up the tree as a joke. But I also think the lane has a mood, and the people who live there pay attention to it. It's easy to be rational, but that doesn't always make the hair lie down on your neck when you walk past a certain hawthorn at dusk. So I keep my shoes in at night now. I don't leave them out on the landing. And when I pass the hawthorn, I say a silly little good evening under my breath, habit more than prayer, and I walk on. Maybe that's the sensible thing to do. Or maybe it's how you keep the line between what's ours and what belongs to the land tidy. I'll let you decide. Thanks for listening. If anything else happens, I'll tell you. But honestly, losing one boot was enough for one summer.
Hello. I'm leaving this message because, well, something happened the other night, and maybe I just need to speak it aloud. To hear myself say it. Now, don't get me wrong, we're no strangers to blackouts here. The lights go out often enough that I hardly notice anymore. 1 minute the TV hums, the next it's gone. The fan stops dead, the fridge too. Outside, you can hear the whole street groan at once, doors opening, neighbors calling, is it just us, or the whole block? And me, I've grown used to it. I keep candles ready in a drawer, matches in the tin. It's habit, routine, nothing more. But this time, well, this time was different. I struck a match, lit one of the long white candles, and set it on the table. Same as always. The air was still. Shutters pulled shut, door latched, no wind slipping through the cracks. Yet the flame, it wouldn't keep still. It bent, swayed side to side, like it had its own mind. At first I thought, maybe the wax is uneven, maybe the wick's too long. But it moved too, deliberately. Not the chaotic sputter of a weak flame, but a slow, steady rhythm. It reminded me of someone dancing. And straight away, my grandmother's voice came to me, clear as if she were set across the table. She used to say, when the flame dances without wind, it's not alone. Something unseen is moving with it. She told us this when we were children, to stop us staring at candles too long, but she said it with such weight in her voice, you could never quite laugh it off. See, where I come from, fire has always been more than just heat and light. The elders say it's a doorway, that spirits can lean close through it. My grandmother told us about the offeret, the gin of flame and shadow, who slip into the world wherever a wick burns without reason. She said that's why you never leave a candle lit while you sleep, the flame becomes a beacon, a call. And I'll admit, most of the time I thought it was just her way of keeping us cautious, making sure we didn't burn the house down. But that night, watching that candle twist and bow, I remembered her warnings like they'd been carved into my bones. Then it happened, the part that turned my stomach. The flame stretched tall, unnaturally thin, like a blade being pulled from a sheath. And as it bent sideways, the light threw a shadow against the wall. I swear to you, in that shadow, I saw a shape. It wasn't just a flicker of fire. For 2 breaths, maybe 3, it looked like a figure, long arms, a curling torso, a dancer's pose. The shadow swayed and spun, as though the flame itself were a body moving. My heart stopped. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes. But it was still there, this dark form writhing on the wall, twisting like a djinn performing for me alone. I nearly fell out of my chair, scrambling back like a fool. And then, just as quick, it was gone. The flame shrank back to normal, its sway no more than a tremor. The wall was blank again. Empty. But I couldn't shake what I'd seen. I sat there listening. The house was silent, heavy. No footsteps from neighbors, no radio playing outside, no dogs barking down the lane. Just the sound of my own breath. I wanted to laugh, to tell myself it was nothing, just my eyes playing tricks. And maybe that's all it was. After all, the rational mind has answers, doesn't it? A candle flame can move from heat currents you don't even notice. A crack in the wall, the rise of hot wax, uneven wick, science has its reasons. And shadows. Well, the human mind loves to shape them into familiar forms. A man alone in the dark, thinking of old stories, is bound to see something that isn't there. But still, my grand's words gnawed at me. She used to tell us that jinn are drawn to flame because it's their element. They live in it, move through it, and sometimes, if the veil is thin, they'll show themselves in the dance of the fire. When the wick bends without cause, she'd say, don't sit too long in its company. It's not your flame anymore. At the time, I thought she was just telling tales. Now, I'm not so sure. Because what I saw on that wall, what I felt in my chest, it wasn't just heat and shadow. It was presence. Like being watched from across the room. I couldn't bear it. I leaned forward, puffed the candle out so fast the smoke stung my eyes. And then I sat there in the dark, every hair on my body stiff, waiting for the power to return. I didn't dare strike another match. Didn't dare light another wick. When the lights finally buzzed back, humming through the bulbs, I almost wept with relief. The next morning, I went to the market and bought 2 torches and a battery lantern. From now on, when the power cuts, I'll use those. Safer. Simpler. Maybe I'm just being foolish, letting an old shadow spook me. Maybe it was nothing more than tired eyes and a restless imagination. But part of me keeps hearing my grand's warning, echoing in the back of my head. When the flame dances with no wind, something else is dancing too. And I'll tell you plain, I'd rather not share my table with whatever that might be.
Hello. I wasn't sure I'd ever say it out loud, but my nephew listens to your show and said maybe I should call in. Maybe someone else has had something like this and can tell me I'm not entirely crazy. So, I live in a small village, nothing fancy. Right on the edge of our fields there is an old banyan tree. Giant, low branches that spread like hands, aerial roots hanging down and knitting into trunks. It's the sort of tree everyone points out to visitors, the one the elders used to sit beneath and tell stories. It has a presence. It's been there longer than most houses. Because it's so old, folks in the village have all kinds of stories about it. There's a nice, practical one. Years back it shaded the whole lane and kept the road from washing away. And there's the other side, the old quiet side. The banyan is a place where spirits are said to settle at night. People don't tie their cattle under it after dusk. Children aren't told to play there after dark. Grandparents grumble if someone leaves wet clothes out on the branch by evening. It's not malicious, exactly. More like a rule of respect. The elders call it that place, and the younger ones joke about it when the elders aren't watching. I'll be honest, I'd always laughed at the stories a bit. I grew up hearing them and filed them under old way, the same shelf as where the proverbs and which seed to plant when. A few months ago, late one evening after a market run, I was walking home along the lane. It had been a long day, the kind where your shoulders ache and your pockets are already lighter from the day's small expenses. The air was still, thick with that summer warmth. There had been no rain for 2 days, the dust sticky on the road. The moon wasn't really up yet, only a thin wash of starlight and the yellow of a distant street lamp. I usually keep to the path, but that night I was thinking about nothing in particular, lists in my head, and I cut close under the banyan, like I always do when I am in a hurry. Halfway past, something happened. It was small but sharp. A breath of cold running right down the back of my neck. Not a chill that comes from wind or open air. It was sudden and focused, like someone had exhaled against my skin. I stopped, and the hair rose on my arms. The lane was still. There wasn't a draft anywhere. The leaves above did not rustle. If you live near trees long enough, you learn the little sounds they make, how leaves whisper and how branches sigh when a cart goes by. This wasn't that. I turned slowly. The moonlight slanted between roots and low branches, and for a second the banyan looked as if it breathed. The hanging roots trembled and the smaller branches swayed, though the air was an unmoving sheet. The motion was not the wild thrash of a storm. It was an easy, deliberate swaying, like someone pacing within arm's reach. I looked for a person. No one. I looked for bats or birds. Fruit bats sometimes rest there, and in the dark they can brush a neck, yes. But there was nothing that I could see. The lane behind me was empty, the houses clustered and sleeping. I felt foolish and fast and stupid, and I kept walking. But when I reached home, my mother, who always keeps an eye open for whatever small trouble life offers, met me at the doorway with her sari sleeves rolled up and a scolding ready before she even said my name. You went under the banyan after sunset, she asked, and there was that practical worry in her voice first. You should not do that with the rains coming. Then she folded her hands, not in the playful way we do for guests but in the old way. For a second her face looked older than it had any right to. The banyan does not forgive those who go under it at night, she said. You know the old stories. I tried to laugh it off. Ma, I only passed once. Might have been a bat or the leaves. I told her about the breath along my neck and how the branches moved though there was no wind. She went quiet then and said something softer. The tree is old. It has time enough for many things. You must not make a habit of it. She lit the small oil lamp by the door and muttered a short thing, a name or a phrase, I'm not sure, and sprinkled a little rice and salt in the doorway as she does when she wants to mark the house with protection. She put a small offering of milk at the base of the pot where we keep the broom, and pressed the lamp into my hands and said, Take this when you pass the lane again. Walk by the road, not beneath the branches. Her movements felt automatic and natural, and I felt embarrassed and a little sheepish for being scolded in this way. But I also remember the precise feel of that cold breath and the image of the tree swaying without a breeze. It lodged in me like a thorn. I didn't sleep much that night. I tried to be rational. Fruit bat, I told myself. Many banyans host flying foxes. They sweep low sometimes and can give the feel of a passing breath. Or thermal pockets. The ground cools faster in the shadow of so much leaf and root and can make the air feel sudden on your skin. Maybe a person had been moving within the branches and I hadn't seen them. Maybe I was tired and my nerves were raw. I worked to pile these mundane explanations into a small, calm heap and sit on them. But you know how it is. When something like that grabs you, your mind finds ways to hoard it. The next day, I walked past the tree in daylight. From the sun, the banyan was only a banyan. The thick trunks, the aerial roots like old ropes, little new leaves that shone like shiny coins. There were black marks where bats had dropped fruit and a small pile of leaf litter where the roots met the earth. I crouched down and looked for signs. Roosting birds, droppings, anything. There were clear signs of bat habitation, the white smear of guano, the chewed husks of figs, and I felt my chest unclench a bit. Fruit bats, plausible, rational even. It was just an animal. Still, and this is the part that smiles at logic and says, not so fast. After that first night other things happened. Not dramatic, nothing out of a film, but a set of small niggles that unsettled the rhythm. My neighbor's cow wouldn't graze near the banyan some nights even in the day. It would stop and look toward the tree and refuse to move on until someone led it away. A child down the lane began waking around 2 in the morning crying about a woman's voice singing outside the window. It was the same song his grandmother used to hum at funerals, and he'd never heard it before. Small offerings, a scrap of cloth, a coin, would appear at the tree's base in the morning. None of the adults in the village claimed to have left them. Once, I found a small circle of dried leaves arranged neat and even near the root, arranged in an odd shape the way one might set a tiny altar. When I asked about it at the tea stall, a few of the old men fell quiet. They called them marks, one said eventually. Signs of attention. So I did what we all do now. I tried both explanations. I went back in the daytime and sat with the tree while the sun worked the branches. I watched the bats roost, and I watched a breeze lift the lower leaves and make a liberation of shade on the road. I learned how the earth around the banyan stays cooler and how the humidity pools in the roots like a little pond. In the practical world, these things explain pockets of cold. They explain why animals avoid a place sometimes. Animals feel and learn patterns we might call superstition. A pile of leaves could have been someone else's idea of a prank. The small offerings could have been a child's play. The singing by the child's window could have been the neighbor's radio carrying oddly on still nights. I also listened to the elders. One of them told me the story of how, long ago, before the roads were smoothed and before electricity warmed the night, the banyan was a boundary. Some people would say the spirits used paths like ours when the moon was new. He told me, voice soft and used to telling things in a way that doesn't press for acceptance. They'd sit in branches where it was safer to watch. The banyan knows which way the living go and which way the living do not. If you walk beneath it after sunset without leaving a little something, you might find it follows you home. My mother was not subtle. She bathed the threshold every evening with turmeric and salt for a week. She said little prayers under her breath and made me go the long way around the lane if I left after dusk. Her worry was part superstition and part life skill. Better to keep your children safe than to test the old lines. I started, perhaps foolishly, to treat the tree with both eyes. I rigged a small lamp on a long pole and, with a friend, walked under the branches one evening to test the air. The lamp flickered weirdly in patches under the thick canopy. At one point the light seemed to bend and throw a long shadow like a man leaning from a branch. We both paused and laughed nervously and said it was the way light moves through leaves, pattern making from the cracks of air and shadow. We walked on. Nothing grabbed us. No dread came down the lane. The next morning, though, there were 3 small white flowers, not native to the field and not from any nearby bush, pressed near the base of the trunk where we had stood. My friend shrugged and only said, maybe someone put them there when they came home. After a while, normal life smoothed things over. The child stopped waking up. The offerings ceased. The cattle returned to grazing nearer the tree by day. The lane resumed its usual listless traffic of bicycles and goats and evening gossip. I told myself that the whole thing was a pattern, a set of coincidences threaded together by stories we tell ourselves. That was a comfortable thought. It made for less worry. And yet, every once in a while, when the night is very still and I'm walking home from a late job and the air is that exact kind of warm still it was that first night, my neck prickles and I feel a tiny coolness against my skin, like the brief brush of a leaf against a cheek. It is never as loud or as certain as that first time. It is rarely even a cold. Mostly it is a small, polite notice. Remember the tree. Remember what it represents. I won't tell you I know what happened. Whether a bat moved too close and startled me, or whether a pocket of cool air and my own tiredness made my spine think someone had breathed on it. I won't tell you that a spirit lives in the roots and scented that lane with memory for the elders. Both could be true, each in its own way. I did learn something practical, though. When people older than you say certain things about a place, there's usually a history there. Sometimes about safety, sometimes about respect, sometimes about both. The rituals, the lamp, the rice, the small offering, they might be superstition, or they might be good manners, or they might be a way of saying, we see you, old thing, rather than, we plunder without care. So if you ever find yourself passing an old banyan after dusk and you hear the air change, do me a favor and don't scoff. Walk around the trunk. Leave your shoes inside if you have the habit of drying them out late. Maybe say a small thing to whatever is under the branches, even if it's only, good evening. It won't hurt. Might save you an unnerving surprise. Or maybe it will do nothing at all. Maybe it was only a bat and a tired man and the world doing its ordinary, complicated business. All I know is that this experience has taught me to walk a little more politely by the trees.
Yeah. Hi. I don't usually talk about this kind of thing. I'm a pretty straightforward guy. Business trips, numbers, meetings, flights, hotels. That's my life. Nothing mystical about it. But what happened a couple months ago on a work trip, it was different, and I can't just laugh it off anymore. So, let me start from the beginning. I checked into this hotel late one evening. One of those places that's not quite old, but not modern either. It was a tall, gray building that's been updated just enough to keep business travelers like me coming back. But you can still feel the bones of the place are decades old. Carpet patterned to hide stains, slightly humming air conditioner, and a landline phone sitting there on the desk like a relic from another time. The first night, everything was normal. I unpacked, ironed a shirt, laid out tomorrow's tie. The little rituals that keep me sane when I'm away from home. But just as I was turning off the light, the phone gave this sharp click. Not a ring, not even a dial tone. Just like someone had lifted the receiver and put it back down. I froze, stared at it. The little red light wasn't blinking. No message waiting. I told myself it was probably just the system resetting. Still, it was enough to make me double-check the lock on the door before I went to sleep. The second night, I had one of those restless sleeps that come with switching time zones. Around 2:30, I woke up because I swore I heard voices in the hallway. 2 men, maybe, murmuring low. I sat up in bed, waiting for the sound of footsteps or the shuffle of luggage wheels. But when I pressed my eye to the peephole, nothing. Hall was empty. Too still. You know how, in hotels, even at night, there's usually some distant sound? A door slamming, an elevator ding. But after those voices cut off, it was like the whole floor went dead. My mind started spinning. Maybe the walls are thinner than they seem. Maybe it was the TV next door. Eventually, I went back to bed. The third night, I started noticing little things I couldn't explain away as easily. When I came back from a dinner meeting, the desk chair wasn't tucked under the desk the way I'd left it. It was angled slightly toward the bed. I almost convinced myself housekeeping had moved it. But when I called down later to request an iron, the clerk told me they hadn't serviced my room that day. That little fact stuck in my throat. I didn't push it, but I remember dragging that chair back under the desk and pushing it in hard, like I needed to prove to myself I was still in control of the room. Now, the real thing happened the fourth night. I'd gone to bed around 11 because my big client meeting wasn't until 10 the next morning, and I wanted to be sharp. I was sleeping hard when the room phone rang, loud and piercing in the dark. I scrambled, half tangled in the sheets, grabbed the receiver, and croaked out a hello. The voice on the other end was cheerful, polite, a man speaking in that polished front desk cadence. He said, "Good morning, sir. Just like you asked, your 4:13 wake-up call." I blinked at the digital clock on the desk. Sure enough, glowing in the dark, 4:13 a.m. My brain fumbled to catch up. I said, "What do you mean, wake-up call? I didn't order one." There was a pause, and then the clerk said, still polite but firm, "Sir, the request was logged under your room at 2 a.m. from your room phone." I sat there, staring at the phone in my hand, my mouth suddenly dry. I told him that was impossible, because I'd been asleep since 11. The clerk chuckled lightly, like he thought I was joking, and just said, "Well, I hope you have a pleasant morning, sir." Click. Call ended. I sat awake until dawn, staring at that phone. I hadn't touched it, not since check-in. And yet the system log apparently showed I'd picked it up, called down, and requested to be woken at a very specific, very odd time. The rational side of me went into overdrive. Maybe I'd gotten up in some half-sleep state and done it without memory. Maybe I was sleepwalking, though I've never done that before. Or maybe there was a glitch, some crosswire in the hotel's system, a call logged under the wrong room number. But the part of me that was still listening to the silence around that room, that part wasn't convinced. Because here's what I keep circling back to. The first night, the click on the phone, like someone testing the line. The second night, the voices outside the door that weren't there. The third night, the chair angled toward my bed, like something was watching. And then the fourth night, the phone ringing at exactly 4:13 a.m. with a wake-up call I never ordered, yet supposedly placed from that very phone while I slept. What unsettles me most is the specificity. Not 4, not 4:30, 4:13, like it meant something. I checked out that morning, didn't even stay for the meeting. I moved everything to video call. Truth is, I just couldn't step back into that building once I walked out. And now, weeks later, I can't stop replaying it in my mind. The rational explanations only go so far before they sound like excuses. Because if I didn't order that call, and if no one else could have placed it without being in my room, then who or what wanted me awake at that exact minute? I've stayed in a dozen of hotels since then. Same carpet, same generic art on the walls, same landline phones sitting quietly on the desks. But every time I walk in now, I unplug the phone. First thing. Every time. Doesn't matter how silly it looks. Because sometimes I wonder, if I hadn't answered that call at 4:13, what would have happened instead?
Hey, hi. I've been sitting on this for a while, and my cousin kept nagging me to call. Said maybe hearing it out loud would stop it from growing in my head. So, here goes. I grew up in the kind of place where half the houses still have clay pots by the door and the road out of town puffs dust in dry season. It's a small province. My Lola taught me lots of things: how to husk rice, how to braid my hair so it doesn't tangle in the wind, and 1,000 little warnings that made me roll my eyes when I was 15, and made me keep quiet when I was 30. One of those warnings was about whistling at night. Don't whistle at night, she'd say, pinching the end of my shirt the way grandmothers do. The road listens. She never used the word tikbalang outright at first. She'd make a face and say, the things that live at the edge of the banana groves. But when I pressed her, she smiled a little, folded her hands, and told the story in the way elders do, careful, measured, as if every syllable is a grain of rice that must be set gently on the mat. She explained it in plain terms the way you'd explain a bruise. A tikbalang is a creature that can look like a man or a horse or something between. They're tricksters. They like paths that people use at dusk. If you whistle, it thinks you're singing back, and then it follows, and it confuses you. People get lost, or their clocks don't tell right, or their lives feel jumbled. She added that it's not necessarily evil in the way a person is evil, but it is restless and enormous and fond of mischief. I laughed at her. Everyone does until something happens that the laugh doesn't push away. That night was ordinary enough. I'd been at a friend's place, studying for an exam. We finished late, like students do, with too much black coffee and a playlist of old songs on repeat. My head was full of grammar and verb forms, so I didn't think much about the road home. It's a path I've walked 100 times or more. The sky shouldn't have been anything special, no moon, just the soft bruise of starlight. But the air felt thick and sweet with the smell of ripening fruit. I was tired and lightheaded and started whistling, because when you're young and careless you do things that make you feel braver than you are. Halfway down the lane, where the banana trees crowd close and the trunks make long, black columns, I stopped whistling. My phone was out of battery, so there was no little glow of comfort, only the dust and a shoestring scuff. That's when the sound behind me started, the gravel crunching underfoot. It was a steady, single-file crunch. Not the pattering of a dog, which stumbles and clacks. Not the clink of a bicycle, too slow, too measured. I stopped. The sound continued. I moved forward. So did the crunching, matching my steps, always 3, then a pause, like a metronome set to follow. At first I told myself it was a stray dog, or maybe the neighbor's kid on a late errand, or a motorcycle with a tired clutch. I turned around and walked back a few paces, ready to catch someone in a prank. The motion of my own shoulders seemed exaggerated. There was no one on the lane. The banana leaves hung heavy and still. I, awkward, sheepish, because I'm the kind of person who tries to be reasonable, called out, "Hello." My voice sounded small in the night. The crunching slowed as if the thing behind me were listening, and then resumed when I stopped. Not a bark, not a laugh. No human voice. But the leaves stirred as if something the size of a horse had passed through, brushing the undergrowth. This is where the old story I'd forgotten came rushing back to my mind. In the corners of the lane my grandmother's warnings were suddenly loud. Don't whistle, don't leave offerings in the path, don't step on a strange ring of mushrooms. I remembered her telling me that if the road seems wrong, you must turn your shirt inside out and recite a short prayer, or leave a small offering of rice at the base of a tree. Confuse it, she had said. Those things are proud, they don't like it when humans play tricks back. It was ridiculous, but in the half-light, instinct is quicker than logic. I did the first thing that crossed my mind. I turned my shirt inside out. I slipped my hand into my pocket, and my fingers closed on the small coin Lola always gave me for luck. I held it like a talisman and started walking again, slower. The crunching stuck close behind me. I tried not to look over my shoulder, but like a reflex I glanced. In the space between trunks I saw a shadow, too tall to be a dog, too narrow at the shoulder to be a man. For the fraction of a heartbeat I saw something that was not the silhouette of any animal I'd known, an awkward length of limb and the suggestion of a muzzle. The trees made a canvas of shadows. It could have been a trick. It could have been a bending banana front and my own eyes playing games. Either way, I started to pick up speed. My breath pulled tight. The sound kept time with me as if it were the echo of my fear. Up ahead, the road took the little bend that opens out onto the last cluster of houses before our street. I made for it the way you make for a lifeline, one foot in front of the other, never looking back, listening like the lane itself might whisper. The crunching faded only when I stepped into the light of a porch boat, where a neighbor's dog barked and some radio played a country song like nothing had happened. I told myself then that it had been a dog, or a stray horse, maybe there had been an animal living wild in the groves. Or perhaps the sound had been a trick of a passing car. Sometimes a delivery truck rumbles down the back road and throws small stones that keep going until they find the next hollow. I slept badly, the kind of sleep edged with small, repeated dreams where I'm always just missing something. In the morning, I told my Lola. I expected her to laugh, but instead she listened, took my hand, and said, "You were careful. That is good." Then she explained, more plainly than she had when I was a child, about the tikbalang. She told me people who have to move cattle would sometimes find ropes eaten clean, or gates opened, and they'd say a tikbalang had passed. They don't always mean harm, she said. They are like a wind that remembers things. But when you hurry across their path, or you sing, they sometimes follow. They like to make stories. Her calm made me feel braver. She brewed ginger tea and told me to leave the coin by the lane the next evening, not as a bribe, she said, but as a note of respect. A little rice, she said, and an offering of light. The old things like light. She also told me to carry a small rosary if I had it, or at least speak the Our Father under my breath. Again, practical things wrapped in prayer. That night, armed with a tiny lantern and the coin in my palm, I walked past the banana trees again. I did not whistle. I walked directly in the road and not under the overhanging branches. I felt the hairs along my arms lift when a breeze passed, and for a moment a shadow detached itself from the brush and walked along the other side of the lane. It stood for a heartbeat and then moved away, not toward me but along a line that seemed to follow its own purpose. The rational explanation whispered at me all the time. Maybe neighbors had been moving a pack animal. Maybe a man had been walking his horse late for market and had stopped to tie a bundle. Maybe a timber truck had shaken loose a rope and the sound of flipping gravel was caught in the hollows. The reason part of my brain notes that in the dark, a lot of shapes cohere into meaning. It is an expert liar in a way. It builds a castle from a handful of grain and calls it home. But there is another part. 3 days after the first night I found fresh animal prints at the edge of our lane where nothing had trod before. They were set too far apart for a dog, too shallow for a full draft horse, like the handprint of a foot that could have belonged either to man or beast. My neighbors swore they'd never seen such tracks. An old man at the Sorry store only shrugged and said, "Leave it be. They come and go. Better that they don't trouble you." The months that followed leaned toward the ordinary. Life is stubbornly practical. I studied, I worked, I paid the bills and bought groceries. I learned to treat the lane with a little more courtesy. Don't leave used clothes to dry too close to the path at night. Don't sing loud after dusk. and if you must pass, step a little to the left and say a small good evening. I laughed about it in town with friends, and they laughed back, the kind of polite laugh that keeps us from being foolish in public. But every now and then I feel it, walking home late with a small lamp, the air still, my hand absently tucked in my pocket. A sound like distant hoofs. A movement in the banana leaves. My chest tightens and I do the small things Lola taught me. Turn my shirt inside out if I'm tempted to whistle for some silly reason, and cross myself with the rosary because it's a habit that steadies more than it saves. A year later, a woman from a neighboring village visited our lane and, seeing my shoes, tied a tiny strip of red cloth to my back. For safe walking, she told me, only half joking. Superstition clings like lichen. It's practical and absurd in equal measure. The world seems bigger for it, and smaller in the same breath. So that's my story. Did the tikbalang follow me that night because I whistled? Maybe. Maybe my mind collected the sounds of wind in the banana leaves and a stray dog and assembled it into a single, explainable fear. Maybe a farmer's loose horse had walked the lane and I only noticed because I was tired and my senses were raw. Equally possible. But the part one can't shrug off is how certain the sound felt, and how the lane seemed to hold its breath in that one thin moment. Whether it was a creature from folklore or something altogether ordinary, I learned something useful. Old people's warnings are often shorthand for a living map of a place. They aren't always literal truth, but they mark where caution helps. If you ever find yourself walking by a banana grove at night and your skin prickles for no good reason, maybe don't whistle. Walk the road straight, keep a light in your hand, and be polite to whatever keeps to the trees. And if you want to take my Lola's advice, tuck a little coin into your pocket before you pass. It's cheap, and it makes you feel a little safer. That might be the only useful thing about superstition. It gives you something to do with your fear. Thanks for listening.
Hey, I don't usually do this. Call up talk shows, I mean. But I've been stewing on this for a minute and figured maybe saying it out loud would make me less nervous. So, bear with me. Where I'm from, down here, radio used to be like a neighbor. Folks woke up to it, kids fell asleep to it, and more than once it brought news that mattered. Storm warnings, school closures, the preacher on Sunday morning. There used to be this AM station on the low end of the dial that everybody kept a spot for. Old men at the diner, women hanging laundry. Even the kids could tell when the weather reading started by the way the light would change out on the porches. It was steady. It was a thing you trusted. That station's been quiet a long while. Tower came down, transmitter fried, or so the story goes. The building? Folks turned it into storage, then they left that too. You pass by the lot now, and it's just concrete with weeds poking through. People talk about it like a story in a family album. Remember when this place used to? You know how it is. So I ain't been expecting to hear that voice again. Not like that. I was driving home one night after an extra shift. The kind of late where the highway sounds different, like the world's been paused so you can hear every little thing. I keep an old radio in my truck. AM mostly because there's something about that fuzz that keeps me awake. Helps me think too. I was scrolling through static, nodding off now and then, when I cut the wheel so quick I probably scared myself. There it was. A voice. Faint. Steady. Woman's voice. Calm. Reading weather. Now, I done heard radio voices my whole life, but this wasn't like any station I'd pick up around here. She was reading advisories about low-lying places, about water rising near the tannery, about a bridge that used to be part of the old road. Thing is, there ain't no tannery. Used to be one, sure, generations back, but it's gone voice gave those street hints like they were current, like time hadn't moved on. I chalked it up to some far-off station being bounced to my dial. You hear about that. I figured maybe the signal had been picked up from somewhere else and was just hopscotching across the sky and landing in my truck. But the next night, same spot, same time, same voice, same words. I even caught myself hitting record on my phone because I like proof, in case I was losing my mind. Played it back later and it's strange. Her voice is plain, no music, no commercials. But under it, if you listen close when you got your headphones, there's this low hum, like a big fan or an old engine turning over. It's steady, real soft, but there. I told my cousin about it. He's into that ham radio stuff and likes tinkering with scanners. Said it could be atmospheric skip, or some stray signal bouncing in the ionosphere. He used a fancy word, propagation. Said it's how signals jump long distances sometimes. That made sense. Sound travels funny in the night, especially here with our heat and humidity. But then he got quiet and said, "Man, that voice sounds like it's reading from an old emergency loop." He said old loop tapes used to be put on a reel and replayed in storms. His theory was some old tape got caught up in someone's archive and is still playing in a loop somewhere. I liked that idea because it made sense, and sense feels safe. Still, there's another side to it. The older folks around here, they talk different about the air. They say the air remembers. Not in a mystical way always, just in the way a porch remembers the shape of the people who sat in it. But once or twice, I heard someone whisper that sometimes the past don't know it's past. That stuck with me. There was a time I tried to go out to the old lot to see if I could find somebody running a transmitter in secret. It's a 15-minute drive out of town, over a back road most folks don't use. The slab where the station stood still there, cracked and sunburned. People use it to dump out mattresses and scrap metal now. I parked off the side and stepped out. Night smelled like hot metal and grass. When I pulled up, I could just hear it. Not clear words at first, just a thread of that tone. Like humming coming through the radio in my truck. Could only hear it if you're parked in the right spot. The air carries that hum like it belongs there. I threw it in park and walked the perimeter, looking through holes in the chain link where someone cut and squeezed back in. Old control rooms, panes busted, wires hanging like vines. The inside looked like it had been slept in and left. Coffee cups still ringed on a desk maybe, but covered in dust, like somebody walked away and never came back to finish. When I hopped back into the driver's seat and turned the key over, well, that's when the voice broke through on my radio, still muffled, but clearer than it had been earlier. This time, it wasn't a weather reading. It was words I couldn't quite make out at first, but it had the cadence of someone talking into a microphone, steady, measured. I sat there so long my knees started to cramp. I glanced back over toward the ruined building, looked for servers, for a rig, for anything that might explain how sound could be coming from that slab. There wasn't anything obvious. No generator lights, no headlights. Just the hum and the same calm voice drifting like smoke. When I drove back toward town, I could still hear the humming through my truck speakers. It was almost like the thing followed me. Not loud, more like a shadow at the edge of hearing. And here's a part that'll sound nuts. Every time I crossed under a street light, the static would bump a little. Like the light flickers and the hiss does too, like they're dancing together. My cousin, who knows his radios, laughed it off when I told him, said maybe it was the electrical feed or interference from transformers. That's plausible. I want to believe that. Couple nights after, I woke up because my kitchen radio was on. I don't know how it flipped on. I'm an old school guy. I unplug radios when I leave the house. But there it was, cold blue display, the dial at that low, low end. Her voice was there plain as day. This time she said something about my road. Stay clear near the old bridge, she said. Water rising along the low stretch. Then the thunder cracked outside the window. I grabbed my phone. The radar on there was clean. No storms anywhere near. I stood there listening to the radio until the dawn, waiting for the sky to break. It never did. The street stayed dry. Listen, I'm not saying the station's some kind of ghost. I'm not out here saying gotta pour holy water on every transistor. But certain things don't sit right. I put the radio on the porch for a while, just to hear what it would pick up in the open air. Sometimes there's nothing but dead hiss. Sometimes the voice comes through, smooth as butter, like it don't care that the world turned its back on wherever it came from. Neighbors? Folks around here will tell you the conventional lines. It's a prank. It's stray propagation. It's your mind, man. You've been working too much. And I hear them. I go along with them in the daytime. But at night, when the crickets thin into that kind of silence where even your breath sounds loud, I start listening different. My aunt says the old radios used to pick up calls from far away, spirits talking on the backbone of a static signal. She don't say it like she believes in ghosts. She says it like you say a fire used to burn at the mill. Old women talk a certain way about the past, like it's still setting at the table. I tried to get scientific on it for my own peace. I took that recording to a buddy of a buddy. He fixes old radios as a sort of hobby. He ran it through a program, looked at the waveforms, told me there's an odd low-frequency hump under the voice, like a machine running. He said maybe an old belt drive or fan still ticks in a loop if some equipment got powered by a battery or solar rig. Could be. He didn't laugh or call me crazy. He just shook his head like the problem belonged to him and to the machine both. There's another thing I can't shake. Once the woman's voice said, plain as a neighbor calling out, "Keep your lights on." Not a command, more like a plea. That set my skin up like goose flesh. I thought maybe she was reading a template, an archive script meant to warn people during storms. Maybe. Maybe she was just on loop, saying what she was cooked to say. But when you hear a voice telling you something aimed right at where you live, it feels different. It feels like the past reaching your front step and knocking. So I unplugged the radio, moved it to the attic, told myself that was enough. Some nights I sleep good. Other nights I wake up before dawn, mind ticking, ear listening for a hiss I don't want to find. I don't want to be the kind of man who gets trapped between two explanations, science and story. But neither one feels complete. Here's the thing I keep coming back to. Towns like mine were built on schedules, on whistles and bells and sirens. That whistle set people straight. When it stopped, something else started to holler in its place. Maybe the air's just carrying old broadcasts like echoes off a canyon. Maybe a busted tape found a way to play forever. Maybe the night's magnet pulls signals weird. Or maybe the past got tired of being silent and decided to speak through whatever was left. I'm tired of jumping at the hiss. I'm tired of driving out to an empty slab to find dust and echoes. But I keep a little recorder now, more for proof than anything else. And every so often I plug it in, press record, and let the radio run. I don't know why. Hope, maybe, or curiosity, or the same foolishness that makes us sit on porches and watch the world go by. If you got something else on this show about stray stations or tapes that don't die, I'd like to hear it. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe there ain't. For now, I sleep with a lamp on in the kitchen. Not because I think a ghost's coming in exactly, but because the night don't feel like just mine anymore. Like someone else is holding on to the mic. And if they want to keep talking, I'm going to listen. Maybe that's how you keep company with the past without letting it move in. Anyway, sorry for rambling and thanks for listening.
Hey, thanks for letting me leave this. I've been sitting on whether or not to call, because I don't even know how to explain it without sounding, I don't know, paranoid or like I'm reaching for meaning that just isn't there. But, well, I figured talking to strangers might be better than letting it reverberate in my own skull all the time. So, here's the thing.
It's small, but it won't leave me alone. Not because it's dramatic, no lights in the sky, no apparitions, but because of how specific it was. I had this dream. It's made me question everything from my sleep patterns to whether people notice the world in ways they don't fully register until later. Let me start with the dream itself, because it kept repeating in this exact shape for a while. It happened 3 nights in a row, and after the third time I started to pay attention in ways I would have laughed at a week before. The first night, I dreamed I was at the top of this narrow fire escape outside an old building. Thin metal steps, a lattice of black painted iron that had lost most of its paint. It was night in the dream, and the street below was this soft blur of damp lights like someone had smeared oil over the scene. The metal under my boots groaned and sang in this high, worried whine. Every step made a tiny ringing noise like a cracked bell. In the dream, each stair felt brittle, like if I put the wrong weight on any one step, the whole thing would peel away from the wall. Second night, same staircase. Only I was halfway down the stairs now. The dream added detail. My breath fogged in front of my face like someone had switched the temperature to winter, and there was this smell, old rain, road grit, and the tang of worn metal. I looked over my shoulder, and like a horrible trick of perspective, I could see my own flat window and my sleeping shape behind it. The stair shuddered just the tiniest fraction, and I woke up with my heart racing. The third night was worse in a way. It felt purposeful. I was further down the stairs now, and with each step the stairs under my feet felt weaker and weaker. There was this pressure in my chest, like a gentle shove, no violence, just a warning. The force pressing on my chest got more intense with each step down. Each time I woke before anything catastrophic happened, but the feeling lingered, and I found myself looking at the world outside the window with a new attention. I didn't tell anyone. What was I going to say? Hey, I had a recurring dream 3 nights in a row about some building's fire escape. Sounds daft. Still, the dream nagged at me. I started checking small things. I made sure hall lights were off. I didn't leave the kettle on unattended. I took a longer look at the stairwell door the next time someone went out for a cigarette. It's odd how a dream can make you hyper-vigilant about the mundane things you'd otherwise ignore. Eventually, I walked out of my building to look at the fire escape and stood there for a long time. Up close, the stairs looked worse than I'd imagined. The metal was pitted and soft in places, salt bloom white in others. A couple of the bolts on the mid-landing were showing obvious corrosion. It had clearly been in that state for a while. I tapped the bottom step with one finger, and it gave a soft, unhappy tone, enough to convince me to step back. The scenario played like a bad movie in my head, someone stepping and the anchor pulling away. It's one of those mundane horrors you don't want to think about. So I decided to put a short note about its poor condition in the envelope with my next rent check. Then, maybe 2 months later, I got home one evening, and the corridor was lit up by those brutal fluorescent work lights. There was a yellow notice pinned to the stairwell door, one of those official landlord or council notices. It said the external fire escape had been inspected and condemned. Unsafe to use. Do not use under any circumstances. Repairs scheduled. My stomach sank because I knew the metal, in my head. It matched the stair from my dream. Flaked paint, hairline cracks where the iron bolted to the wall, old plates eaten by rust. The condemned notice said that had they not closed it off, it could have failed. That's when the coincidence hit me like a cold hand. The stare in the dream, the smell, the groan, everything lined up. And suddenly I was asking myself, was that dream simply my brain assembling bits of information I'd glimpsed subconsciously? Rust here, a wobbly landing there, and knitting them into a nightmare? Or had the dream been something else entirely? A kind of internal alarm that I don't usually trust, but apparently needed to listen to this time. Over the next days I asked questions. I talked to my neighbors. That's where it got more complicated. people respond differently. Some shrugged and said the building was old. Others were annoyed about maintenance. An older neighbor who'd lived in the building for decades told me he'd been complaining about the stairs to previous landlords. He'd noticed they'd been getting thin in places, the bolts not sitting flush with the wall. A younger couple said they'd seen water running down the facade by the stair after a January storm and assumed it was a blocked gutter causing corrosion. The handyman from 2 doors down showed me pictures on his phone, close-ups of the mounting plates where the stair bolted into the wall, and yeah, those bolts were literally being eaten through. There were tiny hairline fractures. The inspector's note used the phrase metal fatigue and compromised integrity. That seemed like the whole story: salt and rain and age and deferred maintenance. Physically, it made sense. And yet, knowing the mechanics didn't make the coincidence any less unsettling. I did some reading about dreams and precognition because curiosity is a dangerous game. The literature is mixed. Some studies suggest people occasionally have dreams that later seem to line up with future events, but the methodology is fragile and anecdotes are slippery. Psychology talks about pattern detection and memory reconstruction. If you have a dream and something similar happens later, your memory of the dream becomes more detailed and precise in hindsight. It's hard not to feel a tad silly admitting that a dream might have been anything more than anxiety with a good imagination. The human brain is astonishingly good at telling itself stories in ways that make it believe they are warnings. I tried to be rational about the dream after that. I could see a few possible non-mystical explanations lined up. One, I'd walked past that stairway 1,000 times and filed the rusty detail in the back of my head without meaning to. My brain would have been ripe to use that half-remembered image while I slept to spin a narrative. 2, stress. I'd been under the sort of low-grade anxiety that piles up. Work deadlines, money worries, the usual life pressure, and stress makes our dreams do weird safety rehearsals. The mind rehearses peril to rehearse solutions. Maybe that's what happened? Maybe my brain rehearsed a danger it had seen, gave it texture, and the rehearsal repeated until it felt like instruction. Maybe. On the other hand, I can't shake the physical sensation the dream left behind. The pressure in the chest on the last night, the wakefulness. There was an almost tactile nudging there. After the stair was labeled condemned, I caught myself saying quietly, "Thanks," out loud to no one in particular. Not because I believed in supernatural guardians, but because human beings are pattern-seeking, and sometimes those patterns feel like lifelines. Maybe I'd been ready to take a risk I wouldn't have paused at otherwise. Maybe I'd have been careless about using an old escape route without checking the notice. Maybe the dream made me stop and look, and that small act of caution is the only thing that saved someone from an accident. It's humbling and a little unnerving to think that. What's weird is how the dream changed the way I moved through the world. I became more deliberate about mundane safety, checking the back window latch, making sure the bike in the hallway was properly stored, actually reading notices instead of half-glancing and ignoring them. None of that is mystical, common sense, really, but it felt qualitatively different, as if a small, quiet voice in me had been saying, "Do it right." I don't know whether that voice was subconscious caution or a deeper intuitive thing. Either way, it had practical results. But the unsettled part of me keeps the other possibility in reserve. Call it intuition, superstition, whatever term you prefer. Even if it's only my brain protecting me by looping through safe scenarios while I sleep, I don't regret listening once I had the dream. Being slightly more careful has been harmless and possibly useful. I don't think I'm better than anyone else because of it. I just learned to pay closer attention to the small signals my own head sends me. So that's why I'm leaving this message. If you ever have a dream that nags and nags, nags and doesn't let go, don't be embarrassed. Check the things you can check. Move that ladder, look at the bolts, open the cupboard, read the notice. There's usually a perfectly rational explanation, but paying attention to the nudges, whether they come from the sleeping brain or something we can't name, hasn't hurt me. Maybe it'll help someone else avoid stepping on a rotten stair. Thanks for listening. If anyone else out there has had a dream like that, one that felt like a warning, drop a line. I'd like to know I'm not the only one who gets rattled by their own subconscious.
Hi, yeah, I'm not sure if this really counts as a ghost story or some echo in time, but I figured I'd call in anyway. Maybe someone out there can make sense of it for me. So, I grew up in this small city. It used to be a real place, not just a dot on a map. My mom said it was once busy, bright, and loud, back when the factory still ran. Everybody's dad or uncle or neighbor worked there. It wasn't fancy, but it kept the lights on for half the town. You'd hear the factory whistle every morning, then again in the afternoon, and at night when the shifts changed. Even if you didn't work there, it kind of marked the rhythm of the day. People set their watches by it. By the time I was born, though, that time was already over. The factory shut down when my mom was still in high school. Some kind of overseas relocation or something, she said. Half the stores downtown closed not long after. The diner, the shoe repair, all gone. There's still a few places still hanging on. Grocery store, the little movie theater with the blinking sign. But mostly it's just the people who couldn't leave and the ones who came back because they had nowhere else to go. I never thought much about the factory itself. It just sat there, this hulking thing at the edge of town. Windows busted, walls streaked with rust, weeds coming up through the cracks in the asphalt. But when I was little, I used to ride my bike down there sometimes. The whole block would feel colder, even in summer, like the sun didn't bother shining there anymore. And I remember once or twice hearing what I thought was that whistle, real faint, carried on the wind. My mom told me it was probably just a train or the wind through the silos, but it didn't sound like either. Anyway, that was years ago. I moved away for college, got an apartment in another city. Didn't think about home much until my mom got sick last winter. So I came back. Temporarily, I thought. I'm still here, actually. She passed a few months ago, and I'm trying to sort through her house, figure out what to do next. The first night I stayed here, I was lying awake in my old room, staring at the ceiling, listening to that awful quiet that towns like this have. No cars, no sirens, no nightlife, just the occasional dog bark echoing for blocks. And then right around 6 in the morning, I heard it. The whistle. Clear as day. It wasn't loud, like it was far away, but it was unmistakable. Long, steady, rising, just like my mom used to describe it when she talked about the factory running. I even looked at my phone to check the time, and it was exactly 6. I almost laughed. I thought maybe someone was playing a recording or something. Or maybe it was one of those phantom sounds people talk about, like when your brain fills in something that used to be there. You know, memory echo or something. But then the next morning it happened again. 6 sharp, then again in the afternoon around 3. Always the same note, always distant but distinct. I went outside once, thinking maybe some kids were messing around down by the old lot, but there was nobody. The air just had this heavy stillness to it, like the kind that comes before a storm, only it never rains. I mentioned it to one of the neighbors, a friendly old man who's lived here forever. He looked at me funny for a second, then just nodded like he'd heard it too. He said real quiet, "Oh, that thing starts up now and then, usually in winter." Then he kind of changed the subject. I tried to let it go. I really did. But then one morning I got curious and drove down there. The whole factory's fenced off with rusted chain link, but someone's cut holes in a few spots. I parked by the curb and just stood there. The building looked even worse up close. Walls slumped in on themselves, old machinery piled like bones. The windows were all black, like they were holding back the inside. And then it started again. The whistle. I swear I felt it more than I heard it that time, this low vibration in my chest. I looked around for smoke, steam, anything, but the stacks were dead still. There were no lights, no power lines even connected anymore. I kept telling myself it had to be the wind, maybe something in the pipes catching air, some rusted piece of metal resonating just right. But it went on for a full minute, a perfect, steady tone. Then it just cut off, like someone had shut it down. I kept thinking about my neighbor said, usually in winter, like he'd been expecting it. Like everyone here just accepted that the factory still works in its own way. The weirdest part? Lately, I've started waking up before it even blows. Like my body knows it's coming, and when it starts, the sound feels closer now. Like it's not out there by the river anymore, but somewhere down the street. Once or twice, I thought I saw a light flicker in that direction, like a welding spark. Just a flash, then gone. Last night, I couldn't take it anymore. I drove out again, thinking I'd prove to myself it was nothing. But when I got there, it was silent. Totally silent. So I parked and sat for a while, windows down, and just as I was about to leave, I heard it start up again. But this time, it wasn't distant. It was right there, like it was coming from inside one of the open loading bays. The tone was so loud it rattled the car windows. I don't even remember putting the car in gear. I just drove home. I haven't gone back since, but I keep hearing it. Not every morning or every afternoon, but often enough. Sometimes it sounds farther away, sometimes closer. Sometimes I think it's behind the house. Once, I thought I heard the echo of machinery too, just faintly under the whistle, like gears turning, conveyor belts squealing, and it makes no sense because there's nothing left in there to run. I know it's probably nothing. Sound carries weird here. Maybe the wind hits those old pipes just right. Or maybe the whole town's just remembering what it used to be, and I'm hearing that memory, same as everyone else. But every time it blows, I get this feeling, this sinking in my chest, that it's not just some random noise. It feels like it's calling people back. Like it's reminding us that even if the factory's gone, something there never clocked out. Anyway, sorry if that was long. I just needed to tell someone. I'm planning to move soon, maybe somewhere that doesn't have any so-called ghosts of its own. Though I have a feeling, even if I go, I might still wake up expecting to hear that whistle again.
My mate said this was the show where folks ring in with, strange stories, ghosts, weird noises, things that don't add up. I'm not really one for that kind of thing, normally. I'm a bit of a realist. Always been more switch the light bulb than light a candle, if you know what I mean. But I've had something happen lately, and I don't know. Talking about it seems better than letting it rattle around in my head. So, my wife and I moved into a rental house about 6 months ago. Just a little 2-bedroom on the edge of town. Older place, 70s era, but clean. Quiet neighborhood. Big backyard, lots of trees. Felt like a good spot to start fresh. Maybe even think about kids one day. It was older than I'd like, so it had a bit of character, you could say. Tired old wallpaper, scuffed floorboards, creaky plumbing. All the stuff estate agents call full of charm. The first couple weeks were fine. Unpacking, settling in, learning all the little quirks of the place. You know how every house has them. That one light switch that does nothing, the floorboard that creaks just wrong. We figured it out, got comfortable. But then, I'd say maybe 3 weeks in, we started noticing this sound at night. A knocking. Always at the back screen door. Now, the first time I heard it, I was up late doing dishes. It was around 10:30, maybe a little later. The backyard light was off, and I had the window cracked open over the sink. That's when I heard it. 3 knocks. Not loud, not rushed. Just deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. I froze, naturally. It was pitch black out there. We've got a tall fence and the gate's usually latched, so I figured maybe a branch or something brushed the door in the wind. I went to look. But when I turned on the porch light and stepped outside, there was nothing. Not a breeze. Still as anything. Didn't think much of it that night. But then it happened again the next night. Same time, same number of knocks. And then again the night after that. By the 5th or 6th time, I started getting uneasy. My wife heard it too. We even sat there together a couple nights, just waiting, and sure enough, right around 10:30, tap, tap, tap. Always the same. Always from the back. I tried catching it in the act, rushed out as soon as it happened, flashlight in hand, but there was never anything there. No footprints, no movement in the bushes, no signs of animals. Just an empty porch and that weird quiet that settles in places like that after dark. I considered setting up a camera. Actually had one ready to go, but then we both agreed it felt like overkill. I mean, what were we going to do? Catch a raccoon asking for entry? Then there were the small things. Crumbs near the door that we hadn't dropped, a faint scuff on the doormat. My wife swore she heard a noise one night, but by the time I got outside, the yard was empty. Always empty. It went on like that for weeks. Now, one afternoon, I was trimming the hedge out front when our next-door neighbor, friendly older guy, wandered over for a chat. We were talking about gutters or something when he looked toward our backyard and said, "You seen the little orange cat yet?" I said no, and he goes, "Funny little thing. Belonged to the couple who used to rent your place. Benny, I think they called him. He ran off a couple months before they moved, just bolted one night and never came back." That got my attention. I asked if he thought the cat was still around. Hal shrugged. "Might be. I've seen a flash of orange now and then. Might just be another stray, though. Hard to say." After that, the knocking started to feel different. Less spooky. More like, maybe it was Benny. Maybe he came back, expecting food or a familiar hand. We started leaving out a bit of kibble and water near the back door. Nothing too fancy. But every morning the bowl would be nudged a little or the food gone. No prints, no signs of digging. Just the suggestion that something small and quiet had passed through. One night, I swear I caught a glimpse of a small shape darting off the porch when I flipped on the light, low to the ground, ginger-colored, quick. That should have been the end of it, right? A lost pet returning, no big deal. But here's the part that keeps me thinking. About a week after all that, I ran into Hal again while putting out the bins. I told him about the food and the knocking and how we figured it was Benny. He gave me this odd look. Not worried, not mocking, just off. Then he says, "That's strange. Benny's been with me." I blinked. "What do you mean?" "I found him about a month ago, scraggly but alive. Took him in, got him chipped, fed, cleaned up. Even took him to the vet yesterday for a checkup." I didn't know what to say. I asked him again. "Yesterday?" He nodded. "Yeah, he's in my house right now." That was hard to swallow. Because the night before, the very night before, we'd heard the knocking again. Same time, same number of taps. I even opened the door and swore I saw the same small shape vanish down the stairs. But if Benny had been at the vet that day, well, like I said, I'm not superstitious. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits. But some part of me can't quite shake the thought that maybe it wasn't just a hungry cat. Maybe it was a habit, a memory. Or maybe just a very clever raccoon that knew the exact same knock as a missing pet. We haven't heard the knocking in weeks now. Sometimes I miss it. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was out there moved on, or finally got what it needed. Anyway, thanks for listening. Maybe it's nothing. But maybe it's not.
Hey, yeah, I'm not really sure how to start this. The other night I was listening to the show, and I heard some stuff that made me think I should call in myself. This thing happened to me about 5 years ago now. It's not dramatic. No lights in the sky or anything like that. But it still gives me a bad feeling in my gut every time I think about it. I used to work overnight janitorial at this place out near the edge of town. Just me and two other guys who didn't talk much. It was mostly quiet, boring work. Sweeping floors, restocking bathroom supplies, hauling trash out to the dumpsters. The kind of job where your mind starts to wander if you're not listening to music or a podcast. Anyway, there was this little break room off the main floor. Dingy little spot, maybe 10 by 10 feet, smelled like burnt coffee and mop water. It had a table, a worn-out vending machine that mostly ate your money, and this old TV mounted in the corner, one of those boxy ones with the faux wood paneling. Been there forever. Only thing was, the TV didn't really work. Didn't matter what you did, what channel you picked, what time of day. It just showed static. Gray and white fuzz, hissing sound, the whole deal. I tried fiddling with the rabbit ears once. Got a headache from my trouble and gave up. Most people did. After a while, we just stopped even looking at it. Until one night. That's when I noticed something was wrong. I'd taken my break late, around 3 or so in the morning, just sitting in the break room alone, eating some stale crackers from the vending machine, staring off at nothing. And that's when I realized there was something moving in the static. At first, I thought it was my eyes playing tricks on me, you know? You stare too long at the screen, you start seeing patterns. But this wasn't that. There were shapes, like shadows, vague silhouettes of people, just barely visible through the fuzz, walking across the screen from left to right. Not like actors, more like a live feed, real time. It reminded of those magic eye pictures from the 80s a bit. I thought maybe someone had hooked up a camera or something as a prank. But there were no wires, no ports. That thing was ancient. Didn't even have a remote. I got up, stood real close, tried to make it out better. There were rooms in the static, like hallways, a staircase. I saw someone go down it. I saw a door open. Then one of the figures stopped. It looked up, right at me. I know how crazy that sounds. I do, but I swear I felt it. Like when someone across the street catches your eye and you both kind of freeze for a second, that weird connection. Then the screen glitched, just for a second. The static crackled louder, and the image was gone. Back to full fuzz, no shadows, nothing, just the usual gray mess. I stood there for a long time, didn't take my break in that room again after that, didn't talk about it either, just avoided it, figured I was overtired, hallucinating stress or something. But the weirdest part? A few days later, the TV was gone. Not moved. Gone. Bracket still bolted to the wall, wires hanging, like someone came in the middle of the night and just took it. Ripped it out. I asked around. No one knew anything. The other 2 guys I worked with said it was always broken. Didn't even know it had a picture. Management never put in a work order. Heck, they probably forgot it existed. I still don't know what I saw. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe there really was a camera. Some kind of weird feed playing through interference. But if that's the case, what was it a feed of? And how did that figure know I was watching? Anyway, yeah. I think about it sometimes when I see in TV static. Makes my stomach tighten up a bit. Thanks for listening to me ramble. Love the show. Hope this fits.